show me your genitals.
Of the existence of female characters should not be about like how fappable they are, okay? And if that is unironically your like political movement, if that's unironically your perspective, you're a pervert. I don't know how else to describe this. Like, you cannot exist in like civilized society. Like, take a
based Hassan take. Is this Hassan's only good take? May this be Hassan's only good take? Who knows?
shower. We get a W Japan. Honestly, W Japan, dude. That was my favorite comment. Someone just said, W Japan, dude. Just W. Thanks for existing. Because, like, obviously, we weren't just doing a watch party for the Woke Game Awards, but we were also watching Asmongold's chat react to the Woke Game Awards, which I think made it so much more fun. Because, like, anytime I saw a woman on...
That is a fucking hysterical idea. That is honestly a funny idea. But I'm curious about this because I've heard nothing about the Game Awards. I also don't give a fuck about the Game Awards. Here's a better idea. Make a fucking game that works. Like, literally, just make a game that works. You want $120 for a brand new game? Don't give me unfinished games. Maybe then I'll give a fuck about your Game Awards. But at this point, when you give us unfinished fucking games and expect us to pre-fucking order it, give us finished games. Oh, Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to come out 9 years later. Very cool. Pre-order Grand Theft Auto 6. It's coming in 2016. Was it 16? I think it is. Let me double check.
I don't know. I could care less.
6 original release date. No, I want the original release date.
I mean, if they're still selling copies of 5.
Well, this is the other thing that I don't understand, right? Here's another fucking gripe with the gaming industry, right? How about we don't sit on games? So I'm specifically talking to Rockstar and CD Projekt Red here, right? How about we don't sit on The Witcher 3 for 15 years, and we don't sit on Grand Theft Auto 5 for 4 generations of fucking consoles? How about we actually get some games produced? How about we actually, Rockstar actually used to make games. Do you guys remember the Midnight Club?
What about Red Dead 2?
Is that Rockstar? Yes, Red Dead is Rockstar as well. We used to get games. Even though
Red Dead 2
Rockstar
is not that old, right?
I still haven't played it.
I mean, I'm not going to play it.
I mean, I'll play it if people want me to play it. 2018, it's 6 years old. It's not too bad. But like, Rockstar is a great games company. Just give us games. Like, holy shit, release a Midnight Club. Give us a new Midnight Club with all the customizability of the old games. Please. Good Lord, please. Do you know how popular that would be with everybody who played Need for Speed Underground? Do you know how popular that game would be? The ability to ride bikes in that game was one of the best parts. Like, can we actually get another Midnight Club from Rockstar Games? How about we finish GTA 6, you release it, you don't do live service, even though I know it makes you a lot of money, and you just make games. You can make games and sell games, and that also makes you money. Did you know that? Crazy, I know. You might actually have to pay your artists and actually put in time and effort, but you know what it actually gives? A product that we can actually indulge in. I feel like there hasn't been an actual game from any of these companies that people have been able to dive into because they weren't able to finish it. They were forced to release it unfinished because of investors. Cyberpunk. But like, also, if we let CD Projekt Red keep going with fucking Cyberpunk, how many more years would it have taken for them to finish it? You know, it's one of those things. It's like me trying to write a script.
Well, the
Next year
shareholders
might
wanted it
happen.
Released.
Huh?
The shareholders are the reason why it got released.
No, I know, and that's what I'm saying is that it was fucking profits that made them release it. But you could CD Projekt Red, like, do you only have a single team of devs? Like, what the fuck is happening? You can't develop multiple.
Well, they
games
are
at
pretty
once?
small, but you also have to remember that they had never made that type of game before. It's like
True.
it's like going from Dragon Age to Mass Effect, except like way more ambitious.
Yeah,
Like,
that's
it was
true.
built off
Although,
an engine that was never meant to be a shooter.
really
Yeah, because it's built from they only had The Witcher before that.
interesting. Okay.
And The Witcher famously, I think Witcher 3 famously released at a horrible state as well.
Yeah, interesting. That's really funny. But like the just like to further on this rant, it's just like we were talking about it before with the Call of Duties, right? And I've got a friend with all of them, so I might play them all on stream and do something with that. But like yearly fucking releases, the EA games, the 2K games, every fucking year. The NFL games, sports games specifically, are notorious for this. Yearly releases with zero change.
Wrestling is the worst because they actually got worse.
It's like, how fucking pathetic of an industry are we talking about here? Triple A gaming, and you can't release
What
a
about
working
AAA?
fucking video game. I don't think that's a thing.
Are you talking about
Right.
Gaza today?
Should we be?
I'm just checking for tags.
I can add it in, but I didn't think there was anything.
No. I'm asking
to
because
talk.
I'm putting tags in.
Let me check.
What about
I don't-
Syria?
Yes, Syria's in there. Not sure whether I put Israel in there. No, I just did Syria and South Korea.
Trump?
Yep. I'll send you the playlist.
No, I just need to be told. Right.
Mm.
I have the two screens in front of me.
So Trump, Elon,
Okay,
Tulsi.
I will ask. Stop. Just answer the questions that I have. Are we talking about Ukraine?
No.
Okay.
Let me check the list. You did add stuff.
Yeah. Geopolitics.
Couple
We can replace
videos.
that tag.
Yeah. It's just like Russia targeting power grid.
Okay, I'll put
State of
Ukraine next.
childhood.
It has a better result.
I'll put some videos in the list. Do you think with the changes and the consolidation of power in Georgia that we might actually see a Maidan there?
Couldn't tell you.
I mean, they essentially told the protesters to go fuck themselves. I wouldn't be surprised if something did happen. But, yeah. But yeah, like, these fucking yearly releases, these video games, nothing changes between them, and they demand that you pay more money. Like, it's just such a scummy system. I just don't know how everybody just allows it to exist, and they're just happy to do this. The best thing that could have happened was the Game Pass, because now people don't need to pay for these dog shit games that they can also release on the passes. PlayStation's was pretty shit. From what I've seen, it's pretty good now. So the PlayStation one, although overpriced because, well, it's Sony, is probably actually worth the money now, because there are a lot of games on there that you would actually want to play. You can get both, I think both of the Horizon games now on the PlayStation Pass. I think both the God of Wars are on there. I'm pretty sure all of the not the Forzas, what are the PlayStation one? Anyway, EDF, most importantly, is on there,
Which one?
right? 4, I think,
Oh,
is on the pass. Is it 4 or 5 that's on the pass? I think they're both on the pass,
5
actually.
And Iron Rain is.
Yes.
The kid one might also be on there too. The
Yeah.
like Adventure Buddies or something.
The almost Lego one.
Yeah, I forgot what it's called.
Yeah, but it's like, you know, these are good ideas, because if you're gonna give us slop, give us a fucking buffet. At least then we can shop and choose what we want to play and what we don't want to play. Then, you know, it's like this is a great idea. The only problem is don't own it, but also buying the game is not owning it anyway. So just fucking pirate that shit. Fuck these companies. Download their games. Like,
Actually, open your
seriously.
other account.
Huh?
Open your other account.
Yes. But you know what I mean? Like, if ownership, if purchasing isn't ownership, then go fuck yourself. I'm pirating your shit.
Mm-hmm.
Like, fuck you. I'm not paying full price for something that I'm not going to own. Get fucked. Or I'm going to buy the disc secondhand because you can't take my physical copies from me, cunt. You filthy fucking dogs.
Well, remember they tried to. That was the whole point where they were like, you need the like. They basically reintroduced CD keys.
Yes, they
right?
did.
Where it's like you need like a code for the game to work.
Yeah.
And then reselling.
Yeah, and that didn't last long.
No.
Because
it went all digital.
Well, yeah. I try and buy as many physical copies as I can, but that's just me.
Screen, or like anytime I saw like a
Huh?
Do we want to stay in just chatting?
No, move it back to politics.
Okay.
Unless you want to stay here and just see what happens. Actually, no. You know what? It's a Saturday. Leave it in just chatting. We'll see what happens. Although the politics was really big last Saturday. Checking.
Well, when we get a few, what I'll do is when we get a few from politics,
swap it over. That's a good idea.
Yeah,
that's a good idea. If it hits double digits, swap it over.
Mm-hmm.
Let me.
Did you do the Instagram and?
No, I always forget to do the Instagram, but I'll post it on Blue Sky.
Instagram, Discord.
Oh yeah, Discord.
Did you play Helldivers?
I have played Helldivers recently. Yes.
With the new patch.
When was this patch?
Oh, I wasn't sure if it was when. Might have been yesterday. Might have been the day before.
Then no, I haven't played that one.
Vehicles in the Illuminate are in.
Oh really? Yeah, no, definitely have not played that then. Okay, I am watching. I am Ninja.
Non-white woman on screen, especially, or like a woman with blue hair, they would go nutty mode over it. They were like, L, oh no, oh, I need eye bleach. Jasmine goes, Jazz going
level
crazy.
that is unprecedented in the industry's history. I
love this brand. I love this company. Oh my
Blue
goodness,
hair.
what am I going to do?
Because there weren't games jobs around here, I stayed
This makes it
passionate
so much
about
more
it and
entertaining.
broke
It's like, how do you go about your life having a mental health episode every time you see like a woman or a black or brown person? Like, how the like, that's kind of crazy. I'm assuming that like the Asmongold fan that walks into like a Ralph's, sees a cashier and she's a woman, he's like, no, wokeness has ruined the reputation of my favorite grocery chain. Like, what? How the does that work? You go to the DMV, there's a black lady there, you're like, no, the DMV is ruined because of wokes. Like, what do you do when you see your mom in the morning and, you know, you're like, oh my God.
Okay, I got it.
Right? And you're over here just like, I am trying to exist in this space to the best of my ability. This is my life's dream. I wanted to make video games. And then some basement dwelling, neck bearded loser comes in and is
What the fuck happened between him and Asmongold?
I mean, Asmongold is awful.
I mean, we've established this, but Jesus Christ, why is he living so rent-free in your head?
Because Asmongold is the one crying about,
The Game Awards.
yeah, and the bald lady.
Why are so many people fucking letting this guy live rent-free in their head? I don't understand.
Because because it's money.
Just leave us out of your weird hobbies.
Like, you're gay. You made this video game gay. F- you. You're responsible for everything that sucks. Why doesn't it feel like I'm 12 again when video games used to hit and I didn't have any of these like adult responsibilities? And it's like, dude, that's not the developer's fault. So I get how that might be as a developer, but also on the other side, it is pretty funny to watch these guys mauled, you know? Like they have turned not being able to fap to a teenager into a political movement, okay? Unironically, because that's what the whole Siri conversation is. If you play Witcher 3, you know, one, the Siri segments were a lot of fun, and two, the entire game is supposed to be like gearing up for Siri to be the main protagonist, right? And these guys are like, they made Siri ugly! They made Siri ugly! I can't jerk off to the teenager! And it's like, it's fine. I mean, she's like in her...
It's like, what? Yeah, he's probably about to say this. It's like, what? She's grown up? Is that your problem? She's matured into an actual...
Well, they don't. They want like latex. It's weird.
Mm.
Actual skin definition. They're like, no.
Oh, they want the soft, weird-looking, like...
Yeah, but you know how it
20s
looks like
skin
latex?
filter
Like,
thing.
Stellar Blade looks like latex.
Yeah.
All those pervy games. Like, if you put a booby mod in a game, you can't find actual realistic boobies.
No.
It's always these latex hentai-looking things.
It has to be.
Because, like, I would put jiggle physics in if it was immersive, but it ends up not being immersive. It ends up being
Yes.
distracting.
Yes, it does.
Her 20s by the end of the game, okay? But I'm just saying, it's like why are you so mad? You know what I mean? What, like, why? Like, this isn't a political movement, man. This is not a political movement, okay? You should be more embarrassed to be like, I want goon material. I want fat material. Like, back in the day, we weren't so goddamn porn brain. And I say this as someone who's like pro-sex.
Bro had cockroaches crawling up his wall on stream. I think this guy is the definition of a gooner. Like, this guy definitely just comes on his hand and flicks it on the
I
wall.
wish I could see chat inside the retweet window. Very annoying.
Are you late? No, we're early. For the most part, I believe. But give me a second. I need to post on Discord. Hello, Discord.
You got WienerCon today?
We live? Yes, we do. Everyone. Boop, boop, boop. TV/. Done. Cool. All right. What did we think of the stream yesterday? What did we think? I wasn't asking you. What do we think of that format? What do we think?
Gay.
Work who understands, you know, yeah, if you want to jerk off the porn, that's great. That's fine by me. I don't give right? But it's so strange that these guys have turned gooning into a shameless political movement that is at the forefront. That's on their banner, dog. They're card carrying gooners. They got the NRA for gooning over here, where they just straight up are like, if I can't jerk off to this white woman that is the main character, I will firebomb your publisher. It's like, you should be embarrassed to say this. You should be more embarrassed to openly be like, my desires, my sexual gratification is what matters in this process, okay? And I don't understand it. Look at this. They've turned gooning into a science. Enlarged orbicularis oris, too compressed glabella. Nasion bridge too high. Body of a zygomatic bone is too high. Like, what are you saying? You need to be sedated, dog. Like, I'm serious. If a person in my immediate orbit started talking like this, I'd hit him with a ketamine dart, okay? I'd be like, go to sleep. Shh. I would choke him out until they fell asleep. I'd be like, nope, you're going. You're being institutionalized. This got to be a joke anyway. Amazing. But please, Siri's face needs work. Witcher 3 face model look much better. Hopefully this gets update.
Yes, we certainly did. That was quite the tangent. And I told John about that. I said that was one of the better parts because that was a very funny tangent.
She's older, man. Come on, be serious. I'm very serious. There are some serious anatomy issues. I bet the team knows. $20 says you.
Also, Japan went from fascism to whatever the fuck Japan is right now pretty quickly and just stayed there as well. So there's that too. Yes.
You look like somebody ran you over with a snowplow. It's like, bro, straight up. You have thoughts like this. You need to be sedated. You need to be sedated and institutionalized. Like, this is thought crimes, okay? It should be a crime to think like this. Straight up, this is the one time I'm saying it. This is madness, dude. Have any of these guys gotten ass before? No, of course not. Maybe it's just me, but I feel like the market for masculine, non-conventionally attractive female leads in games isn't as big as the video game industry thinks it is. How do we feel about Siri in the cinematic? Siri looks fine. Geralt looked quite different in the CGI trailer versus his in-game appearance, so I would reserve judgment for now. The post is more so about the Naughty Dog game. I will admit,
What
there were a
Naughty
lot
Dog
of,
game?
not masculine necessarily, but
Bald lady Naughty Dog game.
I didn't hear a thing you said. What?
There's a bald lady Naughty Dog game.
Oh,
She's bald.
okay. What's it about?
I don't know. I just know that it's got a bald lady.
Okay, that tells me nothing about what the game is about.
I
love that
the only
they
thing that's
don't
saying
tell
is
you.
outrage about bald lady.
Okay, I'm gonna queue up a video to find out what this game is about. Naughty Dog, bald woman. Also, Naughty Dog made Crash Bandicoot, so I don't really give a fuck what they do. They've got a permanent pass for me. Also, Crash Team Racing. Naughty Dog did Crash Team Racing, and that's the best kart racer ever made. Go fuck yourself if you think I'm incorrect there. You're wrong. Fuck Mario Kart.
It's
Hot
not a
takes,
kart
baby.
racer, but have you ever played the Beetle Adventure Racer?
No.
It's a very interesting, like, racing sim arcade style game. But it's all Beetles, right? So you're like, okay, that sounds pretty stupid. But like
Uh-huh.
the courses are dynamic, where there's like all these like secret routes and shortcuts and stuff.
Yeah.
So it's got like replayability, so you like learn the courses.
Okay.
But it's a very fun old racing game.
Interesting. I've never heard of it.
villages, there's a lot of non-white, non-traditional looking women as leads in a lot of these games, right? Or even white traditional looking leads in a lot of these games. But I don't give a shit. I just want the game to be good. I don't care, okay? I don't know why it doesn't factor in my equation, like to the way I enjoy a work of art. If it's led by a woman or a man or whatever the f- they look like. Like Dave the Diver is awesome. He's a fat dude. You know what I mean? It's hilarious. It's amazing. It plays into the story. And I don't understand. Like, just make good games. That's all I care about. Hassan does not see gender. No, that's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm simply stating is I don't care. And I'll take it one step further. I don't think you should care either. As long as the game is good, as long as the story is good, as long as the mechanics are good, as long as it's compelling, who gives a okay? I don't understand it. Like the greatest example of this is, I think Stellar Blade. Like it's kind of one note. They're sexy, but it's kind of one note, you know? It's a decent game overall, but again, it's bubblegum. So obviously like sexy ass leads don't change that dynamic at all. It's very, very frustrating. I just think that there needs to be a little bit of social shame, and I'm shocked that there isn't more of it. Like there isn't more backlash overall, because there's so much resentment that people have towards like the way that the gaming space has evolved over the years as it's become a multi-billion-dollar industry in and of itself that is like more successful than Hollywood, even global, okay? And in that process, there's been a lot of mergers and acquisitions, a lot of layoffs, a lot of hyper focusing on revenue rather than the art in and of itself. And like people just simply cannot comprehend that like the reason why they don't like the games partially is because it doesn't hit anymore because you're a goddamn adult. You're like 45 years old.
You're wrong. Games are great regardless. Games these days suck is the problem. Huh?
Capitalism.
Yeah. Capitalism has
Why
literally
further?
drained the joy out of video games.
By the way,
That's
I'm
the
not sure if you
problem.
saw, U.S. forces deployed into Kobani.
Into where?
Kobani.
Really?
Yeah. So no ethnic cleansing there.
Interesting. I guess they want
We'll
to
see.
prevent. They want to make
see
sure
when
ISIS doesn't
January
resurge.
rolls around.
Yeah. I guess we'll
in
see what that
February,
happens.
You know.
Yeah, we'll see if the Kurds can convince Trump not to withdraw. Maybe they'll convince him to get the fuck out.
Well, they do
But I
have
doubt
control of Syria's oil.
True. And I would
So-
imagine that America would probably want a hand in who runs at
So they
least a
could do
large
that where they're
portion.
like, if you want this oil to be this price,
True. They have the bargaining power now because Assad's gone. That's a really good point. Interesting.
but we don't buy their oil, so
No.
I don't think
Well,
it's
this
gonna
is
care.
no, but the Americans protect them. They protect the oil fields.
Yeah, Israel buys it, so
Yeah, true. Fucking hell. But I'm sure America wants a hand or a say in who's going to be running the country after everything settles. So they're either going to work with the Kurds and HTS, or HTS not the Kurds, or Kurds not HTS. It really depends. But we'll see. Now
they
that
completely have been buying into this Christian being cleansed from Syria thing.
who is
Like JD Vance has even posted about it that the Christians are under threat.
yeah, because of
in
course they are,
Syria.
because it's always about the Christians, right? It's Christian
It's like
genocide.
Russian propaganda. So
It's white genocide.
they're not going to go there and see themselves.
No, but we should encourage them to go to Syria and help them make sure it's not, make sure it doesn't happen. Go to Syria.
Well, that's what I was saying, is that they should invite the UN now.
Yeah.
So when they build their new government, there's a UN observer
Yes.
state there.
It's a good idea.
Old and none of your dreams when you were a child were actually accomplished. So now you carry that weight around you all day. You carry that sense of shame around you all day. And that kind of probably factors into your enjoyment of video games and stuff. Of course, when you were a child and had no responsibilities, like that was way more fun. It banged, you know? Having said that, however, you're not a kid anymore. You're an adult. And in that time frame when you like try to enjoy this new work of art, maybe it's not going to hit the same. And then there's the nostalgia component that makes you think that it was much better back then. But overall, there are structural problems with the gaming industry in general. And a lot of these guys, ironically, and this is something I talk about with politics all the time, a lot of these guys literally, instead of addressing the real villains here, addressing the real problems here, unironically do the same exact like deflection without realizing it. Where instead of getting mad at like mergers and acquisitions that and crunch, okay, and not letting video games breathe,
Sure.
not letting the development process breathe, and
Notice how that's what I was complaining about? Isn't that funny?
Capitalism.
No, like at the start. Also, you kind of were late. You missed my rant about video games.
not giving the workers that make these video games more time, more space,
True.
more benefits, more freedoms to be able to pursue their artistic vision. This this financialization of the gaming industry is obviously going to take away some of the beloved projects that might have even started off in a really interesting way, but that is now unfolded into the codification, the FIFA-ification of all gaming. This is something that I saw even when I was a young boy, okay? When I was growing up, you got FIFA,
Young
which
boy.
was the same dog, same slop that they were serving over and over again. EA Sports is in the game, right? That was always the same. It was always the same process. Now, as many publishers have folded into developers themselves, as all these developers merge and become these ginormous corporations, there is this EA-ification of all gaming, okay? And all games are turning into Madden. All games are turning into FIFA. Same game over and over again, restructured a little bit, tweaked a little bit, same engines, and it just doesn't hit the same. Getting mad at that requires for you to have a better analysis over the situation, to understand what's really, truly changing the space. But it's much easier to just simply say, I see women, it sucks. And for the record, this isn't to say that there isn't diversity for diversity's sake in video games, as there is in every single medium. Every single visual medium does this, okay? It's
I
the same
didn't
principle
see
behind
only-
Ghostbusters, but all women, right?
Only
And many
nude.
of those things become box office flops anyway. But hyper focusing on every single new work of art that comes
No. No.
Only news.
I do not. That takes a lot of time. I tried. It takes a lot of
Oh,
time.
play this down. Only
Coordination.
news.
I don't have it.
Get it.
I don't have it.
Get it.
Ugh. Takes forever. I'll get it.
out of this
Only
goddamn
new.
industry on specifically the virtues of woke or not woke is going to lead you astray. Makes you look like you just hate games across the board. And it's so weird. And it's so entitled. And it's so selfish. It's this notion that like, no, this is our space. You have encroached upon my space, my good madam. How dare you?
My safe
No,
space.
all video games need to appeal to me. Me, only me. And it's like, okay, well, no, it's not going to happen. So everyone needs to calm down. Stop making things political. Or if you're going to make things political, I'll use the language.
Look, I would rather do it in person. I would never play online. It's just I couldn't sit at a computer for 9 hours doing that.
Baldur's Gate exists anyway.
No.
Language that these anti-woke crusaders understand. You come across like a woke social justice warrior when you do that, but in the opposite direction. You're just crying and chirping. And if you're going to actually make it political, understand what actually ruins gaming in general, and not necessarily all this other. And they do respond to that, because remember, the Asmongold audience was very mad about the new Split game that was coming out. Is it Split Fiction? Is that the one? Yeah, Split Fiction, right? Haze Light Studios is very good at making these like cooperative games. So they're making Split Fiction. It has 2 female leads. This was very frustrating for the Asmongold audience. They were like, oh, LLL, this sucks, this sucks. All right, we gotta go to Asmon's chat. Hold on.
No one.
This is my favorite. L, red flags. I need a strong and muscular guy. L.
Writes fantasy. So you will for every level in the game.
Flop at launch. They're losing it. What did the guy say? Joseph Ferris. At the end of it, he turned around and said, and we're full.
Imagine dismissing a video game because it has a female lead. That's pathetic.
What color we want that accent? It was better with blue.
What? I can't hear you. Your mic sounds awful.
It's because I have to turn up my gain because there's shit in the background. Is
What
it
did you
with
say?
blue? Purple.
What do you mean? What?
The light.
Ah. Yeah, that one. Do more blue. Yeah.
Okay.
Focusing on making good narrative-driven games that are fun to.
But like, imagine actually dismissing a game because the lead is a female. Like my favorite game is Horizon Zero Dawn. Far and beyond my favorite. And if you dismiss that game because the lead is a female, you're a fucking idiot.
Perfect Dark is one of the best games ever made.
There you go. Another good example.
They're gonna ruin it.
I mean, let's really.
I guarantee you, this remake is awful.
Oh, it probably will be. I mean, you
also it had dual wielding.
True. I mean, look at the Final Fantasy is a good example. Like, sure, you play Cloud, but 2 of the 3
yeah, but they're anime girls. If they're cute anime girls, then the nerds aren't angry. They only
listen. So they only listen if they're conventionally attractively drawn.
Yeah, well,
I'm just drawn this way. I should get that as a soundbite, actually. Actually, you know what? Who Framed Roger Rabbit probably has a load of things that we could use as sound bites.
Play. Only 1 copy is necessary if 2 people want to play it, because we're not in this to do microtransactions, live services, loot boxes, none of that. We're in this business to make good games that, you can enjoy with your friends. And they ate that shit up. Asmongold's audience ate that shit up as well.
And as always, with the Friends Pass, you only need to buy 1 copy of the game to play it with your friend online. Cool. That's what Haze Light is about. No loot boxes, no microtransactions, and no bull. You just get the game.
Oh, they're all back. They're saying W base because no microtransactions. That's the frustrating aspect of this. The frustrating part about this is that a lot of these gamers, they hyper focus on the immediate optics of a situation and ironically become the other side of the coin that they constantly rail against, which is diversity for diversity's sake. But that's all you're doing. You're also advocating for diversity's sake, or you're advocating for identity politics for the sake of identity politics. You just want the characters to be sexy, brolic men. And the other side of this is when people cheer when developers get laid off, not recognizing that the very same forces that are laying off those developers are the very same people, the executives that don't play video games that are.
I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure I ranted about this while I was playing Titanfall 2 on stream. But the like EA purchasing companies, they will give them insane deadlines and crazy amounts of work, and then when they don't meet those deadlines, they axe the company. So
we'll be able to just wait because EA was involved in Mass Effect 3. So when you finish 2 and then you start the EA version, you're going to be like, wow, the controls are better than ever, but there's something uncanny here.
Yeah.
It's like the Dementors have started sucking the soul out. And by the time Andromeda drops, it's all gone.
Yeah, it's just gone.
or simply in the finances of it.
I mean,
Okay.
and the reason that I bring up Titanfall when talking about that is because Titanfall Respawn was bought by EA, and they've been given games that they keep knocking out of the park. So, like Titanfall, we didn't get Titanfall 3 because EA clearly cucked that idea.
Yeah, we
because
also
when they
didn't get
released
Battlefront 3. It was basically
Yeah.
complete.
So like we see them go with Apex Legends, which is live service.
In
permanently
Battlefront
online,
3,
microtransactions.
you could get in a ship on the ground battle and fly into space,
That's cool.
and there would be a space battle going on as well.
That's very cool. And then they were given the Star Wars games, and they fucking killed it. It's basically Souls games. It's great. They're excellent. Both of them too. And it did what Horizon Zero Dawn did. It made the second game better. I didn't think you could improve on it, but they somehow made it better. They have a better
You should try
leveling
Ninja Gaiden
system.
Black.
I think they're on the Game Pass, so I could.
It's very hard. It's like the Souls game of its time. It's one of the hardest games of the time period.
Interesting. Maybe I will. But like the games industry is so fucked, and something needs to change. And you know what could change it? Lena fucking Khan. But that's not going to happen anymore. She could have done something.
That are simply invested in the revenue strategies that ruin your beloved games and ruin the industry that you enjoy. Mighty Keef is like one of the last remaining like anti-woke gaming crusaders out there. Respect that Mighty Keef as always. He's been tackling the weirdos that have just been talking about like how Siri is not enough or whatever, which is crazy because it's like, dog, you do not have to jerk off to every video game. You know what I mean? Like you don't have to, or maybe just maybe compartmentalize the masturbation part. There's already a time and place for that. You got Rule 34, right? There's so much pornographic material for you to fap to, but they exist on the porn sites. You know, that's how it used to work. Where if you wanted to jerk off to something, you had to go to the jerk off place. You know what I mean? People are not embarrassed or ashamed to just be like, nah, every woman has to be fappable. Every woman on screen has to be instantly jerk offable. And for me, I say skill issue, okay? Because you can masturbate to anything as long as you have motion and lotion and motivation, okay? So that's a skill issue for you regardless. That's number one. Number two, not everything has to be instant gratification. You don't have to like hypersexualize every female character. And you should feel a little bit more embarrassed to say like, no, I need to be able to goon, okay? I need to be able to goon while Siri is just like destroying a dragon. While Siri's like cutting off the head of a werewolf, I need to be able to fap to that. And it's weird. That's a weird thing. You should be ashamed to just like even have those thoughts. Them boys are calling Witcher 4 woke. Lamau. They are never to be trusted. I can't imagine being a video game enjoyer and thinking that everything comes out sucks. That's got to be so depressing. Why would you even continue to play games? Siri looking fine. They are so weird, lol. That's the other side of it. Like she looks hot. Like the do you mean? There's a time and place for everything. There's a jerk off space online. You know what I'm saying? I just don't get it. I don't understand it. I will never understand it. You will never be able to make me understand it. I think it's because I'm far too normal. You know what I mean? When I see a new video game coming out, I don't immediately go, can I jerk off to the main character if she's female? That's a weird attitude to have. And I think you got to squash that.
It really is weird. Like when a video game comes out, my first question is it permanently online? Is it live service? Is it loot boxes? That's my first question. Second question is, does it have a campaign? Third question is, how much is it? And if it's over $60, I don't pay for it.
Okay. If that's the attitude you have in your mind, you got to erase that. You got to be like, man, this is a weird opinion to have. I think maybe I shouldn't think this way. I feel like gamers are gamers, capital G gamers, hard R gamers. They just like slot certain things. They see the optics. They're like lizard brain. They go, is the video game's protagonist a sexy white man? If no, is it a sexy black or brown man? If it's a woman, is she a white woman? And then it just like, it's the wokeness markers, okay? They go, oh, is she a white woman?
It's literally the oppression Olympics that they're doing. It's identity politics. This is why it's cancerous.
Is she sexy? Can I jerk off to her? It's like a flow chart. If the answer is no, then it's woke and I hate it. If the answer is yes, then it's not woke and I love it. It's weird. And at the bottom of that pile, obviously, is any sort of visual representation of like someone in a wheelchair or someone who has a, non-gender conforming haircut or someone who has like, if it's a woman and they're it is her leading the game. Series bisexual, read the books. This is a weird comment. Also, your username is giving loser. Feminazi Killer Knight 6233 says, disgusting and a big disappointment. We lost Ghost of Tsushima first and now Witcher as well, making women as proud.
Bro, Ghost of Tsushima one is so funny. It's
Yeah,
so funny.
hang on. Can we go back to what his name was?
Feminazi Killer Knight 6233.
Cool.
Straight out of Gamergate.
Radical.
Togenist. Really, all Western gaming industry is failing with woke agenda, gay and women. CD Projekt Red, thank you for ruining this game. Hard pass. I'm imagining the mindset of this guy, bro. I swear to God. I'm imagining the mindset of this guy. He's walking in. If he ever leaves his goddamn basement, he's walking to the DMV and losing his mind when he sees like a black woman behind the counter. He's like, this is DEI. It's woke. And if the DMV lady is white, they're like, why can't I jerk off to the DMV lady? Your titty physics are not up to par, ma'am. I'm going back to Unreal Engine 5. Yeah, he has a Red Dead 2 avatar, which is also a very woke game too, but that's, don't even get started on that. Arthur Morgan is like,
look, he only likes Red Dead 2 because you can beat up the suffragettes.
That's awesome.
It. That's why.
the woke hero. The entire game is about how woke he is. The merit of the existence of female characters should not be about like how fappable they are. Okay. And if that is unironically your like political, like you say this to is like, bro, this is not like something that you should be openly advocating for. You know what I mean? Like you should be and this guy.
Oh my God. I'm so glad he touches on this.
My advocacy. And there's a real world example of this as well that I want to point to. Sydney Sweeney. As you guys know, we're big fans of Sydney Sweeney. The problem is Sydney Sweeney is a real human being. And when you're a real human being, sometimes under horrible light, you're not going to look the same as you do on the cover of a magazine. Sydney Sweeney shows off bikini body lounging outside a $13 million Florida Keys mansion. And this guy actually responded to this. And I didn't even like his response either. But he's referencing like all of the people that were like, what the f-? Like all women are catfishes. Like what the f-? Like this is crazy. It's really crazy how like 85 to 95% of men can't seem to figure out that 80% of what they find attractive is painstakingly, carefully curated presentation, 10% plastics and filler,
Wild,
and about 10% base model female. As soon as the presentation isn't carefully curated, they get turned off and confused. Emily Sears is correct, by the way. This is broad daylight and absolute most unflattering lighting possible. Give her a break. Like Sydney Sweeney is incredibly attractive. She is fine as hell. Like I don't know how else to describe it. Awooga, you know what I mean? But the way that like people respond to this so crazy. Like we need to sedate the masses. You know what I mean? Like you need a sedative immediately. If you look at this photo and you're like, this is all women are catfishes. The question is to what degree? Like you look at these photos and you think, oh, gross. You're a freak.
Imagine.
No, but I think that's the point is they realize that it's curated. That's the whole point of why all women are catfishes. Because she looks hot because she's edited is their whole point.
Yeah.
We're just
yeah, it's equally as dumb. I am more thinking like, imagine living in your house and actually having to be concerned about people taking photos of you naked. That's repulsive.
I'd windmill it all day.
Only walk around with your dick out.
Yeah, and windmill the whole time.
It's what was it? Is it Harold and Kumar, Bottomless Party? I think it is.
Freak. Do you not have mothers? Do you not have sisters? Have you never been around a woman? Do you not understand that, like, of course, people are not going to always look their best, their very best, and she still looks fantastic here. I don't understand it. Like, have these guys forgotten what real human beings look like? Now, the reason why I'm saying, do you not have a mom or a sister or a cousin or something, is because I know they don't have girlfriends. Okay? I know they do not have girlfriends. Because if they ever had girlfriends, they would know that, yeah, of course, someone being dolled up is going to look different than when, they're waking up in the morning. And it doesn't even matter. It's not even saying, I'm not even saying that like, oh, when you're not dolled up to your very best, when you're maxed out with the best lighting possible, like that's the only time you look and great or whatever. Like you're a freak. Just be a human being. Be a normal human being. What the hell is wrong?
All right, that's a good place to end. Let's get going.
Take over, Eli. Just take over.
Elon Musk, known as the brains behind SpaceX and Tesla, is taking over with an axe to government spending in a newly created Department of Government.
I didn't realize he was worth. I didn't realize that he was worth so much more than Bezos now.
Yeah,
that's fucking.
They said he's the brains behind these companies instead of the capital.
Oh my God. You know what I found out? I found out that SpaceX has a program like Doge in the US government now that is designed to keep idiots busy so that they don't interfere with the real work. I found out that SpaceX has one of these for Elon Musk specifically. Isn't that fun?
Efficiency or Doge.
Did you also know that I'm pretty sure Teslas before the new models were all made by Ford and German companies, and now that they're made by China, they're falling apart in dog shit.
China.
Isn't that funny? They're basically just Chinese EVs at this point.
Which is also the name of a cryptocurrency inspired by a dog meme.
You missed my rant about how shit video games are.
Didn't miss anything.
We're going to get the government off your back and out of your pocketbook.
Doge plans to cut $2 trillion, about a third of the government budget, and 3/4 of government workers.
The future is going to be amazing.
Musk,
He
like
has
Donald
no
Trump when he
charisma.
first ran for president, has no government experience. But his companies, SpaceX and Tesla, have proven efficient, especially with the streamlining of the Tesla assembly line. During the COVID-19 pandemic, Musk moved his Tesla headquarters from California to Texas, blaming excessive state
Jesus
regulations
fucking Christ.
and high costs. He and his Doge co-chair, fellow billionaire entrepreneur Vivek Ramaswamy, are expected to mirror that process and eliminate many federal regulations. To reduce costs, Doge will suggest closing some agencies and take steps.
You know what you should do, guys, is remove your capital from your pockets and put it back into the economy and actually do something that would help people. That would be cool.
That's not how they
to prompt
function.
mass resignation.
No, that would require actually like not having the B next to your name. It would require actually caring about everybody else.
Of federal workers by ending popular telework programs and moving some offices out of Washington.
It's going to be a hard learning curve for him to understand.
Going to be great is if the market, the free market for billionaires, was to dry up because they stopped existing, and therefore there were no products that would encourage you to amass $1 billion to be able to get. Wouldn't that be cool? Oh, what do you mean a jet is $1 billion? That doesn't matter. What do you mean a yacht is $2 billion? That doesn't matter. $250 million for a car? That doesn't matter. I'll pay that. That's easy. You know, how about we don't have these products that are absurdly upmarked? Nothing in the world put together is worth $250 million that can be surmised in some kind of mode of transport. Nothing.
I am. You can ride me for that cost.
Maybe a private bullet train would cost $1 billion. Maybe. But even then, probably not. Maybe if it was a tunnel under the ground.
That a president isn't a king, or at least it's not supposed to be in this country, and that you're going to run against constitutional issues, that you're going to run up against the law, you're going to run up against mandates of Congress.
To that end, Musk and Ramaswamy last week visited Capitol Hill. Many lawmakers support Doge's stated goal of trimming government spending, but would likely resist cuts that impact their constituents. Others know the men have a direct line to the president-elect. Musk and his mother celebrated Thanksgiving with Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago, while Ramaswamy posted to Instagram his Thanksgiving beach reading on how to reduce the budget.
And I don't know if you've got to know Elon yet, but he doesn't bring a chisel, he brings a chainsaw, and we're going to be taking it to that bureaucracy.
Doge was created as an outside advisory panel that will recommend cuts to the Trump administration and to Congress, which would have final authority over any decisions. Neither Musk nor Ramaswamy will take a government salary. Carolyn Presutti, VOA News.
Oh, so
medical supplies for India,
huh?
Food aid for Gaza.
Cool.
The United States donates more foreign aid than any other country in the world. Just in fiscal year 2022, it obligated some $70 billion. That's 1% of the total federal budget for humanitarian assistance, economic development, peace and security, and other sectors abroad. It's not clear what President-elect Donald Trump's approach to foreign aid will be when he begins a second term in January. But during his first term, Trump made his views known at the 2018 United Nations General Assembly.
We will examine what is working, what is not working, and whether the countries who receive our dollars and our protection also have our interests at heart. Moving forward, we are only going to give foreign aid to those who respect us and, frankly, are our friends.
As president, Trump did cut some foreign assistance, but Congress often pushed back on his suggestions to do so.
He made some significant reductions in any amount of money going towards climate change. He made some other changes like the Palestinian aid, but a lot of the normal aid policy of the United States continued relatively unchanged.
Trump restricted U.S. support for abortion education and services in his first term, as previous Republican administrations have, and he is expected to do so again.
Under the Biden administration, there have been ways that abortion providers have received funding for things like abortion education. Under the first Trump administration, we did not allow funding to go to NGOs that were promoting abortions.
Trump's pick for Secretary of State Marco Rubio told Congress in February that, quote, what happens around the world does matter and that the U.S. should care. But in his view, Trump's America First policy takes precedence.
On issue after issue, we either have lost all common sense or we are consistently ignoring the needs of everyday hardworking Americans and putting something or someone above them.
Blick says the new Trump administration will look carefully at where U.S. tax dollars are being spent.
I suspect that there will be an audit of all of USAID's global programs in 100 different countries around the world.
The aim, she added, will be for the U.S. to get the most from countries receiving taxpayer dollars. Veronica Valderas Iglesias, VOA News, Washington.
Donald Trump's campaign focus on the economy carried through to his victory speech.
I will not rest until we have delivered
what?
the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve.
A majority of voters said the economy and jobs were the most important issues in this election, says pollster Ashley Kirzinger.
With so many voters focusing on the economy, AP Vocast finds that the share of voters who say that their household's family finances are falling behind has increased from 4 years ago.
And on the economy, Kirzinger says more people chose Trump. An overwhelming message from voters heard clearly on the losing side as well. Hakeem Jeffries leads Democrats in the House of Representatives.
They want us to focus on the issues that matter and to come together to solve problems for hardworking American taxpayers, beginning with lowering costs for everyday Americans.
He's a funny looking dude.
Struggling to live paycheck to paycheck.
In New Mexico, Judy Evans says she chose Trump because prices are too high.
Inflation has certainly affected me.
I'm so glad I put this story on before the next story.
My grocery bill has doubled in the past.
Oh, I'm so glad.
2 years. My electricity and that sort of thing has gone up quite a bit.
I hope you're happy you voted for Trump.
In North Carolina, Aaron Anderson admires Trump's record on the economy.
Trump, he's going to get it fixed for us. It was running good when he was in here before, and
oh my God,
get it back on track again.
Voter Charles Boudreaux expects fast action from the new administration.
Or they'll have less regulation.
Yeah, so fast it's already killing the economy.
They'll be spending more in their...
literally one of like 5 countries to successfully recover from COVID. Inflation back at like pre-COVID levels. Trump's about to end that streak, baby.
Okay. In their particular areas, people that'll have more money will spend more money in their particular areas. Gas prices will go down.
U.S. consumers...
You're not going to have more money, buddy. The regulations ain't going to help you.
may not see such quick change, says finance professor Michael Weber.
At the end of the day, a president in the short run, independent of who is in the White House, has very little grasp on economic policy in the very short run, but also in specifically on grocery prices, the price of the shelf we face in our daily lives.
Trump's economic plans include more oil drilling, lower taxes, and import tariffs, which most economists believe will result in higher prices for American consumers. Scott Stearns, VOA News.
Did you see Mr. Beat did a tariff video?
President-elect Trump taking a victory lap on Wall Street.
Good. I put it in here.
Street. Ringing the opening bell at the New York Stock Exchange after being named Time Magazine's Person of the Year. But just days after sharing this assessment about the...
Not always a good thing.
election with NBC's Kristen Welker.
I went on groceries. It's a very simple word, groceries.
In his interview with Time, the president-elect backed off his central campaign promise to lower prices for consumers, including on groceries.
What? Why would he do that?
Whoa, he's backing up
Saying,
promises
look, they got them
before
up.
he's even in office. Crazy.
Wow.
Imagine how much he'll back down once he's in office.
That's fucking amazing. Like, not even a month. Actually, no, it has been a month. A month and 10 days. And he's already backtracking his major campaign promise because he knew that it was bullshit from the beginning. From the beginning, he knew that it was horse shit because this global price rise had nothing to do with the presidency. This is just a global trend of incumbents losing. There's nothing special about what Trump was saying. People are dumb and didn't want the incumbent because they have no numerical reasoning skills. They can't say, hey, 2019 is this, 2024 is this. They just have object permanence for the middle part, and they just look at these 2 points like nothing happened in between. These people are idiots. They're dumb. They're just dumb. Or politics is making them dumb, and they're like, oh, Trump was here, Trump is also here. That must be the coordinating point. But it's not. It has nothing to do with it. In fact, Donald Trump has objectively nothing to do with the economic positions of the time and the time going forward. Actually, I'll rescind that. He will be economically devastating going forward if he continues with the policies he wants. By the way, in the American Great Depression, they were actually recovering from it before they implemented international tariffs, which blew it up to double-digit uninflation. So you got that to look forward to, and all those prices. You know, like wheelbarrows full of cash. You got no cash, baby. Where are you going to get cash from?
I'd like to bring them down. It's hard to bring things down once they're up. You know, it's very hard, but I think that they will. I think that energy is going to bring them down. I think a better supply chain is going to bring them down. Throughout the campaign,
Supply
Trump
Chain Act from Donald Trump
vowed lower prices.
But prices will come down. You just watch. They'll come down, and they'll come down fast. Not only with insurance, with everything. It'll also bring your grocery bill way down.
Trump also detailing a move he plans to make in his first hours in office, pardoning defendants from the January 6th Capitol riots. Asked if that would include those who committed violent acts, Trump saying he'll look at each case, adding, it's going to start in the first hour that I get into office, and a vast majority of them should not be in jail. Meanwhile, the current administration issued a flurry of pardons and commutations for nonviolent offenders yesterday, in what the White House said was a single-day record. President Biden commuting the sentences of almost 1,500 people and pardoning 39 others. The president saying many of the 1,500 would not be convicted if they were tried today. It comes 2 weeks after President Biden pardoned his son Hunter, and the president is signaling clemency may be a focus.
Very funny. Still very funny.
Of the last weeks of his presidency, writing, I will take more steps in the weeks ahead. The Trump team's effort to shore up Senate vote
do not have super patience.
for his top cabinet administration picks is going to begin again next week with Robert F. Kennedy Jr. among those expected to begin making the rounds on the Hill. But Pentagon pick Pete Hegseth, he's going to be back at it again this weekend, heading to the Army-Navy football game, where a source close to Hegseth tells NBC News that he will meet with President-elect Trump.
Hey, thanks for watching. Don't miss the Today Show every.
And I went on groceries. It's a very simple word, groceries. Like almost, who uses the word? I started using the word, the groceries. A vote for Trump means your groceries will be cheaper. It'll also bring your grocery bill way down. I have more complaints
Trump has
than
never
groceries.
used
When
the
you
word
buy apples,
grocery,
when you
is
buy
what he
bacon,
just said.
Amazing.
when you
He
buy
called
eggs,
it-
where the price of bacon, the price of lettuce, the price
Groceries,
of
I call it
tomatoes, bacon, lettuce, tomato, everything is so much higher than it ever was. We're going to bring those prices way down.
Because people can't afford their groceries, and they're going to be affording their groceries very soon.
All right, so lowering grocery costs was a whole lot easier when it was just a campaign talking point. But in his Time Person of the Year interview, Donald Trump finally admits it's very hard to bring those prices down. He also said energy is going to bring costs down and a better supply chain. He's already promised to boost oil and gas production. But here's the thing to keep in mind.
Raise the wages. And prices will be down.
True.
It's easy.
Yeah. But then the prices will go up. Why? Why? Why would the prices go up if your wages went up to make prices go down? Right? If you had more money to spend, you would therefore, it would cost less percentage wise. So if prices are going to go up, if your wages go up, why is that? Is it the corporations protecting their profits? Maybe. And maybe that's a bad thing. And maybe that's the reason prices have gone up. And it's actually got nothing to do with the presidency. And it's actually got everything to do with the lack of regulation, which is what the Democrats were bringing in with Lena Khan and the FDA. Was it? Was it the FDA? Food and Drug Administration? Yeah, it was. I think it was the FDA.
The Federal Trade Commission.
FTC. Okay. There's a lot of 3-4 letter agencies. But like that's a great idea. Bringing in consumer protections, excellent. Really, really good. This is what America actually needs. America legitimately actually needs consumer protections. The fact that America is the biggest capitalist nation on earth and doesn't have consumer protections is honestly crazy. It doesn't make sense. It makes even less sense than not having healthcare.
Energy production is already at an all-time high.
How do you think we got number one
Justin Wolfers,
in capitalism, bro?
Professor of Economics and Public Policy at the University of Michigan, and Peter Goodman, global economics correspondent for the New York Times. He's also the author of the book, How the World Ran Out of Everything.
We haven't run out of anything. Next.
In 30 days, 38 days, he'll have to put action behind words, deliver victories. That's a lot harder than ringing the bell. We begin tonight with George Will.
So you think the purple's nice behind me instead of blue behind me?
Yeah. I think it definitely works better. I have alternating ones. Because I put up fucking LED strips. Shit works. Great. Change me the lighting. There, that's better.
A Pulitzer Prize-winning columnist for the Washington Post, News Nation senior political contributor. Welcome back to the set, sir. Good to see you. At some point,
I thought News Nation was right-wing, but Cuomo is on it. Like, where the fuck did they come from?
Is the left, and I think you see that with Gretchen Whitmer's comment, exhausted in their fight against Donald Trump?
I don't think they're exhausted. I think they're realistic, which is that the American people want to start with a clean slate. They want to say, past is past, let's see what he can do going forward. Everyone comes to the presidency bright as a shiny new dime, and almost everyone leaves tarnished. And the question is, can he keep this up? As you say, ringing the bell at the stock exchange, being on television, which he seems to enjoy, that's one thing. But he's already had one of his most important nominees for his cabinet, the Attorney General, turned down just like that. He's got 3 or 4 others who can be sunk by unanimous Democratic opposition and 3 or 4 Republican senators. The 2 women, Lisa Murkowski and Susan Collins, and Mitch McConnell, who's a really dangerous guy now because he's got nothing left to lose.
McConnell unleashed. Well, it tells you MAGA world is now all in on hating Mitch McConnell. So it tells you they're worried. This is interesting. Presidential transition approval, CNN poll, 55% approve of Trump's transition. That's higher than the 46 he got in 2016, but lower than every other president dating back to Bill Clinton. Is it fair to say that Americans want their president to succeed?
Sure they do, because they understand that if he succeeds, and they understand it is making them happy and prosperous and peaceful, then they succeed. But the American people have a very low pain threshold now and very little patience.
Yeah, the patience issue is a key one, right? 38 days he becomes the president. January 20th, no matter what Donald Trump does, grocery prices don't suddenly go down. He's lowering expectations on that. But perhaps more importantly, how people feel about the economy is going to be basically the same. Does he inherit sort of all of those immediate problems, the feeling of disorder, or does the honeymoon phase last just a little bit longer than the transition?
A little bit longer, but on January 15th, there's a problem with the ports on the East Coast and Gulf Coast of the United States. They can bring the entire economy to a halt, and they have an extremely militant union leader.
Yep.
Now, five days of this will be the responsibility of Mr. Biden. Then all of a sudden, it's no more ceremonies, no more bell ringings. He has to govern. So we'll see.
Something that I've noticed, and I put it out as part of War Notes, which is our daily newsletter, warnotes.com, to subscribe for free. Mr. Will does, lots of other people do. You should at home as well. Nobody's moved to Canada. Nobody has started the Liz Cheney defense fund. Nobody, as far as I've seen since the election, has used the Trump is Hitler, his supporters are Nazis rhetoric. At some point, does Trump's election and how he's handling things now prove that all that was just that rhetoric and not sincerely held beliefs and fears?
I think the sheer extravagance of the hyperbole about him is going to look awfully silly. Again,
okay.
Hitler never nominated the equivalent of Attorney General, and then the Reichstag said, no, we won't take him.
Hitler wasn't in an equivalent democracy as America, you fucking idiot.
I didn't know.
This is a false equivalency. This is like comparing Australia to America with gun laws. This is a fallacy. On fucking news.
Never saw that headline in Nazi Germany. The checks and balances are real. Federalism is real.
Huh?
Bold of you to call this news.
And all of these things are restraints on the president that simply don't wither away because we have a new president.
They don't, although Donald Trump is doing things, and I think it's fair to say, that are unusual, right? All from ringing the bell at the New York Stock Exchange. I think the last person to do that was Ronald Reagan, a man you have great admiration for. As he was walking around the floor with NYSE traders, they told him, "You're our guy." Is what's good for Wall Street good for working class paycheck voters?
Probably. The stock market is a fair index of national economic health. And
this guy is a fucking dickhead. Your answer to the question, does the stock market represent the American will, was probably. In what world do the interests of what's the big bank, Morgan, and what's the other one? JP Morgan. Really? How do the interests of JP Morgan and BlackRock represent the interests of the American people? In what way? What about the telecom companies or the subscription charging people who make it extremely difficult for Americans to get out of subscriptions? What about that? That's in the corporate interest because they keep getting money. Is that in the American people's interest? Probably not, right, George? Senior political contributor, George Will, you fucking dickhead. Like, how can you sit here as, 140 years old and not understand that corporate interests do not benefit the workers or the people? Why are your lights changing color now?
Because there's a poll in the chat.
Fuck this guy.
I am a betting man, and I wager that you need better underwear. Stick around till the end of this video, though you're probably stuck down there already.
Shut the fuck
in this past election. Donald Trump, over the course of...
I should
dislike
and skip this video for
when
that.
When you open like that, you know what it tells me?
Mm-hmm.
You're not news, you're a vehicle for advertisement.
True. Which makes I'm disliking the video. However, I think we should at least
several months.
This guy has 850,000 subscribers. Wow.
Yammered.
I bet the advertisers love him.
I bet.
About grocery prices, about prices just in general. He guaranteed he's going to bring them down. I'm going to bring them down. We're going to bring them down with certainty. He spoke on the campaign trail. And we're going to pay because prices are going to increase. Remember in the moments after we learned that Donald Trump had won the election, I said, mark your calendars. Remember where the stock market was. Remember where prices were.
Only a little bit left in the poll for chat.
Can we just observe the
clock's ticking for the poll in chat?
The color difference of Donald Trump's ear and head here versus his face. At least he doesn't do the cake face and actually gets his neck though. That would be embarrassing.
Yeah, you mean his pussy?
Yes, his nussy. Like it would be embarrassing for an 80-year-old woman to miss the neck, wouldn't it?
Price of gas. Remember the average price of groceries. Remember where inflation was. Remember these economic metrics because this is about as good as it's going to get. Things are going to get worse. Donald Trump denied that over the course of all his campaigning, and now He's not as guarantee-ish, not as bullish on the possibilities of him actually lowering prices. In fact, now he's saying, I can't guarantee anything. Ugh. Super confident guy has now transformed into meek and mild, reasonable individual. But who would have thought? Who would have thought that this dipshit would be the one to be able to bring down the price of groceries when he thinks the concept of groceries, the word groceries, was unique?
He's using words like
nobody uses the word, and all of a sudden everybody's using the word groceries. Watch this.
Intermediate jank.
I won on two things: the border, and more than immigration.
Hey,
they
look,
like
you've
to
got
say
a
immigration.
countdown on the
I break it
on the
down more
clip.
to the border,
That's
but I won on
cool.
the border, and I won on groceries.
That's a lot of extra editing, though.
Yeah, I've seen other people do that.
The one thing I do like is the countdown bar
What
or
else
the ad.
people do, instead of a countdown, they'll do a bar. Like a lot of people do it for their ads. They'll show how long is left in their ad.
That I think is really, really good for the viewer of the videos because it shows you exactly where you can skip to. If you make it big enough and bold enough, you can see it on the preview and you can skip to just after it, which is great. We love that. We love people who do that. Everybody knows that the sponsorships are fucking just for money. Nobody buying that shit.
It's a very simple word.
Really, somebody
groceries.
is.
Like almost, who uses the word? I started using the word. The groceries. When you buy apples, when you buy bacon, when you buy eggs, they would double and triple the price over a short period of time.
What an apple is?
And I won an election based on that. We're going to bring those prices.
A what?
Do you think Donald Trump knows what an apple is?
Maybe. There are fruit bags from McDonald's.
Apple picking?
Never.
Not even as a kid?
No, this man has grown up in cities and never left a city. He travels from city to city and doesn't stop anywhere else.
Way down.
I want to pause here because I won on groceries, he says. Very simple word, groceries. Like almost, who uses the word? I don't know, everybody?
Making food.
Dumb everybody?
Time's running out in the poll.
When you buy apples, when you buy bacon, when you buy eggs, that's groceries. Yeah, very good, Donald Trump. Yesterday, they announced that he was made Times Man of the Year in another obsequious play to have Donald Trump not
the
crush
poll in
journalism
chat. It's almost
underfoot.
over.
And he had this to say at some stock market appearance, telling a story that most certainly did not happen about an old woman who was buying groceries, this thing that nobody does. It's so novel and unique. And she got to the counter. I'll just let him tell the story. A story that most definitely happened. Watch this.
Oil and gas. There is no country in the world that has more. We're number one. I brought it to number one during my first term in terms of production. We're going to be number one plus. We'll do numbers that nobody will really see before. And when that happens, prices are going to start coming down because people can't afford their groceries, and they're going to be affording their groceries very soon. I tell the story about a woman an old woman, no money, went to a grocery store, had 3 apples. She put them down on the counter and she looked and she saw the price and she said, "Would you excuse me?" And she walked one of the apples back to the refrigerator and came back to pay for the 2 apples. And she left with 2 apples.
Refrigerator?
The woman at the counter said that was so sad. And when I heard about the story, I said, that should never happen.
I said that should never happen. And that's because that didn't happen. Most certainly, of all the things that did not happen, that thing did not happen the most. Now, I want to remind you, just in the last few months, of Donald Trump's guarantees to bring groceries down. So this isn't like some mild vacillation. He hasn't shifted slightly in his position. He went from telling the people of America, please vote for me, I will bring down your grocery prices, to, I can't guarantee it. Watch this, if you remember this moment.
More people tell me about grocery bills, where the price of bacon, the price of lettuce, the price of tomatoes, they tell me. And we're going to do a lot of things. Our farmers aren't being treated properly. And we had a deal with China, and it was a great deal. I never mentioned it because once COVID came in, I said that was a bridge too far, because I had a great relationship with President Xi. And he's a fierce man, and he's a man that likes China, and I understand that. But we had a deal, and he was perfect on that deal. $50 billion he was going to buy. We were doing numbers like you wouldn't believe for the farmer. But the farmers are very badly hurt. The farmers in this country, we're going to get them straightened out. We're going to get your prices down.
That's a guarantee. That's telling you what he will achieve if elected to the office of President of the United States. And here we are now, again, Time Magazine naming
probably needs to be boosted.
What?
Him person of the...
I didn't say only news.
Oh.
Year or Man of the Year, and this is from their article, a lengthy article. I'll link to it below. You can read this. This particular portion about grocery prices, about the promises he made.
Who's paying attention?
By the end of Trump's first term, voters were exhausted by the chaos, fed up with his antics, and frustrated by his management of an unprecedented global health crisis. He left office with low approval ratings. Trump's victory in November may be partly the product of short memories. Do you think? For his part, Trump puts faith in his negotiating abilities. We can use the same words, he says, but maybe it's a look in your eye that works. Yet already the president-elect is moving the goalposts on some of his pledges, like lowering the price of groceries. Quote, "It's hard to bring things down once they're up," Trump says.
I pick things up and I put them down.
It's very hard. Why achieve something that has a difficulty level greater than what he's used to, which is, I guess he doesn't even open the cap of his Diet Coke. He has someone else do that for him. And even going back to the story that didn't happen, putting apples in the refrigerator.
I was gonna say,
this is the guy we're going
aren't
to
they
lean
actually
upon to
pre-open
solve
for him?
the economic problems
Yeah, well, I
that
mean,
face
they open them
grocery
in front of
prices. A
him.
guy who doesn't even know whether
They
apples
put it down
are
in the basket
stored in
and
the
they open it and
refrigerator
walk
in a
away.
grocery store. But no, invariably there will be MAGA out there who will defend Donald Trump on this. Who will, what about this? Or just straight up defend him. They'll reorder their brain and their reality to be one that, yeah, actually all my grocery stores store all the apples in the refrigerator and not just in the open produce aisles. That was from the Man of the Year article, him guaranteeing. Here he is from Meet the Press saying the very same thing. Look, I can't guarantee tomorrow.
I want to delve into one of your signature promises on the campaign trail, which was to end inflation, to lower prices. You are now proposing tariffs against the United States' three biggest trading partners. Economists of all stripes say that ultimately consumers pay the price of tariffs.
I don't believe
Can
it.
you guarantee American families won't pay more?
I can't guarantee anything. I can't guarantee tomorrow. But I can say that if you look at just pre-COVID, we had the greatest economy in the history of our country. And I had a lot of tariffs on a lot of different countries, but in particular China. We took in hundreds of billions of dollars, and we had no inflation.
So look, this isn't necessarily an exercise in I told you so. That's really not useful. But it is an exercise, and it should be, for us to be able to communicate I told you so by showing the juxtaposition between Donald Trump's campaign promises, his oft-repeated campaign promises of the things he guaranteed he'd be able to do, and then zip bang, he's a carnival barker. And then as soon as he gets what he wants, he's been given what he wants, which is winning an election, all of a sudden, oh, that's going to be really hard. I didn't know it was going to be hard. I didn't know the job of President of the United States would be difficult. Oh, that's too much. I'm sorry. You know what he's still guaranteeing, though? The thing that's not too hard is lowering corporate tax rates.
My dick?
Creating
Taxes.
wild deficits once
Of course,
again.
taxes.
Because
Why would it be
we're
like
where
that?
we are as a national debt, in large part because of behavior like Donald Trump's, giving insane, unjustified tax cuts to insanely wealthy people and corporations, and then the middle class and the working class bear the brunt
This guy's
because the tax
literally
cuts that
like
were given by Donald Trump in 2017 to the middle
50%
class.
less
they
annoying
sunsetted.
than Cenk.
The tax cuts for the rich did not. They still
He
exist,
really is
and they're going to be even
intermediate
bolstered
Cenk.
more, which will create more deficit spending because the money that would be there from those taxes is no longer there in the government coffers. He's a liar. He's a grifter. And he's stupid. Stupid as shit. He thinks apples are stored in the refrigerator. He thinks groceries is a word uncommonly used. Good job, MAGA dipshits.
Oh.
The economically uncertain. We don't know. I welcome your comments on this. You can comment below. You can also call my voicemail line, 714-576-4054. Of course, as always, you can email me daily at dollemore.com. I want to hear from you. Follow me on social media. I'm at Dollemore everywhere. I'd love to see you. And I will see you next time. Be genuine.
He has
Take
a
care.
cool line.
There are so many unknowns in life. It
We
often
should-
feels like a game of chance.
we should,
Things often turn out differently than expected.
We
despite
should
the best
have
plan.
a voice line that we have that people can leave voice messages
Well, I told my wife
on.
about this next door.
That sounds like a
She said, he
fucking
just keeps winning. He keeps doing the right thing.
fantastic idea. I love that idea.
From Doge to how about doing away with daylight savings time? President Trump put this out on Truth Social last night. He said the Republican Party will use its best efforts to eliminate daylight savings time, which has a small but strong constituency, but shouldn't. Daylight savings time is inconvenient and very costly to our nation. And you both were really happy. And we had a little debate earlier about what we all agree is we want consistency.
Yes.
Right?
100%. And I want it to be lighter later. So whatever that is, I think you were explaining that maybe that is actually daylight saving time
that sounds good.
versus standard time. But all I want is it to be late, like 9 o'clock at night. I want it to still be in the summer and be outside having a good time.
I'm going to cede my time to you because you have a lot of thoughts on this.
That's how it is now in Australia.
So do a lot of you.
Gets to like 9 o'clock, daylight still. Great.
Yeah, we have heard from you this morning. So I made the argument earlier that I'd rather keep daylight saving time year around instead of keeping standard time, because I think, like Kevin and most of us, we would, not everybody, but we would like late sunsets. We'd like more time. So look at this graph. I'll try to do my best to explain it.
Okay, go ahead.
It's a little confusing.
Yeah, it is. It is complicated.
So what you're looking at on the left side of your screen is sunrise. Okay, this is sunrises, and it says the number of people that get a sunrise before 7 a.m. Okay, on the right side, it's sunset. Do you get a sunset after 6 p.m., which is what you want? Now I want you to go on the 3 rows across. This is what we have now. So the lighter the color, the more yellow. That means you get the sunrise and the sunset. You see what I'm saying? I know it's confusing. Hold on. This middle one is daylight savings time abolished. What you want is yellow for your state.
Okay.
Now this is what Trump's proposed, the middle one. Now daylight savings time is always in effect. It's what I said, Kevin. What you see you get a lot of sunsets. That's the bottom right, right? But you lose your sunrises. So all I'm saying is if you look at this and you want yellow, Trump's right. Daylight savings time abolished. You get a lot of yellow.
Right.
You know, on both sides, the sunrise and the sunset. Did I explain it?
Good job.
I mean, this may be an indictment on my intelligence, but I didn't follow any of that.
Neither did I.
Oh my God.
You said it with confidence. You got up.
Oh my
I wish you
God.
had like a marker, a sharp.
No, like, who
Are
gives
we
a fuck?
serious?
No. Like, who gives a fuck?
But are we for real, Blondie? Are you joking?
Oh, like she.
I don't understand. I just read the prompter.
Like, daylight savings is there for a reason. It's there to make sure there's more time in summer.
Fuck daylight savings.
It was up there pointing at the wall. No one can see it.
I bet you there are people out there who follow it. It's just me.
The Karl Rove board with the marker.
I think that part of what you did taps into the direction part of my brain, where people give me like turn left and then you go to this street and then you go right.
I'm
like,
a woman. I can't
you're
drive.
speaking Greek right now.
Really?
I have no idea.
Like no north, south, east, west. No.
Not at all.
It's like turn left.
I am not Lewis and Clark. I have no idea. You tell me like you're on this north side of the building. I'm like I am inside right now.
You're hilarious.
How are you telling me this?
Now, obviously, this is struck a chord with some of our viewers. We got an email from Chaz, and it says,
Over
quote,
halfway
"Put me
over.
down for
Vote
never
now."
changing the time, but keeping the time set to always daylight saving time. Good for you." Now, Ronald says that. What do you say there? Well, you pick this one up.
He says instead of setting clocks back in the fall, set them 1 hour ahead. Then you get an additional hour of daylight in the afternoon, and then in the spring, set them back 1 hour.
Oh
So
my
he's
gosh.
flip-flopping them. The days are longer, and you don't lose anything.
Ronald. Woo. Okay, Suzanne says, here's my 2 cents worth. I prefer standard time. Okay, so that's what you don't want.
Well, I don't know. I'm reconsidering
Okay,
now.
let's
Trump may
listen
have
to,
it right.
let's listen to Suzanne. I don't like the sun to set at 9 p.m.
What? They're doing the Brett Cooper thing. Well, here's our comment.
in the summer, and I don't want the sun to not rise until 8:30 in the morning.
Suzanne makes a great point.
You know, it certainly makes commuting tougher when it's darker in the morning. And I've heard people say, and I sort of grew up on the plains, the Great Plains, and, you know, you're out there, you're working in the fields, and kids are walking to school. I remember walking to school in the morning, and it would be dark fairly often.
Yeah.
Right.
And a lot of people are saying, hey, listen, let's just get away from daylight saving for that reason. But I happen to love it when it's lighter later.
I just say pick one and stick with
Okay,
it.
yeah,
We'll all
let's
chameleon
do that.
and, get used to whatever it is. That's what I do.
I'm not honest.
No, it really isn't that hard to like change them. Change your clocks once every 6 months. You know, your phone actually does it for you automatically now, so you don't actually
Who's
realize.
going to be the tie-breaking vote? Who's paying attention enough to vote and poll?
Honestly, I'm a little bit like my head swims a little bit on
Yeah,
this.
like what Suzanne said. I'm like, whoa.
Yeah.
Well, good for you out there. You're smart.
What she said.
I'm Steve Doocy. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the
Ainsley,
Fox
you're an
News
idiot.
YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most.
I want to talk about something else that came up in the Time magazine story and also the Meet the Press interview. As you know, Trump on the campaign trail railed about inflation a lot. This was an issue that Republicans up and down the ballot talked about a lot. So I want to play a soundbite from his interview this weekend on Meet the Press with Kristen Welker about this, about specifically grocery prices.
I went on groceries. It's a very simple word, groceries. Like almost, who uses the word? I started using the word, the groceries. When you buy apples, when you buy bacon, when you buy eggs, they would double and triple the price. over a short period of time.
The groceries.
And I won an election based on that. We're going to bring those prices
The
way down.
groceries.
I can verify apples have been pricier than I've liked. But I want to compare that to what he said in the Time Magazine interview, also on grocery prices. This was the quote there. He said, I'd like to bring them down. It's hard to bring things down once they're up. You know, it's very hard. Hans, what do you think's behind?
How would you respond to some of your fellow members describing him as a national security risk?
I want to address the issue that's in the headlines right now. I stand in full support and wholeheartedly agree with the statements that President Trump has made over these last few days with regards to the developments in Syria.
That was Tulsi Gabbard earlier today on Capitol Hill, where she was
God.
seeking support for her confirmation as Donald Trump's director of national intelligence. Given the events out of Syria this weekend, her sympathies for ousted dictator Bashar al-Assad are once again, understandably, under scrutiny. It also comes after a pretty damning story from NBC News I just talked through. But that story revealed that in 2018, congressional aides of both parties on the House Foreign Affairs Committee did not trust then Congresswoman Gabbard with the identity of a Syrian defector known as Caesar, who had exposed atrocities committed by the...
Damn. So literally bipartisan concern about her leaking to
Bro,
Assad. Crazy.
They had a witness in the United States who met with the committee she was on.
Yeah.
They made him show up in a fucking balaclava because they couldn't trust Tulsi on the committee.
That's fucking insane.
right.
Like, surely if that's
You know, it's
the
even more insane. The runoff poll that's in
Like,
chat right now. Who's paying
the-
attention enough to vote in the poll?
the fact that there's somebody in the American government that they have to take those kind of concerns with, a whistleblower, really lowers the confidence in the American system
and then,
for people to go to.
She met with these Syrians on the border with Turkey
Mm.
who had like been burned or something because they got bombed by Russia. I think.
Mm-hmm.
And she asked them, "How do you know ISIS didn't bomb you?" And they're like, "Are you for real?"
Tulsi
ISIS doesn't
said
have
that.
planes, idiot.
Tulsi said that.
Yeah.
Wow.
I know, right?
Amazing.
So cool.
Incredible.
Go to tree jail for you. Assad regime. Joining me now is NBC News investigative reporter Dan DeLuce, who broke this story that I just talked through.
Huh?
I took a shower, but I didn't get all the orange off me.
And Muaz
Like,
Mustafa,
it's
who's the
really bad,
executive
like, on
director.
my, like, arms.
Ah, yeah. What is the orange? Is it just like
Just
a
whatever the
surgery
fucking
thing?
iodine or whatever they were using.
Yeah, okay.
Whatever the modern iodine is.
Of the Syrian Emergency Task Force. This is quite a story and quite a time happening in the world history.
Chili sauce.
But it's not. It gets in your arms and armpits because they were like putting it on my chest, so it drips down the side of the chest.
I know it's very
Chili sauce.
It's very liquidy.
Chili sauce.
Yeah, well, like I was shaving and like on my neck, there was orange. So like every time I would rinse the razor, the shaving cream was orange.
Oh, really? Fucking
Yeah.
hell. Woohoo! Milk guys.
Is obviously happening over the past.
Was it hard to get off? It was pretty easy. It just came off.
No, it's still on me. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, that's hilarious.
I'm
don't
saying,
have a mood for clowning right now.
Like all over my arm. It's all over my arm here.
You can't really see it. Yeah, okay.
Orange.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, it typically stays around the joints for a little bit, I think.
Oh, look in here. This is still pretty orange.
Yeah. Fair enough. Pain in the ass. They should give you special soap to wash it off.
Past couple of days. So Dan, let me start with you because it feels like part of the big
It'd cost you $500 for a single squirt.
news in this
They
piece
shaved
is
my-
that
they
congressional.
shaved my stack, and like as I was waking up, it was so itchy that I scratched it raw. So like my nuts actually hurt worse than my chest the first day. You if you've ever like had sore nuts, like maybe you nicked them shaving or maybe you had chocolate too hard or
For
You like make a couch, tuck your nuts in with your underwear, you know? You like lift them up, like tuck the underwear behind them so they stay in one place.
Yep.
Doctor, I think I might be a homosexual.
Show me your bag of secrets.
That would have been better.
National aides of both parties on the House Foreign Affairs Committee didn't trust then Congresswoman Gabbard with sensitive information. I mean, to say the least. But set the scene a little bit for us. This was a meeting that was happening.
That's honestly so fucking embarrassing.
I know, right?
A closed-door meeting happening in 2018. She'd gone to Syria in 2017. Tell us a little bit more about what was happening in that room.
Yeah, so this was 2018, and this was this House Foreign Affairs Committee meeting, closed doors, with this Syrian defector who had become famous, known as Caesar, who had exposed these terrible atrocities committed by the Assad regime, executions, torture, a trove of photographs.
Caesar photos, people may have heard of, yes.
Thousands of photos, okay? And they wanted to have a private meeting with him. And when he would meet with lawmakers privately, he would take off his mask and his disguise and be himself and reveal his identity. However, there was concern among both Republican and Democratic staffers. They weren't fully confident that Tulsi Gabbard could be trusted. Would she respect his anonymity? Would she do something to somehow reveal his identity? And so they agreed. They told Caesar's team, including Muaz, please just make sure he has his face covered when she enters the room. So that tells you the misgivings they had.
It's quite telling. And Muaz, you helped set up this meeting. Aides came to you from both parties, which I think is important for people to understand. What were the concerns they were expressing, and how did you decide what to do in that moment with these aides?
Yeah, so Caesar had testified before the House Foreign Affairs Committee in a public hearing before with the full disguise back in 2014. This was a chance to have this direct conversation with members without Caesar being, sweating and hiding and has to whisper so his voice is not heard. We were very excited about it, but we were all really worried about Tulsi. And the fact is, the Republican and Democratic staffers were the ones that even came to me first saying, SETF has been custodians of the Caesar file for a while. The anonymity and the protection of Caesar is paramount because Russia wants to kill him, Iran wants to kill him, Assad wants to kill him.
And what were they worried was going to happen? This is what I want people to understand.
We were all really terrified, especially the staffers, that she may take a photo of him or maybe even record his voice or identify anything about his identity and bring that information back to America's adversaries, whether that be Putin or Assad.
This was not your only interaction with Tulsi Gabbard. You were also on the trip in 2015 that she took. What is your view about whether or not she should have the top intelligence job?
Well, first of all, look, I'm proud to watch what's happening in Syria because it just liberated itself from a horrible dictatorship. And my worry was someone like Tulsi would do everything they can to try to keep Assad in power. She was a big fan. Now, Assad's gone. But my worry is now for my country, the United States. Tulsi Gabbard is almost a perfect product of Russian information operations. She backs things like, she's criticized allies, whether it be Japan or it be Ukraine. She follows an ideology that kind of distrusts, it goes along with the narrative that Putin puts out. And I think that's dangerous. I think it's dangerous for the Five Eyes, for example, right? Like
the countries we share intelligence with, the United States. Yes.
That's right. I mean, because in a hearing, we could not trust, her, leaking 1%.
I mean,
how can France?
No, I know. I was being facetious, but like genuinely, great work.
Or Australia share intelligence if they're not so sure it might end up in the wrong hands. So they would maybe withhold intelligence. That's not good for our alliance.
That is exactly how a host should interject somebody's discussions. We have a Discord. The link is down below. I think.
If it's not, Revy can pin it. Wait, is Revy here? I don't know. I just know that nobody's paying attention and they're all ignoring the poll.
No, I guess the Discord link isn't there. Let me fix that. Discord. Can you pin that? And then also, I'll send it to you in private chat.
You couldn't open the poll.
I will send it to you in private.
It came too late. There's a new poll now.
Here.
But now I can't.
Discord link. Can you chuck that into the Twitch links down on the bottom bit?
No, the pin I made is covering the poll. Now who's gonna see the poll?
No, it says view all there.
Yeah, but they already weren't paying attention.
It's fine.
Tulsi, along with other members of the House and Senator Kaine, to the border of Turkey and Syria to meet with victims and everything. This was in 2015. You know, there were little girls that talked about how parents got killed, they got burned from a Russian Assad airstrike. Tulsi's response was, how do you know it was Assad? You know, it's not about being misguided or misinformed. It's about even when you see the facts, you're still following sort of a worldview of our adversaries. That's dangerous for any position in government, much less Director of National Intelligence.
Let me ask you before I let you go. Trump National Security Advisor John Bolton said something that was this weekend that I wanted to ask you about, that in the wake of Assad's departure, there might now be files uncovered in Syria about Tulsi Gabbard. We don't know that to exist at this point in time, but do you think that's possible?
I think that's very possible. I mean, first of all, our number one thing that we want to find in Syria is Austin Tice and other Americans that were taken by the Assad regime and get them home. But in our collection of intelligence, interrogation of some of these war criminals, etc., everything is being collected. And I think there could very much be a lot of information on Tulsi Gabbard because she's the highest profile anyone willing to visit a genocidal narco-trafficking tyrant, you know, against her own party at the time. She was a Democrat and against the other party, the Republicans, and just the establishment. And so they would definitely have a lot of files on her. They would definitely have made sure to have good relations and contacts with her. So I would not doubt at all. I think Bolton could be right.
Well, Mustafa, Dan DeLuce, thank you both so much for joining me. Really excellent piece. We'll repost it on it online. I know you have a big trip coming up.
We know he likes to collect magazine covers.
What? Oh my God. Stop that.
But now he doesn't have to mock one up. For the second time, he is Time Magazine's Person of the Year. To me, there are other contenders, but if they did anything but name him, that would be flat out biased.
Well, so Time.com has just released that.
Dude, they're trying to be doing the same exact thing that they did with Hitler again. You know what I mean? Not wrong, but in a good way. No, I mean, they're not wrong in a bad way, for sure.
Like, I don't understand why people don't.
Today, President-elect Donald Trump
happens every fucking time. Time names their person of the year, and it's a politician. It's like, yeah, the person of the year is the most influential person of the year. Like, of course it's going to be Donald Trump. Are you fucking dumb? It could have been Putin. It was probably Putin last year.
I re-uploaded the only news soundbite.
I can't. You're super sketchy again.
I uploaded the only news soundbite.
Okay. Where?
It's a new folder. It's going to be 1214 in sound folders.
Mm-hmm.
I like it.
What?
You like what?
I didn't say only news.
It's kind of harsh in the beginning there.
Yeah.
Because I couldn't hear when I was making it.
Yeah.
Let me fix.
That he's willing to enlist the U.S. military to deport migrants and is open to creating new detention camps to facilitate those deportations. The comments from an interview with Time Magazine are the latest from Mr. Trump on his key campaign pledge, mounting the largest deportation operation in American history. Stephanie Sy reports from Colorado, a state with significant protections for undocumented immigrants that also found itself at the center of the immigration debate during the campaign.
In Northwest Aurora, groups of immigrant day laborers wait for work. The re-election of a president promising mass deportations has not fazed some. This young man immigrated from Guatemala 9 years ago.
I don't think it's going to be anything. He says he's only going to deport those who are carrying out crimes.
Others, like this man from Mauritania, say Trump's election has sparked his fears of deportation. The recently arrived asylum seeker asked to remain anonymous.
If we go back there, it's prison or death. I'm really scared. It keeps me up at night. If I'm returned, I don't know where I'll go. I know that I will be in trouble.
That's a sentiment Mateos Alvarez
Pretty
has heard a
cool.
lot over the last month.
There is concern around mass deportation naturally, and especially for those in this community across the board, because it's very diverse here, lower income, lots of folks coming and living here now. This is their second home from all over the world.
Alvarez runs the Aurora Economic Opportunity Coalition, one of several nonprofits that sprung into action in 2022 when tens of thousands of migrants began to arrive in Colorado.
We are in a community that doesn't have a lot of resources, and it was very overwhelming for us in Aurora, but we've done a great job to get folks moving into the different pathways, work authorization when it comes to asylee applications, and on and on and on.
But in August, a video of armed men in an apartment complex in Aurora went viral.
Now, there's been allegations that these gangs have completely taken this building over.
Everybody has seen the viral video footage. They have guns. They have a lot of guns. They are violent.
Aurora City Councilwoman Danielle Jurinsky helped make this video national news. She says that the violent Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua came.
Okay, let's
Okay,
have a look. Let's
I
look this
re-uploaded
one
it.
up.
I think it should be
Danielle
more balanced.
Jurinsky. Sounds Russian. Danielle for Aurora. Let's go. Let's have a look. Accomplishments. Looks like a bootlicker. Very cool. Yeah, this person is definitely... Yeah, okay. Accomplishments is pictures, apparently, not words. The issues. Here we go. Jobs in the economy. Way to be a cookie cutter. Public safety. Okay. I fucking hate these local politicians who are like, I'm not a politician. I'm just a mum. Fuck off.
Well, that tells you how conservative they are.
Yeah.
Mom signaling.
Mm-hmm. So we kind of get her vibe here. Definitely no racism.
With the recent wave of migrants to Aurora,
It is so unfortunate that our immigration system became so broken.
the city of 400,000 residents became part of a frequent Trump attack line against Vice President Kamala Harris during the campaign.
You look at Aurora in Colorado. They are taking over the towns. They're taking over buildings. They're going in violently.
They're eating the cats and the dogs.
That she and Biden led into our country.
Aurora's Republican mayor, Ann Jurinsky, issued a statement saying Tren de Aragua has not taken over the city, and the problem is limited to specific properties. In recent months, Aurora police have arrested at least 9 alleged members of the gang.
It turned out to be 10 gang members. People were scared, yes, but what
10.
was stated and what was fact.
10 fucking people is what this story was over. 10 people.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
And it's somewhere in the middle, to be honest. But nationally, when all that was going on, it made things more stressful.
The apartment complex that made national news in Aurora is set to close. But accounts of it
Nice.
being overrun by a violent Venezuelan gang continue to reverberate, making this diverse city a focus of national immigration policy, including President Trump's pledge to conduct mass deportations.
These towns have been conquered.
At a rally here in October, Trump announced Operation Aurora, a plan to use an obscure 18th century law to deport undocumented gang members, but that some critics argue could lead to detentions and deportations without
Can't wait.
judicial review.
Who's ready for concentration camps? Are you guys ready for concentration camps? It's going to be pretty cool. Any sort of war breaks out, concentration camps.
Aurora, Colorado.
The same law that Trump wants to use is the one that set up the concentration camps for Japanese in World War II. That is the policy that he wants to use, by the way.
Not a sanctuary city.
Jurinsky, who spoke at the Trump rally, says her concern has always been on those breaking the
Hey,
law,
look, if you
not
just waited,
all
you figure
immigrants.
out what kind of woman she was.
Yep.
Very clear that they are coming for the criminals first. In my opinion, that's a lot. And I know it's been put out there that, folks that have been here for 20, 30 years are going to be taken and families are going to be torn apart. I just don't believe that. I just don't. I hope that I'm not proven to be wrong. If I see some things like that, I potentially could be a speed bump.
How would you be a speed bump?
I would certainly speak up and do
You're so
anything that I
brave.
could. I certainly would not be okay with families being separated, folks being taken from our community that have grown roots here.
Aurora's immigrant population is not united on their feelings about deportations. One longtime resident from Mexico told us anonymously that fellow Latin American immigrants that commit crimes deserve to be deported. And Sandra Pitol, an undocumented migrant who came from Mexico more than 23 years ago, had this view.
Did you say something about the Japanese?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Why? Did you just send me something?
All right, here he coming. Time to shooting now, please, I hope. No, wait, please. Japanese customs say, always shooting a man in the back, please. Oh, thank you.
What the fuck?
What?
Was that just on Quick Draw? Didn't you already send me a... You did.
I'm not sure if it's the same one, though. I think it's different.
It's not the same one.
If I have to leave this country, I'll leave because it's not my country, and I've always been aware.
That's a good soundbite.
8 years ago, Donald Trump.
Japanese only shooting in the back.
Yeah.
From that racist Donald Duck cartoon.
Yeah. Yeah, if you want to pull it, pull it.
Was also
Put it on.
president, and he was also saying that he was going to deport people, immigrants, and really, well, nothing happened.
But Gladys Ibarra takes Trump at his word.
We hear these threats and these promises, and I don't think we should take them lightly.
Ibarra is the co-executive director of the Colorado Immigrant Rights Coalition and is herself a recipient of DACA, the Obama-era program for those who were brought to the U.S. as children without documentation. While Trump has recently said he would protect DACA recipients, he tried to shut it down in his first term.
A lot of us, myself, I have children.
It's legitimately insane to go after DACA and tell these people who had no option when they were brought to the United States that they have to leave to a country that they've never been to, that they've got no connection to. Like, that's fundamentally fucking crazy to even propose something like that.
If something were to happen to me, what is the plan that I'm leaving behind, and if in case I'm unable to be with my children? Who will be in charge for them? You know, deportations leave a lasting impact on our community. And I'm thinking of the most common.
What would be better is legitimately fighting the state if they were trying to deport American citizens. Like, realistically, any child brought to the country illegally should probably get citizenship. Because what are you going to do? Separate them and then send them back and put them into the foster system or whatever fucking country they came from? Is that a better option? Like, what other choice is there? Well, we'll see, because it's not Donald Trump saying the migration stuff. It's the people behind him. And it's the people who are now in the administration that we have to worry about, not Donald Trump. And these are the policies that they wanted.
Common scenario where we see a parent be separated, the trauma that leaves for the child, and how that impacts their upbringing, but also the people around them.
The organization is holding Know Your Rights trainings for immigrants. It is also bracing for pushback to laws that protect immigrants in Colorado, like a 2019 measure that prohibits local and state police from helping federal authorities with civil immigration enforcement.
We have worked tirelessly with our partners, both on the ground and in the Capitol, to ensure that everyone in Colorado feels safe from federal government overreach. But every year we have seen people that want to challenge our laws locally, right? We see those efforts, and we have held the line this far. I think we have a fight ahead of us.
Back in Aurora, Mateos Alvarez says he's remained focused on getting migrants on the right track, while the uncertainty of President-elect Trump's mass deportation promise looms.
Right now, we don't have much to go on other than that kind of slogan. But for us, we are trying to be proactive and put people to work, become independent, follow the rules. Doing that allows us to bring hope to the many who came here for whatever reason that they came here.
Hope that some fear will soon be out of reach. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Stephanie Tsai in Aurora, Colorado.
Congressional lawmakers today told Apple and Google they must be ready.
Okay.
to remove TikTok from their U.S. app stores on January 19th. Last week, a U.S. federal appeals court upheld a law requiring TikTok's parent company, ByteDance, to sell it in the U.S. or face a ban. The app is used by 170 million Americans, and lawmakers argue that the Chinese government's relationship with TikTok's parent company threatens data privacy and national security. As the deadline grows closer, there are lots of questions about what will happen to the app or who could buy it. Joining us now to discuss that is Frank McCourt, who's leading a group of investors to try to buy the U.S. part of TikTok. He's executive chairman of McCourt Global. Thanks for being with us.
Hi, Jeff. How are you?
Doing well, thanks. So TikTok's Chinese parent company, ByteDance, says it has no plans to sell the app. And the Chinese government, as I understand it, is unlikely to approve the sale of TikTok's U.S. business. So why do you see an opening here?
Well, we've said all along that we believe the government's case would be upheld. It was a week ago today, and we believe when push comes to shove that the app will be sold. It won't be sold, however, with the Chinese algorithm. And I think that's really the key point. China's made it clear that that's national intellectual property. They're not selling it, and we're one of the few, if not the only bidder, that is interested in buying U.S. TikTok without the algorithm. We have a full, clean, made in America stack ready to go to migrate the user base over to it. So we think there's a high likelihood that there'll be a sale. We could be wrong, and it may be shut down. But I hope it's not shut down. The user base of TikTok hopes it won't be shut down. And of course, President-elect Trump has said he doesn't want to see a ban either.
What conversations have you had with the president-elect or members of his team about this?
We're just opening up those lines of communication now. Now that the judges made their ruling and the deadline is set. And so we just want to make sure that the president-elect knows that there's an alternative here that's a real win-win. And by that, I mean the Chinese government can win because they can keep their algorithm.
I don't think WeChat. I don't think so. This guy is like 10 years from Mitch McConnell turtle status. Look at this guy. Why is it always white assholes who buy these fucking companies? Like, can we not have another fucking rich white asshole?
President-elect Trump can fulfill a desire and a commitment to stop the app from being banned. The American citizens in America can be protected. And
have you seen Mitch McConnell lately?
Is he dead?
No.
Unfortunate.
We can remove the national security threat, and of course, the user base on TikTok can continue to enjoy the platform.
Without that algorithm, that proprietary code that makes the app so effective at predicting what kinds of videos users want to see, without that special sauce, doesn't that make TikTok certainly less valuable, but also less desirable?
Yeah, that is a big point. It does make it U.S. TikTok less valuable, and the algorithm is great, but as I said, people, so is democracy, so is civil discourse, so is a information ecosystem that gets us all started, so is protecting kids. So the point here is we want to move the user base of TikTok over to a new stack that is not driven by a top-down algorithm. And what I mean by that is the current tech architecture is one where we're all surveilled. Our personal data is scraped and aggregated. Algorithms are applied, and then we're manipulated, quite frankly. And this is the national security threat that's become obvious now.
Bring back MySpace.
And why Congress moves so quickly. We don't
restore MySpace to how it was pre-internet, modern internet at least.
Want the algorithm, nor do we need it. We think the internet should not be architected in that way, and that there should be a new upgraded internet where each of us own and control our identity, our data.
Two versions
of
the Japanese shooting in the back, please.
Okay. Did I fix the news?
I didn't say only news.
I did not. Stop snoring, dog. Can you hear him?
No.
He woke up. All right, downloading.
I didn't see only news.
That's better.
No, no, no. No, wait, please. Japanese customs say always shooting a man in the back, please. Oh, thank you.
It's too long.
Japanese customs say always shooting a man in the back, please.
That's better.
Yeah, one's just extended.
Mm-hmm. Shorter is always better for the most part, I would say. So 3 and the 6, 3 seconds, 6 seconds.
Yes.
Our relationships, and we get to curate our own algorithm.
Another practical question about how this might work. China changed its laws back in 2020, as you well know, allowing it to block the sale of Chinese technology to an American buyer. How would you get around that? Have you had any conversations with Chinese officials in Beijing?
We've reached out for ByteDance. We'd like to have a conversation with them. But again, we're not buying the back end here. We're not interested in replicating a top-down technology that takes advantage of American citizens. We actually would like to stop the exploitation and empower American citizens. We think
we are
this
a
TikTok
superpower, but we
problem
do not
is a
have
moment
super patience.
to turn it into an opportunity, to actually use this moment to catalyze an alternative upgraded internet, and then let people choose. They can choose an internet where they're surveilled and their data is scraped, and in exchange they get, a free app, or an internet where they can be empowered. They can be in charge of themselves, reclaim their personhood, their data, and own it, control it, and actually receive value for it.
So what might a user experience in this idealized version of TikTok that you're describing?
Be a very, very similar experience in terms of what the app looks like and feels like and
I
how
don't
it's
have a
used.
mood for clowning right now.
In this new version, let's call it TikTok 2.0, the user will be in charge of their data. They'll own their relationships. They'll be able to actually monetize their data. Before we made this bid, I took a ride out to Malibu, California, and had dinner with 20 of the biggest influencers and creators on TikTok. I wanted to know what they thought about the app and how it might be improved. And we learned from them a few things. And what we learned is that they're not thrilled with how it works because they don't understand why some of the content they put on TikTok goes viral and they become famous, and other very similar content that they put on TikTok doesn't go viral. And because it's a black box algorithm, they have no idea.
Show me your bag of secrets.
What is working and why, and more importantly, they don't know who their community is.
Well, this January deadline is fast approaching. Frank McCourt, thank you for joining us this evening. We appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thanks, Obama.
A potential TikTok ban is
Oh my god. I hope it gets banned and all of the TikTok people go to Instagram and their brain rot gets cured and we stop seeing this like self-censorship language bullshit. Oh god. It's over. The brain rot has won.
Yep.
It's incurable. It's like cordyceps.
starting is supposed to start in less than 6 weeks.
The Last of Us was right, except it's information cordyceps.
Speaking of information, did you read the plot to Splinter Cell Chaos Theory that I sent you?
No.
The little wiki page?
No. You sent me a wiki page?
It was just like a screenshot.
Give me a second. I watched
It
that
was a while
video.
ago.
Then probably not. Maybe I did. Remind me.
It's the plot to Splinter Cell.
Great. That helped.
I'll pull it up. Just give me a second here.
Companies too. They're wondering how social media will look without it. Karen Kaifa is in Washington with the latest.
TikTok continues to fight a law signed by President Joe Biden in April that requires it to divest from Chinese-based parent
I'm gonna
company
see if I can
ByteDance
just
by
post
January
it in the
19th.
private chat.
2025 or be banned in the U.S. Lawmakers argued national security concerns. TikTok argues a right to free speech. If the law takes effect, U.S. app stores and internet services could face hefty fines for hosting the app and its updates.
That's what keeps it running smoothly. So after a certain point, if you're not getting updates to TikTok, it's basically going to stop working.
And that could prompt a shift in where users spend time online, especially younger users whose preferences change.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so the game came out in 2005. Okay, so here's the plot. In June 2007, tensions are running high between China, North Korea, South Korea, and Japan due to Japan's formation of the Information Self-Defense Force. Considering this to be a violation of Article 9 of post-World War II Constitution and blaming the ISDF for information warfare attacks against their countries. Chinese and North Korean forces established a blockade in the Yellow Sea against Japanese shipping. As Japan is an ally of the United States and by extension the NSA Third Echelon, the U.S. Navy detaches an advanced warship, the USS Clarence E. Walsh, to the Yellow Sea in hopes that China and North Korea will back down.
Interesting. That's fucking cool. That's fucking cool as shit.
Like one of the last missions, a fucking missile gets launched into Korea.
Oh yeah.
And you see it happen, and then the very next mission is a 2-part mission where North Korea is invading Seoul.
Okay.
And there's tanks on the street, and you're on the rooftops.
That's pretty
trying to do your objectives and complete stealth in the clunkiest game of all time.
Sounds like a cool game.
I mean, like I said, I think the lighting, the lighting atmosphere is just the first mission. It starts in a cave with pretty dim lights.
Yeah.
Then you're in this old fortress that a lighthouse overlooks. But when you go into the old fortress, there's a guy being tortured, and they have a big spotlight shining on him, so you see his shadow on the wall, and they're electrocuting him.
Oh, Jesus, okay.
And you hear him being tortured as you're coming up to it. It's genuinely scary. I was scared as a kid. And then you go in there, and the guy's dead when you find him, right?
Yeah.
And then the next section, it's a lightning storm, and the guys are talking about how lightning scares him because one time when he was a kid in his village, every time the lightning struck, people were dying under the special forces attack.
Oh, okay.
And you can grab him and interrogate him, and he's like, I knew you'd come back for me. But also a lighthouse is rotating as well.
Yeah.
So there's the noise and light from the lightning as well as the lighthouse spinning to do all this dynamic lights.
Yeah. And so it's because when did the game come out?
2005.
Fuck. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is I don't think lighting is as good now. It's God rays and shit, but the atmospheric lighting is so good in Chaos Theory.
Yeah, no, you're definitely right because it's really hard to do volumetric smoke and dust particles. That it made it easier when it was just you could just have it as basically just a wall that you could walk through. Or it's much easier. Because it's just much easier to do it when it's lower fidelity.
One of the things that is constant with the work that we do with teens is just acknowledging that the social media landscape.
That's sound for you. It was
that
one
one
just a while back.
Okay.
When we didn't have access to the soundboards.
Because Ghost of Tsushima does the atmosphere very well, in my opinion.
Yeah, with Splinter Cell, the lighting is just so important.
And
even Splinter Cell since then, Chaos Theory has a really good HUD. It gives you the information you need.
Great.
It shows how much light is visible light.
Mm-hmm.
and it shows, and it also, like, the sound meter is very interesting because it has a little square on it, and the square is the volumetric sound around you that you're in already. So if you're in a loud environment, it'll be like maxed out. They won't be able to hear your gunshots.
Yeah, okay.
So theoretically, if you time your shots with the thunder by shooting right when lightning goes off, the thunder will hit right after, and they won't hear your shots.
Yeah, interesting. It's a good way to design a game, but it also, as I was saying at the very beginning of the stream, would require effort and actually paying artists.
And change, and sometimes
He say you Blade Runner.
Anderson of the Pew Research Center says their survey of teens ages 13 to 17 found nearly half say they are online almost constantly. YouTube is the most widely used and visited platform among teens.
You like that one?
Yeah, it's good.
And about 6 in 10
He say you Blade Runner.
visit TikTok every day. Some TikTok users have started to lean into similar platforms like Meta's Instagram Stories, but could eventually see change among the big US-based tech companies, who CNET technology reporter Abrar Al-Hiti says are facing their own government pushback because of their size and influence.
They're not going to be banned, but they are facing some pushback as well. So it is an opportunity for American companies to potentially.
What?
I'm looking at that now that I'm back in there. Somebody said, "It's loud. What game is this?" Oh, Splinter Cell is what that's what they were asking. What game is this? They're going to Splinter Cell Chaos Theory. The clunkiest game ever made.
But it's still, they're still facing scrutiny for other reasons too.
In Washington, I'm Karen Kaifa.
TikTok wants to delay any decision until the Supreme Court can review any potential ban. Well, it may be.
Thanks.
You worked on this issue on Capitol Hill. My question is actually a technical one. It's actually not a day one.
Okay.
This morning, another major sign that the countdown clock might be ticking for
This was, I don't know anything about UFC.
For TikTok.
I do know that wrestling and UFC spaces are quite right wing and like a big part of what Trump was trying to pitch to the public.
And I just want to qualify that the person we're about to play, he's a conspiracy theorist in a number of ways, but like
it doesn't matter if this is satisfying.
Right.
Like, so I'm not endorsing this guy's politics, like whatever. I don't know much about him as a human being, but I really liked how hard he went at Elon Musk.
Great sentiment here.
Appreciate this. This is UFC fighter Bryce Mitchell talking about Elon Musk.
You've been critical of Elon Musk. How do you feel about his involvement with the Doge?
Well, I think that time will prove me correct. Time will always reveal someone's true character, and if you put that man in a position of power, his true character will be revealed. And let's just put it this way. He has all the money in this country. He's the wealthiest man in the country, and he wasted on fucking rockets, man. Think about it, dude. He could actually help people with that money, but he don't give a shit about you. He's got all the money in the world to help you. It'd be a penny to him, and you would never have to work again. He don't give a shit about you, though. He wants to waste it on rockets and waste it on all these cars that suck. And time will reveal the character of that man. And the more he gets under the spotlight, you can't fake it forever. His character will be revealed, and you mark my words, it will be seen that he is a rat bastard. And if I had all that money, I would like to think I would help people more than he does. What do you play, man?
I just love that last sentence too. I would like to think I'd help people a lot more. Well, then you wouldn't have all that money. I mean, to be honest with you, like we were joking about this, but I really do think like professional athletes, they're performers or actors or whatever. These are still people that are working for a living. They just don't own the means of production.
And often know people who, unlike, people who come from more professional backgrounds, they generally know people who are extremely under, economic pressure.
And often they are reliant. Athletes are the meal ticket sounds insensitive, but really just like to help the rest of their family to support them. This is sometimes what the economy of these professional athletes becomes, right? Especially in sports where they come from disproportionately lower income, like football versus hockey, for example.
And in fight sports.
Yeah, in fight sports.
And also, especially in this kind of applies to acting in a way too, but it's also in sports. And if you don't necessarily come from a lineage of former
honestly, fight sports might be the easiest avenue that you can get into if you are in a lower income community. If you think about it, right? If you're in a gang or you're like in a low income community and you're committing crimes, you're pretty rough, right? And you go, you know what? Fuck the streets. I'm gonna go to this fight gym. And you train and train and train, and you go into fights at 18 and you start rocking people, there's a very high chance that you'll get given a shot.
The boxing gym here, it's literally across the street from the worst high school.
Really? Honestly, good.
It's in it's in one of the worst neighborhoods.
That's
It's an old McDonald's too, so it has that old McDonald's roof on it.
That's great. Like that's honestly fight gyms and gyms inside low income areas, cheap fight gyms and gyms. Great fucking idea. Get some structure in your life, and then you also get discipline as well, because if you get a good instructor, they tell you that once you know how to punch somebody, you want to not punch somebody, because that's how you kill people. Right? Fights don't go anywhere most times because nobody knows how to throw a proper punch. If you throw a proper punch, you can kill people quite easily. Humans are fragile. I don't know if you know this.
Yeah, like when Thane punched that guy in the throat.
Like, humans are very fragile things. And learning not only how to fight, but the discipline and
video of the guy who gets stuck in the
conflict
lathe?
resolution. In Russia?
Yeah.
Yes, I have seen that
And he
one. And he gets
basically
flung
explodes.
everywhere. Yeah, yes, I have seen that one, yes. It is one of the hardest videos I've ever watched, honestly. Like, it was hard to watch. And then the guy runs over. Dude, the guy runs over and he's just like, what the fuck? And runs the fuck away. I'm like, I feel you, man. What the fuck? It's just like meat socks everywhere. Crazy. But yeah.
Athletes or former people in the field who have.
But yeah, like, it's a good idea, I think, to have that kind of thing in lower income areas. Not only does it offer community as well, but as I said, like, learning the discipline of how to throw a punch and the discipline of not throwing a punch and conflict resolution is extremely, extremely helpful and extremely useful.
Either that institutional knowledge / backing /
there's a potential of
financial
getting-
security.
Yeah.
You are the
If
one
you're
basically
good.
being like, okay, I'm getting my money from my contract, et cetera, et cetera. I'm the one divvying it up, 10 to 15 different ways because of my, legal representation, personal representation, all of the family members
Did you
that I want
swap us
to
to
want
just
to be
chatting
helping.
yet?
I flipped us back because it went under a certain threshold.
Okay, well, we're back over 10 if you want to.
Out and wanting to assist with the windfall that I've received. If you're not somebody like, for example, and this isn't even necessarily to line him directly, but I'm saying if you're not someone like Steph Curry, for example, or Klay Thompson, or LeBron James Jr. or something like that, you don't have those things to fall back on, and you are the one who is actually supposed to be the fulcrum for everybody else.
Yeah, and this is where we're talking about.
I wish that there were different formatting things that, like, because this would be great to have us bigger. But, like,
This is Bailey's a bit bigger.
like that one, maybe?
You drink Bailey's from his brew?
We'll try this one. What do you reckon about this? Yeah.
About moments of class consciousness and the way people are going after Luigi Mangione and talking, oh, he came from a prominent family. Well, he's 26. That's when Obamacare's allowances for allowing yourself to stay on your parents' insurance expires. And clearly he had issues, but clearly he was in a lot of pain. And the focus on his individual background or political ideology really obscures all of this in the same way that focusing on Bernie Sanders' jacket price obscures his politics. In the same way that, like, in my view, criticizing athletes and how much they get paid obscures the reality of, like, the class politics in this country, which is the people that are owning things and the people that are making wages, regardless of how low or high they are. Because the high wage earners, which basically, for this example, I'm using professional athletes, are so few and far between, but the dynamic is still the same. And usually, even in that class of people, a great majority of the athletes below them are making much less, and they have a limited time to capitalize on their talents while they're in their 20s and early 30s.
True.
And
if they get injured, they're fucked.
The murder of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson has revealed a simmering anger with the American healthcare system. William Brigham has more.
That's right, Jeff. Today, in a New York Times op-ed, Andrew Whitty, who is the CEO of United Healthcare's parent company, acknowledged people's anger, saying, in part, We know the health system does not work as well as it should, and we understand people's frustrations with it. No one would design a system like the one we have. But of course, it is the system we have that so many people feel is rigged against them. For some insight into all of this, we are joined now by Wendell Potter. He spent decades working for the health insurance company Cigna before leaving and dedicating his career to reforming that industry. Wendell Potter, so good to have you on the program. We shouldn't have to stipulate this, but let me do so. Murdering a healthcare executive is completely unacceptable. The online discourse that has followed that murder is ghoulish and ghastly. But I want to ask you, as someone who spent years working within that industry, what has your reaction been to seeing this cauldron of anger and fury reveal itself?
You know, it really hasn't surprised me. I thought it was just a matter of time before we would see something like this. It's tragic that the circumstances are as they are, that someone was murdered. But this has been building for a long time. And I saw it even when I was in the industry. I knew that people didn't like us, didn't like the work that we did. And for good reason, because we, as a matter of business, denied necessary care for years and years and years. And also made people pay a lot of money out of their own pockets in recent years before their coverage kicks in. As a consequence, people are just not getting the care that they need and can afford, despite ever increasing premiums every single year. And it is a system that these companies didn't create, but I can assure you, they spent an enormous amount of money to keep it in place because it's...
Yeah, I don't give a fuck who created it. They're profiting from it. It's that simple.
It is extraordinarily profitable and very rewarding for the shareholders that own these companies.
I mean, there have been some people, including some prominent Democrats, who have said while they don't condone the shooting violence, they have argued that denial of claims and all of these financial impediments that you're describing that are put on customers is its own kind of violence, a different kind of violence. What do you think of that? Is that hyperbole, or is there some truth to that?
There's truth to that. I've said something comparable. This was a violent act, but every day across America, and this has been the case for many, many years. I don't think it's hyperbole to say that these companies have acted with violence toward the people who are enrolled in their health plans, because they have, through delays and denials, have shortened the lives of a lot of Americans. They have made a lot of Americans suffer because of these delays. I talk to patients all the time who've told me about having to try to get the treatments that their doctors know that they need, but they've been delayed for months and months and months in many cases. And in many cases, it's debilitating pain. But these companies are able to keep a distance from that. And sadly, we're seeing it bubble over into rage that I've never seen before.
The suspect in this murder apparently was not a customer of United Healthcare, but it is the nation's largest insurer and apparently has the nation's highest rate of denying claims, I think ahead of the industry average. And that rate of denials has also been increasing. Do you have a sense as to why that is?
Yeah. The rate of denials has been increasing because of pressure from Wall Street. It's notable that Brian Thompson was in New York to speak at his company's Investor Day, which is the most important day in an insurance company's existence if their stock is traded on the New York Stock Exchange, as is United Health. So is Cigna. I used to plan those days when I was at Cigna. And it is an opportunity for the executives to tell their
social justice warrior than a piece of fucking shit.
Shareholders how they plan to continue the profitable growth and reward them.
How could you have done this? How could you have committed suicide
in the future? So that's what's most important. And when you're trying to satisfy Wall Street's profit expectations, actually every 3 months, that means you have to take some actions that are going to result in people who are enrolled in your health plans not getting medically necessary care.
Can you download and kind of like boost this so it kind of is too loud? You'll understand. You'll understand. I sent the link.
Okay.
I want it kind of blown out, kind of like the apes, but only on the peak of it, you know.
They have one or two ways of controlling healthcare expenses. One is to reduce or control the unit cost of goods and services. Insurers over the years have done a lousy job of doing that. So they focus on reducing our utilization or making it more difficult for us to get the care that we need.
Devil's advocate question, though. We live in a capitalist society. These are for-profit companies, as is our entire healthcare system. Voters have been presented with single-payer Medicare for all options, and it's never taken on a groundswell of support, really. So how do we go about enacting the change that you and many other advocates argue if we are having to operate in this for-profit system that we're operating in?
And one of the reasons why you see an erosion of support for a fairer healthcare system, and one in which the government would play a more significant role in making sure that we're all covered, is because these companies spend enormous amounts of money on propaganda campaigns to scare people away from any kind of reforms that the industry doesn't like. I used to be a part of that. I've often said that my title should have been Vice President of Propaganda. They also spend enormous amounts of money on campaign contributions and lobbying to protect what is a very, very profitable status quo. Now, it's important to keep in mind, though, that it hasn't been all that many years that we've had these big, massive corporations.
Ban it, ban it, ban it, ban it, ban it. Ban fucking lobbying and money from the US goddamn government. Why is this such a hard thing to comprehend? I just don't understand why this isn't something people push for relentlessly. I don't get it. Why do you allow money inside your politics? Why can you lobby the government to act in a corporation's favor? This should be illegal. This should not be allowed.
Controlling our access to care. It's only been in more recent years that we've seen these gigantic corporations move into this space.
All right, Wendell Potter, health insurance reform advocate. Great to speak with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, William.
Ladies and gentlemen, the regulator, the trust buster herself, FTC Commissioner Lina Khan is in the building. This is spectacular. Thank you so much for coming on, and it is a joy to have you here. It is actually a momentous time to have you here as well, as breaking news just came out approximately half an hour ago that a judge has blocked Kroger's $24.6 billion merger with Albertsons, where the judge decided with the FTC finding that the deal would reduce competition for U.S. grocery shoppers. Not sure if you want to speak on that at all. I don't know. I mean, it is breaking, but thank you so much for coming on.
Well, thank you so much for having me. It's so great to be here with you. And yeah, I was just literally before I jumped on this, reading the opinion that we just got from this judge in Oregon. This was the largest proposed supermarket merger in U.S. history. It's still in litigation, so limited what I can say, but this is a big win for the FTC.
Hell yeah. So you are, I think, one of the unsung heroes who is criminally underrated in the Biden administration and did not, in my opinion, get the worthy praise that you and your team deserved. Having said that, I wanted to talk to you about a lot of the issues that you've tackled. But before we get to that, if you don't mind, is it possible for you to describe maybe what you do and what the concept of trusts are or monopolies are and how they come about in America?
Yeah, happy to. So I serve as chair of the Federal Trade Commission. This is a federal agency that was created 110 years ago. We actually just celebrated our 110th birthday. And the agency was created basically against the backdrop of the robber barons, right? The industrial trusts. So think like the meat trust, the steel trust, the oil trust. And basically what had happened was we'd have the Industrial Revolution, all of these great technological advances, these new technologies, but simultaneously a lot of concentration of power in the hands of a relatively few number of individuals and firms. At that time, the way that these monopolies were organized as businesses were kind of trusts.
Thanks,
hence
Obama.
Antitrust, hence trust busting. But the basic idea was really one that goes back to all the way to the founding, which was if what we care about is Americans being free and having real liberty and not having to worry about the arbitrary exercise of power, you need to have safeguards against the state. And our Constitution does that in terms of checks and balances. But you also need to have safeguards against tyrants of trade, as they were called, as of private monopolies.
Tyrants of trade. Let's bring that back. That's great.
Safeguard against concentration of private power as well, because the way people experience freedom in their day-to-day lives is less through interacting on an ongoing daily basis with their government representative, but is through all of these commercial interactions and transactions and economic relationships. And so if you allow bullying and coercion to be okay in our economic realm, that's really going to undermine people's experience of freedom and liberty, right? And so the principles of antitrust and anti-monopoly are actually foundational to our country as a democracy. So that's kind of the original vision. Our agency is small. We're like 1,300 people, but we have oversight across the entire economy. We have a fantastic team. Under this administration, we've really been trying to reinvigorate how the agency enforces the law, uses its tools, and really turn the page on a approach since the Reagan years that had assumed that kind of big is always better and that somehow monopolies are going to deliver lower prices and be better for us. And I think we're just living with reams of reality that contradict that. And so we need to update how we enforce the law too.
Can we talk about that a little bit? Because I feel like this is directly against the normal understanding of trust, both universally in other OECD nations, but also specifically in America, throughout American history. The notion that I think the American conceptualization of monopolies and whether they are worthy of scrutiny or whether they're worthy of being busted, right, is entirely dependent on the consumer impact. I feel like this is different than just fundamentally how monopolies or oligopolies occur, that as long as the prices are low, as long as the prices are kept low, or at least if they like consistently increase but only marginally year over year, that these monopolies should not be touched and are not worthy of any scrutiny whatsoever. Would you say that that is different than the attitude demonstrated by other countries?
I mean, the United States is kind of a leader in antitrust and anti-monopoly, and a lot of other countries have kind of adopted their laws, in more recent decades. And the U.S. has actually had an important role in influencing how other countries have done things. And it was really interesting when I came into this role and started interacting more with international enforcers.
Okay,
they were kind of taken aback because for decades now, U.S. enforcers had kind of been chiding other countries and saying, hey, you got to be nicer to your monopolies. And, under this administration, we were like, no, we're going to enforce the law. We need to, be really assertive. We need to protect the public from this type of law breaking. And you're right that there are different ways that monopolies can illegally abuse their power. Right? They can hike prices, they can depress wages, they can squash out entrepreneurs and new businesses. And I think what's been really perverse is that even if you say, okay, what the philosophy of the last 40 years was, we're only going to address law violations.
You lack discipline.
By monopolies that they're raising prices, is that we've actually seen higher prices in a whole set of areas. And so that approach on its own terms seems to have failed in ways that created kind of the opening to come in and say, hey, we're going to, take a fresh look and reinvigorate things.
Yeah. Because the obvious elimination of competition is if you want to be the domineering force in a market, then inevitably when there's no more competition remaining, you get to set the prices, and you can slowly but surely, depending on how much you want to improve your profit margins, increase the prices, or at the very least tackle certain other aspects of the productive forces, i.e. labor, and consistently make labor conditions worse and worse, or never really keep up with never increase wages in a meaningful way. And I think it harms both workers, but it also ultimately inevitably harms the consumers as well. Obviously, I am on a platform that's owned by Amazon, but I have to ask you, as someone who has been very critical of Jeff Bezos' practices and Amazon in general, you wrote a formative work at, I believe, Yale Law School that specifically tackled Amazon as a monopoly. And I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about that.
He actually did research.
What that journey was that got you to become the commissioner of the
already knows who she is and sucks her dick constantly.
Right.
A young age.
Yeah, so I had a bit of a funny backdoor way into all of this work, which was
as soon as I found out it wasn't in person, I was like, oh, he's
I graduated during the financial crisis, where
profession.
Jobs generally were hard.
You're doing so much more important work, I think.
But ended up kind of landing with a think tank that had a little bit more of a journalism bent to it. But my job was really to do research to understand how had different industries and markets evolved over decades. And so my job was to document market structure, which can sound kind of technical. But basically, I was kind of doing deep dives into areas like agriculture, like book publishing, like airlines, like rental cars, like all sorts of commodity markets. And across the board, and somewhat of an underappreciated trend in our economy, has been one of systemic consolidation. So where decades ago in a particular market, you had dozens and dozens of competitors, today, in part through mergers and acquisitions, you've gone from dozens to just a handful. And sometimes this degree of consolidation can kind of be masked from people, because you can go to the grocery store and see dozens of brands, be it in laundry detergent or diapers or what have you. But actually, those dozens of brands are still only controlled by a handful of companies, right? Yeah. And so there can be this illusion of choice, and that consolidation and centralization of power was something that was really fascinating to me, especially since we had these laws on the books that were supposed to be anti-monopoly, but it seemed that some of these laws were instead now facilitating that very consolidation, monopolization. So I just became really fascinated in how did this happen? A lot of my job at that point also had involved just talking to regular people. So I spent a lot of time understanding how the chicken farming industry worked, where you basically have, millions of consumers on one side, thousands of farmers on the other, and they're actually just connected by a handful of these giant chicken processors. And so what that means practically is that if you're a chicken farmer in America, your entire livelihood can be dependent on the whims of a single company. And talking to these chicken farmers, you sensed a real sense of fear, honestly, about not wanting to get on the wrong side of this firm, about waking up one day and getting handed the sickly chicks instead of the healthy ones. And it was just an exercise of arbitrary power that our nation and our values are supposed to be against. And so fast forward, I decided to go to law school, ended up writing this paper that was in part informed by the conversations I had with investors and the small businesses that were selling on Amazon.
I haven't checked the other ones. How many have you made?
Ended up writing a piece.
I just put 4 of them in.
Did you do my nice one?
You tell me if it's what you wanted, though.
I will.
Around how the governing framework of antitrust, I thought at that time, was not adequate for capturing the reality of how digital platforms in particular could amass and exercise monopoly power.
I mean, one of the predatory practices of Amazon that's like pretty obvious for people is routinely trying to purchase using the algorithm that they have inside of their sales structure to figure out like what products are actually working really well, and then as far as I understand, either trying to buy out these companies in its entirety, or if they don't play ball, if they want to retain ownership over their product, like creating an alternative product, pushing I believe it was a diaper, right? Like there's a diaper company, there's like a story around a diaper company that's like very famous, creating an Amazon basic version of that same product, pushing down within its own search function the competitive product, and also underpricing like the new competitive product that they've made in an effort to basically destroy this smaller producer, with the hopes of either down the line purchasing them for pennies on the dollar, or just completely crippling them and bankrupting them. This practice, undercutting, I think is commonplace in
no,
every
that's not
aspect
the
of
part I want.
American industry.
I want the top of the nice to be boosted.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
From Walmart coming into underserved neighborhoods and closing up shops, the mom and pop shops in general, and then when there's no more profit to be squeezed out in these underserved neighborhoods, like just closing up shop and leaving entirely, leaving places like West Virginia, for example, without any sort of grocery chain that they can rely on. And it's a pretty damaging practice, but it's oftentimes not immediately addressed. And I wanted to talk briefly about the communication strategies, because something that I've always been fascinated by is the invisible ways in which the government works that we kind of take for granted, from the FDA, all the regulatory agencies, like the FDA down to the FTC, SEC, or even like the National Weather Service, for example. Like we don't really factor in the ways in which like our lives are made better and improved by people like yourself. So how do we address that? What are some of the biggest W's, for example, that you have had with the FTC under your reign, under the Lina Khan regime, that you don't think has gotten proper consideration?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's been a thrilling, 3.5 years, and I've been really fortunate to have a fantastic team at the agency. And honestly, we have delivered W after W for the American people.
I like trains.
You know, we took on patenting abuse.
W after
we
W,
found that
she
inhalers have been around for decades, but Americans are still paying hundreds of dollars for them, and generics have not been able to come into the market as much.
I cannot believe you committed
suicide.
suicide.
Part of why that is that some of these inhaler manufacturers are listing patents for things like the little piece of plastic.
Yeah,
on your inhaler.
we've covered this.
And so we called that out.
Fucking absurd. This is one of the best things that she's did, in my opinion, alongside with the Macca's ice cream.
Yeah, and 3 of the 4 big inhaler manufacturers said they're going to drop how much Americans pay down from hundreds of dollars to just $35. We've taken on non-compete clauses. These are the contractual provisions in people's employment contracts that say even after you leave your current employer, you can't go work for certain competitors. You can't go start your own competing business. These non-competes started off in the boardroom, but they now, are in employment contracts for janitors, security guards, fast food workers, people making minimum wage, doctors across the country, healthcare professionals across the country. And so we've taken on these coercive contracts. We passed a rule that would eliminate them. We've taken law enforcement action, resulting in thousands of non-competes being dropped. We're also just taking on some of the daily indignities that people experience. It can feel like just being a consumer in America today just does involve all of these small obstacles and barriers that really grate on you. Just to give you a few examples, we finalized a rule that would require companies make it as easy to cancel a subscription as it is to sign up for one, because we've seen that as more and more companies are switching to service-based revenue and subscriptions, they have an incentive to make it super easy to sign up and then absurdly difficult to cancel. And we brought lawsuits, including against Amazon, against Adobe, against a whole set of companies that deliberately thwarted people being able to cancel. And this means that these companies are taking tens, if not hundreds of dollars from people a month for subscriptions that they no longer want, right? And nobody should be stuck paying for a service that they want to exit. We've also been putting money back in people's pockets. Actually, just yesterday, we announced that we're starting to send back checks to people that were tricked by Epic Games. We brought a lawsuit against Epic, finding that they had basically, led people to make purchases they didn't intend. Kids were racking up, hundreds of thousands of dollars in
Oh,
charges.
she went after Fortnite.
So we brought a lawsuit
Yeah.
there. We're sending back, we just sent back $72 million is the first tranche of money back.
Damn.
He say you Blade Runner. Japanese customs say always shooting a man in the back, please.
Those aren't the new ones.
No, I know, but those are. I'm just sort of thinking where I want to put them, or I make a new page.
Oh, I figure you got a racism page.
True. We need more racism stuff.
Okay.
Nice.
We've been going after data brokers, which surveil Americans and collect all sorts of sensitive data, like your medical history, your precise geolocation, your browsing history, making sure that there are some kind of rules of the road there and how this sensitive data gets used and making sure it's not exploited. So, we've done that. We've taken action across healthcare markets, across grocery markets, wanting to make sure that our markets are fair and open and competitive.
I mean, yeah, that's a W after W. So do you feel like there is a way to properly communicate these things to the broader public? Like, if we're going to be super serious, I know you're a government official, so I don't know, how much, like what you can say in an official position, in an official capacity, but like, do you feel like the coverage on this has been sufficient? Because I was rather shocked to see you on 60 Minutes, if I'm being honest. Like you rarely ever see invisible government employees be prominently displayed like this, but do you feel like this is a good thing? Do you feel like it was enough? Should there be more of it? These are the questions I have for you.
Yeah, look, I made it a priority to really engage broadly with kind of media across the entire landscape. I also made it a big priority to go out and learn from people across the country. And one thing that's interesting about the type of job that I have is that it's very easy to become very insulated.
Do this one. I just sent on the private chat, but only get like the last 3 notes. Or like the last 3
I won't
or
be able
4
to.
or 5.
It's got an age lock on it. Can't download age locked videos.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Wow. Let's see if it. Nope. Damn. That's lame.
I'm working on something.
Where the kind of people that you're interacting with, the kind of information that you're getting on a day-to-day basis is coming from a relatively small number of sources, and it can lead to blind spots. And so a big priority for me has been actually opening the doors of the agency and just making it easier for people to give their views on what's happening out there, to share problems that they're...
What's so funny, Jack?
Hold on.
She's wit. She's a continuing source of inspiration to me. Cunt. Stan. Yeah? Stan says you're a cunt.
We have to get that. And this one, okay, this one is better than the one that I was going to send you, but 2 is it has no music, which is even better, and you could get it pretty solid. Cut the Stan out, though.
Seeing. So we started doing these regular open commission meetings where anybody in America can come and talk to me and my 4 colleagues as commissioners, tell us what they're seeing. We have, franchisees come, people who drive for ride-sharing companies. We've heard from people who have lost family members who were rationing insulin because it's so expensive. We've heard from people who have kids are suffering from abuse on social media. I mean, just like the full landscape. And we've also done listening sessions across the country. So we've gone to places like Baraboo, Wisconsin. And, we went to Colorado to listen to farmers. We went to Kansas City to listen to independent pharmacists. We've really just traveled the entire country to make sure we are just getting out of a bit of the Beltway bubble and trying to make sure we're hearing directly from people about the economic challenges they face, and then also use those opportunities to tell them, here are the tools we have, here's what we're doing. And I think one thing that's really important here is one pathology that you can see sometimes in economic policy making is a lot of reliance on certain types of models and theories and assumptions that can become somewhat divorced and detached from economic reality, right? I mean, we saw that during the financial crisis, but I think we've seen that at various points since. And so, getting out there and hearing from regular people and making sure we're using that to inform our understanding of what's happening is also a good antidote. So again, making sure we just know what is the economic reality rather than just relying on some of these filters.
You've also utilized the Copyright Office to tackle the age-old problem with not only right to repair, which spans across many other key sectors.
Yeah.
Something that farmers have been advocating for consistently with like John Deere tractors and whatnot, but also with McDonald's franchisees that now have the right to repair their own ice cream machines due to your comment that you filed in support of this change. I feel like these are very meaningful. These are small but very meaningful ways in which you are working to change people's lives. Now, I guess the question I have is, it seems like we have a new administration coming in, the Trump administration. Now, there have been some interesting developments in terms of the way that Donald Trump at least responds to public pressure in a unique way that is unceremonious, unorthodox in comparison to his other Republican counterparts. Are there things that Biden could do to, at least from what I understand, there is a thing that Biden could do right now to extend the amount of time you have as the head of this agency, given your very popular track record so far and all of the meaningful ways that you have
popular? Fucking nobody knows
American
about
citizens.
her. If she was popular, Donald Trump wouldn't have won. If people knew about her and what she was doing, Donald Trump probably wouldn't have won because they would have realized that she's the one that's going to do it. And if they get rid of her and all the corporate backers were after Trump because this girl is on the Democrat side, right? If she was really that popular and well known, it would have had a bigger impact. Consumer protections are the biggest things that Americans need right now to even fucking start thinking about cutting down corporate influence in America.
Do you feel like there is an extension process that could possibly happen? I know this is a little bit of a difficult question to answer, but are you at liberty to discuss certain things or at least like speculate on it? Or is that too inappropriate to ask?
Look, I mean, the president always has the chance to nominate whoever they want, and if the Senate wants to take that up, they can do that. Time is short, and they're kind of focused on getting through a set of people who've already been nominated. But I defer to the president and the Senate on what they choose to do there. I can't speculate about what's going to happen in the future, but we're just focused on using all of the time we have right now to get as much out of the door where we think if there are law violations, we want to bring lawsuits to make that clear. If there are rules that we think would address, persistent problems, be it on things like junk fees or privacy abuses for kids, we're focused on using the time we have to get those improvements.
There are some unique supporters of yours within the Republican caucus as well, which is why I was wondering. You have, I believe, even Josh Hawley, who has stated, or other Republican politicians that have stated their support for some of the actions that you've taken. And I was wondering if there's any veracity to that. If there's any, you are popular in a bipartisan manner, it seems, even though there were certainly some fissures, even with the way that I guess the Harris campaign was communicating.
The person at the top of politics is a VTuber playing Fortnite.
Mm-hmm.
Great.
Given some of their corporate benefactors. This is not what you're saying, this is what I'm saying. This is my assessment of the situation. So I guess you have a limited time frame that you can operate in, at least all things considered at this point, and you're using that time, that valuable time that you have to continue fighting.
Briny
the question is there any how do I ask this? Is there any honesty to the ways in which Republicans have communicated that they like you, the Republican politicians? Have you had any conversations with Republican politicians that say that have given you assurances in terms of maintaining your position as the commissioner of the FTC?
I'll just say generally, in this job, I've gotten the chance to interact and engage with and meet with senators and members of Congress from both parties. And taking on monopolies that are abusing their power is not a left issue. It's not a right issue. It's an American issue, right? And when we went around the country, honestly, I would meet with people who would say things like, I've been a lifelong Republican, and let me tell you, your work to eliminate non-competes is the best thing government has done in my entire life. The level of cross-partisan support that we have gotten for our work, I think, is truly off the charts. And you see that sometimes reflected in how members of Congress are engaging with the FTC. I hear from a lot of members that are very worried, especially those that represent rural districts in red states, about how Main Street is just getting decimated. And so you have independent groceries, independent pharmacies getting pushed out of business, not because their communities don't love them and depend on them and frequent them, but potentially because of illegal business practices somewhere else in the supply chain. We hear bipartisan concern about, private commercial surveillance and how that's affecting people's rights. I think on things like junk fees and subscription traps, taking those practices on is pretty unobjectionable. So I do think that we see a lot of, at a grassroots level, popular cross-partisan support for taking on illegal monopolies and illegal, actions by corporations. I think what you see going forward, we're just going to have to wait and see in terms of, what a future administration decides to do in terms of continuing some of this work or trying to reverse it.
Yeah, I mean that's amazing. So one of the areas of interest for you has also been healthcare, and I was wondering if you have any initiatives lined up for that as well. If you want to speak on that. Seemingly, this is a point of concern for a lot of Americans that are, I guess, experiencing the many different awful aspects of for-profit healthcare in general, and the ways in which a lot of these healthcare providers have utilized the exact same vertical and horizontal integration to drive up costs and to offer inadequate care. And
Stan says you're a cunt.
I am definitely this time going to call in the police.
Stan says you're a cunt.
Can you get more of the tea? Yes.
engage in some of these other illegal business practices.
Yeah, healthcare has been one of the top priorities during my time at the commission, just because, this is not discretionary purchase for people. Like, this is oftentimes life or death in some of people's scariest moments. So there are a few aspects of our work here. One is we've been taking on hospital mergers. There have been just decades of mergers between hospitals, and there's a lot of research showing that after hospitals merge, prices go up and quality of service goes down. It also can contribute to things like hospital deserts, especially in rural parts of the country. We've also been focused on this issue of private equity coming into healthcare, where you have these, New York-based private equity firms that will come in and do these things called roll-ups, where they kind of buy series by series these whole set of smaller, say, anesthesiology practices or other firms in the aggregate has rolled up. So we brought a lawsuit last year against one of these private equity roll-ups that happened in the anesthesiology market, where this company came in, rolled up these anesthesiology providers, and then jacked up the prices. That was something that had been a bit more under the radar, and we've kind of shed more of a light on it. We're also looking just more generally at what are the drivers of higher drug prices for people, right? I mean, we know as a country, we spend more on healthcare and get worse outcomes, and people are paying more, especially for drugs that cost a fraction somewhere else. So I mentioned what we're doing in terms of scouring for patent abuse. And so what we did for inhalers, we've also now trying to do for EpiPens and things like Ozempic. We also have a lawsuit right now that's alleging
more.
Yeah, well, the T is a little cut off.
On the same file?
Yeah. I just replaced it.
Okay.
That there were illegal business practices that led to inflated prices for insulin. So that's a litigation that's ongoing. But I think absolutely, I mean, interrogating whether corporate.
Okay, let's watch the game trailer for this. So this is the game that people big mad about. Bald lady, big mad. Is made a language up? Or is that a real language?
I don't even know what it says. Hey, it's Rock. What's going on, Rock?
Is this Mass Effect?
You see how it's swiveled? The swirl?
Yeah.
That's how they actually move through space.
Hey, it says Porsche. Anime.
What?
Okay.
Ghost in the Shell.
What an interesting. That was strange.
Ghost in the Shell shot.
Yeah, a little bit.
The isolation. In
It
the
took
window.
me. The mirror
window
window.
instead of a mirror.
Mm-hmm. Bold. This
That's
is the
wild
problem,
doing
right?
that with a shirt on.
Yeah, isn't it? How fucking itchy.
Yeah.
Five Aces Mastermind. Five Aces. Third largest safety deposit ship discovered empty. theft. Reporters data drive. New lead. Okay. This looks interesting.
Jordan, tell me something good. Well, you're right. It checks out. He's hiding out around the Superior Moon. Excellent. How is that excellent? He's next to fucking Superior. No one has left that planet in over 600 years. Anyone who even flies close to it is never heard from again. Superstitions? No. Superstitions are the crazy rumors about what happened on that planet. These are facts.
I love the outfit. The choice of outfit for the character, I fuck with it. That's great.
You worry too much. You know what I worry just the right about? I say we wait for him to leave, or how about we find a new lead? He's not worth it. I'm wasting my time, aren't I? Can you please claim him? I don't need another hunter swooping in. Who is swooping? No one is crazy enough to go there. He clearly is. He is clearly desperate. And so am I, so claim him, or I will find another agent. Anyone else with all your fucking shit? Okay, alright, you know what? There, you're the boss. Thank you.
Is that fucking jacked Indian Marvel good dude now? Is that guy?
Listen, kid.
Huh?
The guy in that shitty Marvel movie that nobody saw, the Indian dude. I don't know what his name is.
I don't know anything about Marvel.
See you on the other side.
Bye. It's crazy that they can do reflections like that in the game now. Uh-oh.
Copyright music incoming.
It's a game track. Okay. I'm interested. I love this.
This tells me nothing about what the game is.
I don't know.
Like,
if that's... Look, yes.
Tells me nothing.
Yes, but this is the reveal trailer.
Is but is it going to be a third-person shooter?
This is the reveal trailer. I
know, but it's probably going to be a third-person shooter. Like how? Like I don't care. Like show me when the game is out what it looks like.
Sure, but we're not talking about the game. We're talking about people being mad at it and trying to figure out why people are mad at it.
Like why do you even care? It's a reveal trailer. It doesn't tell you shit about the game. Third person, right? Same game. The Travis touchdown.
Okay, I didn't expect that kind of game.
So it's a Travis touchdown game?
I don't know what that is. It's probably just it's a hack and slash.
Travis touchdown is like a great game. No More Heroes.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, it's a great game. That's what it is.
His name is Nanjiani. That's funny. I thought his name was that, but I'm not sure. I wasn't sure if that was his name, or if it was a character he played. I don't know. I like the vibe of this trailer. I'm a fan of like the aesthetic. So is there any gameplay yet, or is it that's just it?
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, so no, it's just the announcement trailer then.
Yeah, who cares?
That's why this is really why people were angry. Like
she's bald.
It tells you nothing about the game. You have no idea what it's about. You have a general vibe of the game. She's bald, and people are mad. Grow the fuck up. Seriously, grow the fuck up. Like touch some fucking grass and focus. Jesus fucking Christ. Touch some fucking grass. Seriously. If this is what makes you mad, you need to seriously reassess your life. Like that's pathetic that this has even made people more than talk about the it's like an 80s throwback sci-fi space thing. Like I don't know what, I kind of fuck with the vibe. That's cool. Like a throwback 80s space thing. That's neat. I like that. Give me a cool soundtrack and I'll play that game. Sounds cool. I don't know. Again, touch grass. Like, somebody inform me why people are mad about this.
Well,
like, cringe trailer? How did anybody find that cringe that was watching? It was just like a reveal trailer. How is it cringe? She's a bounty hunter, it seems like. That's how bounty hunters act. Are you mad that she's not a damsel in distress? Like, what the fuck is happening? I just don't get it. I don't understand. Oh, look, Asmongold. Let's see what he has to say.
I made a tweet today. I figured that, it's like it's time to make an investment.
It's only 2 minutes. That's the only reason I clicked it, is because it was 2 minutes.
Me, but I feel like the market for masculine, non-conventionally attractive female leads in games isn't as big as the video game industry thinks it is. And I was thinking about this character, obviously. I think this is like Intergalactic or something like that. This game probably started development over 5 years ago. And like maybe back then, a character like this might have seemed like it was a better idea. The graphics for this are really, really good. If you don't like the character or whatever, there are a lot of paintings that I'm not a fan of, but I can admire that it looks really good. I think that if you are looking at a space bounty hunter that has 80s retro aesthetic that are about bounty hunting and shooting people and fighting with laser swords, you are looking at a super majority male audience. You're going to have a sausage fest. That's just the way it is.
And I don't understand. Why does it matter? If the character is written well, it shouldn't fucking matter. Aloy is a perfect example.
If you try to make
Perfect Dark, right? We've spoken about it.
A character that doesn't appeal to the
in movies when they're written well, Ripley is a perfect example, right? Pretty sure didn't she have like a short haircut as well?
She bald in the third one.
Yes, she is. Yes, right. This aesthetic is fine for exactly what they're talking about. An 80s throwback, bald chick. Oh my god, wow, oh wow. How many 80s movies had bald women in them? Probably a few. Sci-fi ones specifically. With short hair, androgynous women is kind of like a thing in sci-fi. Not sure if you've noticed or not.
Main audience of the genre that you're designing a game in, you're going to have that game not do well. You can talk about like, oh, people are misogynist, they're racist.
I'm not sure if they realize how much women play games.
If you add dating into the game, women will play it.
They're bigots, they're stupid gamers, you shouldn't listen to them. But at the end of the day, like, you're not going to bully those people into buying the game. It didn't work with Concord, it didn't work with Veilguard, it just doesn't work. I mean, Naughty Dog released the trailer with the comments turned off. You don't release a trailer with comments turned off if you think you're gonna get a lot of good comments. I feel
maybe they're just protecting themselves against neck-bearded, mouth-breathing fuckwits. Because they'd rather not deal with it.
Like Will Smith will slap me for making fun of her. This game is going to make a Concordillion dollars. Somehow Concord returned. And so a lot of people are mad about like my chat that was like shitting on
I said only one of those jokes was good.
This game.
Did you see
I
it?
find that to be very,
You were
very
on the comments.
This is not my
In the comments.
Yeah, he said it looks like Will Smith would slap me if I made fun of her.
Chat. They shut down the comments before they even opened up the video. The PlayStation trailer, everybody is hating on this fucking game. When I don't ban people for their opinions, it's not my chat. It's that everybody else's chat is censored. A Game Award chat
Oh
was
my
spamming
God.
the same things during Intergalactic, just like your chat during the live show too? Exactly. Do you think Jeff Keighley is doing that? When the only places that don't have this are the ones that are censored, that isn't anything to be proud of. Wow, we banned everybody who disagrees with us. Now they don't exist. They're gone.
You know, the majority of people who would play and enjoy this game aren't going to be the people watching the fucking Game Awards.
Then why did they put it in Game Award?
Because they'll post the trailer later.
I was kind of
The
surprised.
reveal doesn't matter. It's for the industry, the reveal. It's at the Game Awards because that's where
Yeah,
you
it's
drop
for
stuff,
shareholders.
conventions. Like, it's literally for the people invested in
Yeah,
the
it
company.
literally matters what the shareholders think.
Yeah. Like, your opinion doesn't matter, which is why they turn the comments off. Like,
That's such a good point. It's so funny.
like shut the fuck up. Like, learn from the comments being turned off and shut the
Did
fuck
that
up.
new soundbite work though?
I haven't looked.
They saved this trailer for the end, considering just how badly received it is. I mean, they had to turn the comments off. If you look at the dislike extension, both of these games are getting mass dislikes. It's very obvious that this game did not have a good reception with audiences, right? Whether you agree with it or not, you gotta look at the fucking numbers. And that-
That one?
No, I uploaded the
Stan
cunt
says
one
you're
for
a
you.
cunt. Stan
I
says you're a
extended it for
cunt.
you.
Yeah, that's fine. Wait, I
You didn't get it
may
yet.
not have changed it.
Yeah, you didn't get it. That's not the extendo. I like solid blow.
Stan says you're a cunt.
Yeah, that's good.
That's it.
Wow.
Okay.
Sweaty nerds.
Mr. B coming at you like a slap in the face. I made a video
What
explaining
do you
every
think
single
about
type of tax and so
watching that 9/11 video thing,
9/11 video?
the North Star Radio one.
After this?
Okay. Can't think of pants, Dan. Chat, you can, any other racist soundbites that you know of that I can get?
It's racist soundbites.
far, 188,029 people have watched that video. Hello. What? Oh, okay. Thanks for letting me know. Goodbye to you. Okay, so apparently
Okay,
that
sir.
number is now 188,030. Mike from New Jersey is currently watching the video. Thanks, Mike. Anyway, in that video, I briefly explained tariffs, or taxes on stuff
I bid you
crossing
good day,
an international
sir. I bid you
border.
good day.
Put another way,
I would
a
like
tariff
you
is a
to
tax
remove
on an
everybody
import
that's
or
whining
an
right now.
export. But usually tariffs are on imports, or stuff brought into a country. I've never made a video explaining tariffs in greater detail, though, and I never will. Goodbye.
Bye.
Just kidding. This is that video. Tariffs can be a fixed percentage of the price or change according to the price, and tariffs are just one way governments can implement protectionism, or the restriction of trade to protect domestic industries from foreign competition. Now, the vast majority of economists argue that tariffs are bad. Specifically, they argue tariffs cause inflation and just have an overall negative effect on both economic growth and economic welfare. Oh, and if you follow me on social media, you probably already know that I am generally not a fan of tariffs either. But mostly due to the backlash to extreme wealth inequality we are seeing around the world today, tariffs are back in fashion, baby.
To me, the most beautiful word in the dictionary is tariff. And it's my favorite word. It needs a public relations.
That's right. Tariffs haven't been this in vogue since the 1890s. We're living in dark times. That all said, some people think tariffs are great. So, yeah. I guess I have to do something I never thought I'd have to do. Make a video explaining why most economists don't like tariffs, but also why some people push for more and more tariffs.
Because they're dumb.
Before I try to teach your butts about tariffs, this video is once again sponsored in part by Delete Me. Did you know
Middle Ages. During the Industrial Revolution, the British government decided to be all protectionist in an attempt to protect British manufacturing. You remember what protectionism means, right? What? You don't?
Tell us.
I gave you a definition at the beginning of this video.
Well, it's too bad.
Oh, you weren't paying attention. I see. You know what? You're lucky I'm not giving a test on this stuff. Anyway, so yeah, during the Industrial Revolution, the British government sharply increased tariffs on imported manufactured goods. But they didn't just increase tariffs to limit international trade, they also increased export subsidies, or economic policies meant to favor domestic industries through stuff like cheap loans, free international advertising, or even free money to domestic companies to make them not import stuff. They even straight up had embargoes, or bans on trading with certain countries. So why did many in Britain favor tariffs so much? Well, since the Industrial Revolution started in Britain, they had an early advantage over the rest of the world, so they figured they'd better hang on to that advantage as long as they could, eh? But, sorry Britain, the rest of the world caught up and is still catching up with you whether you like it or not. But other countries embraced tariffs too. After all, at the time, the most based economic policy was mercantilism, or an economic policy that's all about exporting stuff, but not all about importing stuff. Mercantilism meant one country needed to hoard all the resources in the world in order to have leverage with other countries. But then this Scottish dude named Adam Smith came along and was like, "What's up? Why are you tripping? What about free markets?"
What about
Smith was generally not a fan of tariffs, nor protectionism, nor mercantilism, really. Okay, well, who the heck did this Adam Smith guy think he was, anyway? Well, cool people today actually call Smith the father of economics, because he was a pioneer in the entire field of economics, who helped develop how we understand it today. Huh, no big deal. In his book, An Inquiry into the Nature and Causes of the Wealth of Nations.
What if he was wrong? Serious question. What if it was wrong? What if everybody trained in economics
trains
as this guy sees it, has made them blind to the issues of the system itself, and therefore is inherently flawed? Therefore, the economic system itself is flawed and should be replaced and or fixed.
Trains.
I like trains.
Desmond the Moon Bear.
How did I get here?
Or just the wealth of nations? Because, come on, Smith, work on your titles. Smith said that competition and our own self-interest help a marketplace function. And the freer the marketplace, the better off we all were. This meant that free trade was far better than protectionism. He wrote, quote, "Very good grapes can be raised in Scotland, and very good wine, too, can be made of them at about 30 times the expense, for which at least equally good can be brought from foreign countries. Would it be a reasonable law to prohibit the importation of all foreign wines, merely to encourage the making of claret and Burgundy in Scotland?" That said, it's worth noting that Smith said sometimes tariffs might be needed to support domestic industries that are important to national defense or in retaliation to other countries being shady with trade. Now, when he was alive, a lot of people criticized Adam Smith, saying he didn't know what the heck he was talking about. But Smith would have the last laugh. Oh, yeah. 50 years after Smith's death, protectionism was becoming less fashionable, in part because people were realizing that Smith's ideas made countries more rich. In 1846, the British government got rid of tariffs and other trade restrictions on imported food, marking a dramatic shift towards free trade. Meanwhile, here in the United
And this is when the British realized that spices are great.
States. Yeah, I'm a bloody American here in the United States. You didn't know that?
Huh?
Before that.
What?
We did it before that. The whole point of Columbus going to America was find a way to India to subvert the Ottoman Empire.
Yes, yes, of
400
course.
years earlier when the spice trade was.
No, that's a good point. I always forget about that.
Anyway, here in the United States, people generally didn't like paying taxes at all, let alone tariffs. But hey, the federal government still needed to raise money somehow, especially since it had war debt. The first big law Congress passed after the ratification of the United States Constitution was the Tariff of 1789. Right. The law put a tariff of around 5% on most imports. Founding father dude Alexander Hamilton was a big fan of tariffs and protectionism, as were most Americans at the time, as they felt their young country had to catch up with British manufacturing, and tariffs were the only way to do it. American companies generally did not have the same economies of scale or cost advantages companies have due to being so big as British companies. So Hamilton and others argued tariffs had to be put into place until American industries caught up with the rest of the world. Notice, though, how Hamilton only wanted tariffs to be temporary. For the next 100 years or so, tariffs were the main way the United States federal government could actually pay its bills. And for much of that time, the United States had some of the highest tariffs in the world. Not all Americans favored tariffs. In response to the Tariff of Abominations, a law that ultimately pushed the average tariff rates in the country to more than 60%, South Carolina rebelled by trying to not pay the tariffs, leading to the nullification crisis. I made a video about that. Long story short, it nearly led to a war. But after 100 years of tariffs, the United States now had the biggest economy in the world, and many politicians began calling for them to be reduced. In fact, throughout the 1880s and 1890s, this was the big issue during presidential campaigns. I know, it sounds freaking boring. But you know what wasn't boring? The Panic of 1893, the biggest economic crisis in American history up to that point. During it, unemployment got up to 19% nationwide and 43% in Michigan. Holy crap, Michigan. There were crop failures and bank failures, but also a decrease in imports, meaning tariffs weren't even able to remotely pay the government's bills anymore. During the Progressive Era, that period of widespread reform and activism between the 1890s and 1920s, more and more people argued that tariffs hurt competition and only helped large corporations. In fact, they said tariffs even made monopolies more likely. A monopoly is when a single seller dominates a market. During this time, tariff rates began to trend downward, and the income tax replaced the tariff as a big way for the federal government to raise revenue. Flash forward to 1930, and Congress was freaking out due to what we now call the Great Depression, the worst global economic crisis in modern world history. So what did they do in response? They raised tariffs. Oh no. The Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act increased tariffs on more than 20,000 imported goods.
In 1930, the Republican-controlled House of Representatives, in an effort to alleviate the effects of the, anyone? The Great Depression, passed the, anyone? A tariff bill, the Hawley-Smoot Tariff Act, which, anyone raised or lowered? Raised tariffs in an effort to collect more revenue for the federal government. Did it work? Anyone? Anyone know the effects?
Mr. Beat has seen our videos. Mr. Beat has seen our videos on tariffs. He stole this. We did this first. Did you ever do this on stream, or did you only show me this privately? I'm pretty sure you showed it on stream. We did this first. Fuck you. Come on our show.
It did not work, and the United States sank deeper into the Great Depression.
You know what? That dorky teacher was right. These tariffs were supposed to encourage people to buy American-made.
I hope he talks about how it goes from single digit and recovering to double digit after the tariffs.
Stuff by increasing the cost of imported stuff. Instead, it led to trading partners retaliating by raising their tariff rates and ultimately froze international trade, causing companies' sales to drop everywhere. After this, Congress reversed the tariffs and negotiated a bunch of free trade deals with countries around the world. After World War II, the decline of authoritarianism around the world, combined with the fact that American influence had widely expanded, made free trade more popular than ever. And as the American economy prospered, fewer and fewer Americans saw the need for tariffs. By the 1990s, most industrialized countries around the world had dramatically reduced tariffs, and this led to many goods getting cheaper for consumers. That didn't mean everything was gravy, baby. Since the 1970s, a rising number of Americans became concerned about the sharp decline of American manufacturing, and understandably so.
Bob, we are losing industries like autos and steel. We have lost TVs, VCRs, radio. The Japanese are putting under assault supercomputers, flat panel technology. They are challenging our aircraft industry. Where is the administration plan to make America first again in manufacturing by the year 2000?
That's Pat Buchanan. Pitchfork Pat, a dude who ran for president multiple times and ended up becoming quite influential.
Pretty sure this guy's like a Nazi or something. I know this guy's name.
Stop it.
I did some kind of research. I did some kind of research on something, and this guy's name came up. And he has like mad connections to like Nazis, I think. Could be Reagan. I can't remember. I know what it was. It was a chatter. It was one of those psycho fascist chatters. Sent me some white is right shit, and this guy was the author of the video of the book he it's that guy. Yeah, no, this is guy's like white is right kind of dude, I'm pretty sure. Central Park jogger. I think. I could be wrong. I'm pretty sure that's who it is. The name sounds familiar.
On the Republican Party of today.
You have got to be tough if you're going to break open foreign markets to American goods and get rid of these monstrous trade deficits.
Buchanan regularly freaked out about trade deficits. Oh, a trade deficit happens when a country imports more than it exports. By the way, keep in mind, those clips are from 1992. The manufacturing decline has only gotten much worse since then. In 1979, manufacturing made up 22% of all non-farming jobs in the United States. By 2024, it made up just 8%.
We have almost an $800 billion a year trade deficit with other nations. Unacceptable. We are going to start whittling that down, and as fast as possible.
Sound familiar? Yep.
No. He started the party that Donald Trump first was a party member of. That's what it was. That's the connection that I remember. He literally, this guy's politics is Trump's politics.
Looks like Pat Buchanan's old talking points are now in the mainstream. Anyway, the sharp decline in manufacturing, combined with the decline of the influence of labor unions in wealthier countries, made it so that it was more difficult for many Americans to get decent paying jobs. Another trend that has happened since tariffs have gone down has been Congress delegating more and more power to the president to set tariffs, especially after it passed the Trade Expansion Act in 1962 and International Emergency Economic Powers Act, aka IEEPA, of 1977. Ever since, all the president basically has to do is declare an emergency, and boom, just like that, he can create new tariffs. This brings us
Party, baby. That's what it was. I fucking knew it. The fucking Reform Party. Ross Perot. This party. That's who he's connected to. That's the fucking connection that I knew, that I recognize him from. Jesse Ventura. Donald Trump. All Reform Party people. Only the best.
To today. Today, free trade and low tariffs have led to the world arguably becoming more prosperous than ever before. Mostly because it has led to cheaper goods than ever before. Goods may be cheaper, but incomes still haven't kept up with inflation in recent years. Not only that, most of the rise of prosperity in recent years has gone to either those in developing countries or to those who were already rich. They are the ones who have seen their real income dramatically go up over the past few decades. The ones who have not seen their real income dramatically go up, the working class of the Western countries who have gone away from tariffs and protectionism. And yep, this is the group freaking out now. I guess I'm in this group too. You may have noticed a rise in political unrest around the world. You know, a backlash against those in power. Well, much of this backlash has been a response to too much free trade. I've been frustrated too. I'm 43 years old, and for most of my life, real income, or income adjusted for inflation, has barely gone up at all. But a big reason why the backlash hasn't been bigger, or why the backlash didn't happen sooner, was because many goods have stayed cheap or even gotten cheaper. However, after the sharp rise of healthcare, housing, and higher education costs in recent decades, compounded with all the other inflation of the early 2020s, people have had enough. They're fed up, man. Should the response be more protectionism? Most economists say no, because that would make inflation much worse. You see, when a country raises tariffs, it's the people in that country that actually has to pay the tariffs. When an American company has to pay higher tariffs on t-shirts, those companies are going to dramatically raise prices on those t-shirts in order to still make a profit. Are you, as a consumer, more likely then to buy a t-shirt made in the USA? Well, maybe, but that's not the point. The point is, now anyone who wants to buy a t-shirt will now be paying more for a t-shirt. Not only that, other countries often pay
it raises the baseline price of goods, and that's why they're bad. Like, It's just so good. And like Donald Trump is like, hey, we're going to raise the base price of the cheapest goods so your grocery bills are cheaper. Very cool.
Pass their own tariffs and retaliation, which leads to American companies exporting fewer t-shirts. By the way, when countries go back and forth passing higher and higher tariffs and more trade restrictions, we call this a trade war. And we've already been in a trade war with China since January 2018, when President Donald Trump began setting tariffs and other trade barriers with China. Around that time, he tweeted this, implying that trade wars were easy to win. They are not easy to win. The next president, Joe Biden, kept those tariffs in place, and now Trump is promising an additional 60% tariff on all Chinese goods after his return to office. Why is this a big deal? Well, because nearly $500 billion worth of goods are imported to the United States from China each year. 60% across-the-board tariffs on all Chinese imports would, simply put, tank the American economy. The ongoing trade war with China has already been a complete and utter failure so far for the American economy. According to one study, the tariffs cost American consumers about $1.4 billion per month. The United States has lost the trade war because, well, no one wins a trade war. Trump has implied that more tariffs means we could further lower income taxes. However, that wouldn't matter. We'd be paying way more for stuff than we'd be saving by not paying income taxes. If a tariff is passed on t-shirts imported from China, it's not China that pays those tariffs. It's American companies that want to sell those t-shirts that pay the tariffs. And those American companies pretty much always raise their prices to make up for the fact that they now have to pay more to sell those t-shirts. That's just how it works, man. The importer pays the tariff, which means the consumer, yes, you, watching this right now, you pay the tariff.
Me?
You. But what about
No
trade
way.
deficits? Well, if you've ever heard someone freaking out about trade deficits, please politely tell them to calm down. It's okay. There is little evidence that proves that trade deficits are something to be concerned about. If the United States has a bigger trade deficit, that just means more and more Americans are getting what they want from foreigners who make stuff faster, cheaper, and better.
I'm going to explain to you tariffs in a way that you can explain to anybody moving forward. You ready? Let's just say I am an accountant and I need referrals. I want you to give me clients because I need to grow my business. Let's say you sell auto insurance and we meet each other. We're friends. We're networking at a local Chamber of Commerce event. We say, hey man, you give me one referral, I'll give you a referral. You want to kind of share some clients together? Let's do it. No problem. So all of a sudden, a month later, I've given you 5 referrals. You've given me 0. I have a referral deficit of -5. You have a referral surplus of +5. Trade deficit, trade surplus. You get the idea? Now, think about it if a year later, 5 years later, you and I are giving referrals to each other. I sit down and I look at the numbers and I said, wait a minute, Johnny, I've given you 1,100 more referrals than you've given to me. Do I look like a dummy to you? Why do I keep giving you referrals? And you give me nothing in return. You're like, well, I take care of your clients when you send them my way. What's wrong with that? That's exactly the relationship between US and China.
Goodness, what an astoundingly silly video. Who the heck is this guy? Wait, 825,000 views? Oh no. The referral analogy doesn't make any sense. You simply can't compare it to trade between the United States and China because both win in the relationship. Sure, Americans give China lots of money, but Americans get lots of cheap goods in return. Now, does this mean the United States can depend too much on another country for certain goods? Of course it does, but fortunately for the United States, there's more than one other country. But what about manufacturing? Well, manufacturing output has never been higher. Machines just now do the work that humans once did. This is a good thing. Many of those manufacturing jobs that once existed sucked. It's true that most manufacturing jobs are not coming back, but we shouldn't want them to come back. Nope. No, the problem isn't manufacturing jobs being gone. It's the fact that other good-paying jobs haven't taken their place. And that's a problem that deserves a whole other video. And we really should wrap this video up since it wasn't supposed to be this long, dang it.
It always does.
Simply put, human beings have survived and thrived by sharing our skills and talents. And anytime we limit our ability to share our skills and talents, it hurts our species. History tells us that the more free an economy, the better off human beings are. Now, that doesn't mean the only way to get that freedom is no government intervention. Sometimes governments have to intervene to make an economy more free. And the fact remains, many people currently do not feel free. People are still hurting, man, especially in rural areas where so many factories have long shut down. Young people have consistently fled these rural areas for bigger cities, seeking a higher income. So something absolutely has to be done for these folks in rural areas. Unfortunately, most economists say higher tariffs will just hurt these folks even more. Look, every country has tariffs, but most economists say tariffs should be the exception, not the norm. Oh, and they say tariffs should be temporary, not permanent, and if you gotta have them, they ought to be low. The reason why we often learn history is to not repeat the same mistakes of the past. Governments creating high tariffs was one of those mistakes.
Chinese EVs are the only things that should have high tariffs on them. To be completely honest.
Well, they do.
Good, and they should stay that high, because that dog shit those dog shit cars need to stay in that fucking country. They are never going to be green. They never will be. They never can be. We need to stop lying to ourselves.
Stakes.
The waste is
I mean,
going to end up in
what's
Africa
next?
too.
Not vaccinating our children? I mean, come on.
Yeah, that too.
Wait a second, what?
Yeah, bye-bye. Bye-bye.
But I could be
polio
wrong about
vaccine.
tariffs. Let me know down below if you think tariffs are tubular. Now it's that time of the month. Not that time of the month. The time of the month in which I give a shout out to my Patreon supporters who donate at least $15 or more each month to my channel. Starting with my biggest donors and in reverse alphabetically, thank you to Trevin Jones, Sean Conant, Robert Candle, Psycho, Patrick Stewart, Pat Iapicca, Nick Everett, Nicholas Stronsky, Neo
Are you ready for
R14, Michael Cortez,
Fun
Joe
video?
Cook, Jesus Carrillo, Jeremy Dunham, Isaiah Warfield.
Yeah. This
Oh,
one,
look,
because
you're ready.
it was literally next anyway.
You don't look like you're ready.
I am ready. I gotta get a drink out of the fridge and then I'm ready.
It's really crazy. They figure out ways to prevent this. Like the stabbing was happening for a few months, and now it doesn't really happen so much. And I don't even know how.
Yeah,
but they have like their secret ways.
אין חשמל, אין מזון, אין מים, אין דלק. הכל סגור. אנחנו נלחמים בחיות אדם, ואנחנו נוהגים בהתאם.
When you talk about privilege, let's talk about someone who's going to UC Berkeley, paid by their parents $200,000 tuition, on campus protesting Israel. Do you find that ironic?
I personally think it's so ironic. It's just like, I don't know, it's kids sitting here in like beautiful California criticizing, like you don't even know what you're talking about.
What we're seeing now at Columbia, and I don't use this word lightly, we're not seeing ideological war. We're
Oh
not
my
seeing
God,
support
this
for
guy.
terrorism. We are seeing terrorism.
When I grew up, I couldn't really take a bus. I was afraid of blowing up.
Right.
And now it doesn't really happen. So the wall did help. So should we
Can
not
you
have a
explain-
wall?
Kaboom. That is awful logic.
Since the events of October 7th,
Maybe she should go back to being shy.
the ongoing disproportionate retaliation by the Israeli state, both Islamophobia as well as anti-Semitism have been on the rise in the United States.
Well, that was an old video.
Are taught to kill us at 2 years old.
That's pretty spicy.
Yeah.
Do we have that one?
Man,
I don't understand why left-leaning media, which is mostly Jewish, are calling people white supremacists.
Look, I can't really fault her all that much, considering that she's Israeli and obviously had no. Like, I'm sure that the propaganda is fucking infectious.
Mhm.
Being Israeli, I'm sure it fucking is. You know, so I really can't blame her. Like, as you said, she's a tour guide. Like, how much can you really put on her?
Tour guide.
Just like the institution of the IDF is what she should be criticizing, and she doesn't. So if you're criticizing her for that reason, fair enough. So I think like because a lot of people are just like, oh, IDF soldier, right? You're a child.
Well, I think the basic take is that the government is to blame, right?
Yeah.
So they don't want to extend the blame any further than the absolute minimum, basically. And you find that
Yeah.
a lot. And even in the protests, it's not so much they're protesting the IDF, they're protesting the current government.
Yeah.
But obviously, it gets bigger the more informed you get.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure.
So
I am a
I think she really
stegosaurus.
is just not very informed on Israeli politics.
It could be very much that. She just
From what
could
I've
be a
seen, she
non-political
just doesn't know
person.
anything
Yeah.
other than Likud bad.
You lack discipline.
Dude.
Did you say that?
Yeah, I just don't understand.
Left-wing media is mostly Jewish?
In order for Israel to maintain their system of apartheid and to justify their inhumane actions in Gaza, Islamophobia is quite obviously ingrained in Israeli society and Israeli politics. However, by associating itself and its actions with the religion of Judaism, falsely claiming to be acting on the wishes of the Jewish diaspora, Israel, ironically, is also perpetuating anti-Semitism, and that is 100% by design.
They are vehemently against not only Israel, not only the Jewish students. Anti-Semitism is unquestionably a problem at the universities, but it goes significantly beyond that. These are protesters who are being influenced by outside organizations. The Islamic Republic of Iran is thanking them for their work. They are giving permission to these terrorists.
Overnight, the U.S. House passed a
Bill 32291, and a group of representatives say they want to protect their Jewish constituents. And the bill would essentially make it easier for the Department of Education to enforce anti-discrimination laws at public institutions.
So this bill would require the Department of Education to use the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance's definition of anti-Semitism, denying the Jewish people their right to self-determination by claiming that the existence of a state of Israel is a racist endeavor.
Anti-Semitism is an ancient form of bigotry, but since the creation of Israel for the past 80 years or so, it's been used as a tool for the growth and continuation of Israel's existence. And no, this isn't some conspiracy theory. Israel quite obviously wants more anti-Semitism in the world in order to justify its Zionist project. And by continuing their atrocious actions in Gaza and the West Bank, while wearing symbols representative of Judaism and claiming to be acting on the basis of Judaism, they guarantee the continuation, if not escalation, of global anti-Semitism.
Just saying Israel wants this. It's not like, like it's a little too wide a brush, I think. To just say Israel wants this, Israel wants that. Like, how connected are the people to the government, And it's one of those things, like, with China, you have to be careful when you're saying China, 'cause, like, eventually it gets too broad where you want to just say CCP. Right?
Yes.
Just in some situations you should limit it, or else it doesn't sound quite right.
Yes, you should be more specific depending on what you're talking about. Depending on the topic.
The decision of the International Court in The Hague is a modern Dreyfus trial, and it will end the same way. The decision to issue an arrest warrant against me, the democratically elected Prime Minister of the State of Israel, and our former Defense Minister, was made by a rogue prosecutor who's trying to extricate himself from sexual harassment charges, and by biased judges who are motivated by anti-Semitic sentiments against the one and only Jewish state.
Sleek and stylish in this wool blend, and Najiba is hot, hot, hot. It's a look that screams, look out world, I'm a woman of the 12th century.
Islamophobia is also an ancient form of bigotry, and although its existence in the United States was prominent before, Islamophobia's use as a tool for manufactured consent reached its cultural climax more recently, specifically after 9/11.
You're saying that Islamophobia is not a real thing. That if you're critical of something...
Well, it's not a real thing when we do it.
Right.
Well, no, it really is.
I'm not denying that certain people are bigoted against Muslims as people. And that's a problem. Big of you. But
why are you so hostile about this?
It's gross. It's racist. We have to be able to criticize bad ideas. And of course we do. No liberal doesn't want to criticize bad ideas. But why is the motherlode of bad ideas? Jesus. So we have
9/11 was a major turning point in the United States. The 90s were almost seen as the end of America's global fight against evil. The USSR was far behind us, and the United States didn't have a major adversary that they could villainize for their own self-interest. So in August of 2001, George Bush was briefed by the CIA about credible threats of plane hijackings. It was the perfect opportunity for manufacturing consent. And that opportunity became reality.
He did it again.
Bro did not
Today,
just say,
our
man,
fellow
9/11
citizens,
was...
our way of life,
He's doing some
our
fucking
very freedom
inside
came
job
under
shit
attack.
about how 3,000 people died to manufacture consent for this war.
Yep. If you want to find out more, we have a 9/11 episode.
Oh my goodness.
Look for the thumbnail that says "Who Dunned It." It's actually one of our best thumbnails, in my opinion. Let me see if it's on my drive here. Or should maybe shoot that drive.
I mean, he's gotten further than most people do.
Yeah, true.
This is that Condi Rice thing.
Yeah.
Where they said that there was credible hijackings and things like that. But I mean, they tried to do one. Or they tried to do one with Clinton in LAX.
Yes. Hold on. I know how to find it. It's just going to take a minute. Is this a new chatter? Have we had this person in before?
Doesn't say first time.
Huh. I guess not. What is it? Altec. Go into the videos. We go down to the 9/11 one. Damn, it was a while ago. 31. Okay, 31. So it was before Jake. After Tactical Girlfriend.
Yeah, that Sam Harris literally looks at like a very specific interpretation of Islam that's very foolish.
Yeah. This is
You
our
know,
thumbnail.
It's like gives credit to what the Taliban is, and like
What?
even the Taliban aren't even like mainstream because they're fucking Sufi.
What an incredible thumbnail. Honestly, probably one of our best. In my opinion.
You done it.
I might redo the text so it's yellow. So it stands out a bit more, but pretty fucking good out of all of them. I think go look for that one if you want to find out.
Which so far, if manufacturing
story of 9/11.
consent has been spoken twice in this video already.
Yeah. So if you want to know the actual story behind 9/11, episode 31 of Let Them Eat Cake, go watch that. That'll give you the full story, and that'll also get you over this whole manufacturing consent bullshit. Iraq was the most protested war in history. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
And deadly terrorist acts. I've directed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to find those responsible.
Can we just address how fucking funny this guy is, just as like a person?
Like Iraq had like major societal consequences for the government and military.
And to bring them to justice. We will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbor them.
That was a bad idea.
For the next 2 decades and counting, the United States would use this day to not only justify their actions in Iraq, but to justify any sort of potential war crimes inflicted on an Arab or Muslim.
Should have what?
Oh my God! Come on, bro.
You should have what?
Like, no. Hang on.
Population.
No. We need to hear this. Can we go back? Is this at normal speed?
No.
Can we go to normal speed before we Abu Ghraib real quick?
For the next 2 decades and counting, the United States would use this day to not only justify their actions in Iraq, but to justify any sort of potential war crimes inflicted on an Arab or Muslim population.
The 9/11 attacks were carried out by Al-Qaeda.
Okay, hang on.
An organization headed by Osama bin.
Okay, so they said justifying any war crime
against an Arab.
Yeah. Abu Ghraib was definitely not justified by anyone. Like, that is a terrible example.
Yep. You could maybe use the Blackwater Bridge.
Because this guy, you know why he did? You know why he chose Abu Ghraib? Because Guantanamo isn't recognizable enough.
Yes.
And it's night and day.
Mm-hmm.
The shit that was going on in Abu Ghraib was like all those people in those photos went to trial. They should have gotten bigger sentences. Another gross war crime is the fucking like rape of that little girl and murder of her family by the Marines.
Yeah.
That was a really big deal. Not only that, Abu Ghraib was such an outrage that like the Fallujah Bridge incident is one of the results of it. Like, without Abu Ghraib, like, Zarqawi may not have had a foothold in Fallujah. It's like one of two events that lead up to the first Battle of Fallujah. The other one is the Marines shooting protesters, which is the main reason why it happened. But still, like, not a good example. Guantanamo exists. You want to see a fucking... And I'll show you a fucking craziest photo real quick. I'll find it. Maybe I won't find it. It's this fucking crazy picture. You know the straps, how they strap down the crates on the Globemaster. You know what those? You know those the ratchets, right?
Yeah.
They have a fucking like prisoner transfer, and he's got goggles and earmuffs on, and they're ratcheted to the floor of the fucking plane.
Wow. Ridiculous.
Bin Laden, which had openly declared war on the United States and was committed to killing innocents in our country and around the globe. And so we went to war against Al-Qaeda to protect our citizens.
I'm not sure the Chinese are going to have a field day with anything after one of their drones crashed into one of their stadiums. Sure, let's laugh at Americans for being stupid when everybody knows Americans are stupid.
Our friends and our allies.
And 9/11 was only the catalyst. Growing up in the United States post 9/11,
This
I was
picture's
surrounded
crazy. You
by
ready for this
subtle
shit?
yet quite.
What the fuck? That's not right.
I love the American flag in the background. That's my
I like
favorite
the
part.
soldiers covering their face. That's
Yeah.
cool.
Well, these guys back here aren't, because you can't even see them. There's a little guy in the doorway back here too.
Yeah, no, that's pretty cool.
Just putting a bag on a detainee's head is a war crime, by the way.
Really?
You cannot do this.
Interesting.
Somebody tell me I'm wrong. I might be.
I haven't heard that before. That's interesting. If the case.
Anti-Arab propaganda. 2013 saw the release of World War Z, a zombie apocalypse movie, where at the movie's climax, we see a mob of zombies scaling the walls surrounding Jerusalem and attacking the civilians taking refuge. And who's on the other
like the
side
IDF
of that wall
attacking
in real
Palestine.
life? Palestinians. This movie literally illustrates Palestinians as blood-hungry zombies.
Lol.
2014
Oh my God,
saw
bro.
the release of American
I didn't realize that.
a film following U.S. Navy SEAL
Throw
Chris
spoons
Kyle
at this
and his
man.
deployment
Like that's a bit of a stretch.
Your video didn't need it. Just leave that part out.
in Iraq and then New Orleans.
He then later said that when he got back home, that he was on top of the Superdome and he shot over 30 looters during Hurricane Katrina. What a
Chris Kyle is
preposterous
a
lie.
terrible person.
How stupid are you if you believe that?
Throughout the film, he's seen as both a hero of America's freedom, as well as a victim of our own actions, almost making it seem like we had to be in Iraq, but it was still a sad situation. God, I love neoliberalism. And what was happening during the release of this movie? The United States was propping up and funding rebel groups in the Syrian civil war to overthrow President Bashar al-Assad.
Hell yeah!
Oh man, when did this video get released? Oh my goodness.
Bro,
Oh
the
my
Assadist,
goodness, bro.
stuff, bro. Is that wow?
Bro, we gave him so much money. All that money.
Who gave who money? What?
I mean, come on, we didn't give him shit.
Fucking like Assadist narratives, like rebel, rebel, give them rebels, give the rebels.
Don't
money
forget,
to
like,
overthrow charge.
Jelani, who's always been like the guy in the Syrian rebel movement, has always had the philosophy of not taking American funding anyway.
Yeah, yeah.
They couldn't pay him even if they wanted to.
Like, how fucking dumb do you have to be to take up Assadist narratives? Like, seriously, you have to be next level stupid. The Assad narratives are like the only explanation is that you're spoon-fed IRGC propaganda on the regular.
The channel's called North Star Radio.
I don't know what that means.
North Star? That's some commie bullshit.
I'm sure. It's the North Star.
Yeah.
Could be Christian. Isn't like the North Star a Christian?
Oh, come on,
thing
bro.
as well?
Look at it. It's commie.
Of course it is, but still.
We just created.
I'm unimpressed with the fact that his channel name is non-capitalized. That's actually really annoying me.
We also grew up with master works like Captain Phillips, where Somali pirates are given zero humanization or explanation for why they're hijacking ships, the only explanation being they're just a bunch of crazy Arabs. Or the beautifully innocent movies of Sacha Baron Cohen.
Whoa.
Is he really going to have a cry about Sacha Baron Cohen?
On. Did he just say the Somalis are Arabs?
Yes.
Or explanation for why they're hijacking ships, the only explanation being they're just a bunch of crazy Arabs. Or the beautifully innocent movies of
Sacha Baron Cohen's movies are satire, my dude. They're literal jokes. Also, are you mad because this is a mockery of Gaddafi? Is that why you're mad? Because he's making fun of poor old Gaddafi?
Sacha Baron Cohen, a British man who's made an entire career off of
Somali?
Yeah. I mean, there is Arabic there too, but yeah. Not an Arab
perpetuating,
country.
Dehumanizing, anti-Arab stereotypes.
In my country, we have KFC.
Also,
Kazakh
again, hang on. Kazakhstan is not an Arabic country.
It's not Arab.
This is Turkic. Okay, this is the kebab guy who is not Middle Eastern.
These associations in our media create an anti-Arab bias.
Bro, he's Central Asian, my dude.
Yeah, but basic people like him only speak
they're
Arab.
not, like, yes, they're Islamic, but they literally speak Russian. They're not Arabs. This guy probably thinks that the Persians are Arabs.
Well, that's the thing. Is it's like the whole point of Borat is that it was showing how racist Americans were.
Yeah, exactly. Like
Borat
Sacha
is actually kind of a woke movie.
Like Sacha Baron Cohen is incredibly conscious of what he's doing with these characters.
Also, you know Borat was inspired by a meme, right?
Sure. I was certain it was a character on his show.
It was, but it's inspired by a meme.
Because, like, if you guys haven't seen Ali G, his original character, you should watch Ali G. It's incredible. And even that, right? Even that talks about poverty in the United Kingdom, right? So, like, Ali G is supposed to be, like, the whole story is that he's trying to save the community center in his local British town, right? And he's poor lad type of person. And the whole movie is about saving a community center from a rich asshole. It's pretty woke. Like, to think that Sacha Baron Cohen what the fuck? That's very funny. I've never seen.
I'm trying to find an archive of the website.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
I like music. I have many music instruments. My home I can play. I like sports, swimming, basketball, tennis, volleyball, walk. I like sex. I like travel. I go to 3 or 4 countries every year. I went Germany, Netherlands, Belgium, Austria, Denmark, Sweden, Hungary, Moldova, Ukraine, Bulgaria, Romania, Macedonia, Azerbaijan, Georgia, Iran. Here's him playing ping pong. My profession is journalist. J-U-R-N, journalist.
Amazing.
Music and sport teacher. I make psychology doctorate. I like to take photo camera, animals, towns, nice nude models, and peoples. My tall, 1.84 centimeters, 6.2 feet. My weight, 78 kilograms. My eyes green. I live alone. I have home, car.
This is amazing.
I like to be friendship from different country. I live in Turkey, town Izmir. 4 million peoples near sea, old history. Who is want to come to Turkey? I can invite. She can stay. Oh, now it's a girl. It has to be a girl. She can stay in my home. I speak Turkish, English, Russian. I want to learn other languages. And then here's his contact info.
Is his email? Has he got an email? Email him. Get him on the show.
No, he's still around.
Get him on the show.
But like that's like Borat. Like I think he sued Borat for stealing his likeness.
That's fucking hysterical. That's very funny. This makes it even funnier that he thinks that he's Arab, right? This just further proves my point that if you think that Sacha Baron Cohen isn't completely conscious of what he's doing with his satires, then you're an idiot. You're the idiot who thinks that Idiocracy is some kind of documentary.
He says he
close.
stated that Borat was based on him and is owed sort of royalties for his likeness, but it doesn't say that he's gotten royalties or anything like that. He's just said, I should get them.
I agree. Give this man his money.
And Turks will say that Kazakhstan is Turkey.
In the minds of its audience. But where those biases are confirmed is when these victims of American imperialism reach a point of retaliation, like the events of October 7th.
Today, the people of Israel are under attack. In this moment of tragedy, I want to say to them and to the world and to terrorists everywhere, the United States stands with Israel. I got up this morning and started this at 7:30.
The Globy.
My calls. Hamas terrorists crossing in Israel.
We are a superpower, but we do not have super patience.
By Hamas. Just days after Israel marked the holiest.
Yeah, he's
days
a pilot. Great.
It's unconscionable.
For the past year, ever since October 7th,
A soldier in the bunker.
Islamophobia has seen a resurgence in American media. Palestinians are described as terrorists who have a hidden desire to unalive Jewish people from a young age.
Rudy was saying that Palestinians are taught at 2 years old to kill Americans.
That's pretty spicy.
Yeah.
Do we have that one?
Like Kamala.
The other one.
I could add it.
I forgot
And
this
those who
video was
support
about
the
Ethan.
people of
You see
Palestine are labeled anti-Semites, or even
Hang on, go back.
That's pretty spicy.
Yeah.
Do we have that one?
Like Kamala.
The other one.
I could add it.
and those who support
What?
Just her going, I mean, as in, he's not wrong.
the people of Palestine are labeled anti-Semites, or even terrorists themselves.
What we're seeing now at Columbia.
This is pretty low-hanging fruit.
And I don't use this word lightly. We're not seeing ideological
Tequila's
war.
been brain poisoned
We're not
by
seeing
support
for terrorism. We are seeing
She said, I mean,
terrorism.
about
And what it
2-year-olds
was
being taught
literally
to
a
hate.
vigil for terrorists. Now, I was on the University of Washington campus last week when they had this big rally, this big march for Hamas, when they were literally chanting, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. And they mean free of Jews. They want all Jews out of the land.
Yep, they
I had
definitely
people
mean
literally
Jews.
tell me to my face that they were celebrating the fact that babies had their heads cut off.
There's nobody on the entire platform to call him out. Nobody. They've all been banned. They've all been banned. Nobody. There is not a single dissenting voice with his
what do you mean?
Straight up radical.
But they've all been banned? You mean the
anti-American,
racist?
Anti-Semitic, pro-China, pro-Russia, pro-terrorism takes. This is fringe psychotic shit that is not normal.
Anti-Semitism, however, has also been on the rise since October 7th, thanks to Israel's undying ability to associate its war crimes with the religion of Judaism, a religion, by the way, that is fundamentally built on peace and the idea of loving thy neighbor as thyself.
My Jewish values teach me to oppose apartheid.
Now, the reason I've decided to make this video is not simply to analyze the growth of both Islamophobia and anti-Semitism. The way politics is today, political analysis becomes significantly more interesting and easier to understand.
Why are we doing what? Well, do you explain yourself?
It's a funny video about terrorism.
Was he like Borat, or was he not like Borat?
When discussed in the context of internet drama. In fact,
Philip
this
DeFranco.
OG YouTuber has built an empire, a dying empire, off of internet drama. This OG YouTuber, famous for his appearances in blackface, brownface, whiteface, and poopface, has more
I hope that was a joke.
What?
To be like Ethan who's done blackface as a serious accusation, like that wasn't mocking people who do blackface, is so disingenuous. So I really hope that that was some kind of joke.
recently become famous for spewing on the daily both Islamophobic
And if I know Ethan, it would be him mocking someone like I forget her name now because she's disappeared from internet after doing blackface. Jenna Marbles. It would be him mocking her for doing it, something like that. If I would, what? Still doing it?
Still doing it.
She is.
No. I'm saying I wouldn't do blackface to mock somebody because then I'd be doing blackface.
Sure, but it's like, yeah, it's the
when
Tropic
he did
Thunder
whiteface
defense.
though, that was funny.
How's it different?
It was funny.
It's both satirical of people who do it. Well, it's
Okay,
people
Jack,
don't do the
blackface
first one.
defender, got it.
No, I'm talking about mocking people who do blackface. It's a very specific thing.
Like in Always Sunny.
Sure. The point of it in Always Sunny is that they are pieces of shit. Right? The point of it in Tropic Thunder is that his character is a piece of shit doing blackface and trying to get away with it. Right? There's purpose in art for doing it. However, YouTubers with no fucking brain between their ears decided to reinvigorate minstrel blackface.
Like Ethan?
Did Ethan do minstrel blackface?
You know, who cares?
It's just fucking interesting.
What has he done to me lately?
Fresh criticism for Hassan, who is an outright supporter of terrorism. Quite literally, he is a champion for terrorism and a supporter of terrorism. And if
That's
you
so
don't believe me,
based.
watch the
I
video.
hope somebody
Now, there's
says
a
that about
lot
me
of
one day.
details I could get into.
I hope somebody
regarding
tells me I'm a
Ethan's
champion
racist
for terrorism. Like, that's such a fucking epic label to say to me. You know, it's so funny that people will say,
I'll
like,
say-
the most criticism I get is stuff like, you're pro NATO. Like, bro, do you even know who I am?
Yeah, shut the fuck up.
Like,
I just go,
bro, I'm-
okay, buddy.
I'm the Bin Laden did nothing wrong guy.
Save that for a future video. What I really want to focus on today is this tweet and the context of this tweet by Hassan Piker.
My former podcast co-host misunderstood me when I said in America that anti-Semitism is institutionally unacceptable, but Islamophobia is permitted if not encouraged. Yesterday,
I went
he
over
proved
this
my
already.
point.
Ethan has a long history of Islamophobia.
You did.
No, I did one day. I went through a bunch of this stuff.
Stretching all the way back to his time in Israel. Go figure. Like when Ethan and Hila visited an Arab village, and Ethan was afraid of the call to prayer.
Nice, cool. Yeah, nice. Had the correct.
Hila, are you sure we're going the right way? Hila, are we going the right way?
I'm hoping so. Yeah, no. I don't know, we just need to find the water.
You know what they say? You know what they say? Follow the Allah Akbars.
Or when Ethan said,
Fucking hell, Ethan. Jesus Christ.
Who gives a fuck about that clip?
It's a bad joke. Like, that's a bad joke. Fuck's sake.
Arab Muslims have an...
That's just, like, you can't... It's so weak when people are like, a bad joke means it was serious. No, it was just a bad joke. Get over it.
Inclination towards committing acts of violence.
I do, on the other hand, acknowledge that, like, I think per capita, a lot of the weird fucking terrorism and crimes and shit, I mean, there's definitely some strong thread of violence through the Muslim community.
Yeah.
Or Arab Muslims, to be more specific.
Or when Hila said the wall between Israel and the West Bank had to be built and was proven effective.
They built a wall, and Israel should be a one state with Palestinians and Israel's all
Yeah,
living
also,
together.
this
They
is a
should
time-
reduce the borders and remove the...
A very special time in Islamophobia when, like, people like Bill Maher that he opened with were like, yeah, it's totally fine. You know, it's
Totally
a different
fine.
attitude now.
Yes.
Where, like, it was just more of a cringe atheist movement that was like, everyone was like this. It was anti-religion in general.
Yes, it was. Yes.
the gay. That to me seems like super ignorant.
It is, because when I grew up, I couldn't really take a bus. I was afraid of blowing up.
Right.
And now it doesn't really happen. So the wall did help.
Did it ever really happen, or was that a hysterical thing?
Yeah. We watched a bus bombing, remember? In our Patreon stuff, we have a bus bombing where there's like a meat flap.
Yeah, no. I know. What I'm saying is that did it happen at the frequency that they tell you? It's kind of like training kids to respond to school shootings when school shootings are realistically quite rare.
I mean, she was probably growing up in the second Intifada, you know, suicide bombings.
Yeah,
They
okay.
were pretty frequent. I don't know
There's
how
still
many
a lot of
bombings
other ways.
happened during the.
Yeah, because I'm really not sure. Like, that was a genuine question, but like, you get my point.
There's tunnels and, you know.
It's like how inflated was this threat by the media?
Rockets.
Yeah.
When Hila was a kid, there was no wall around Greater Israel that blocked out the West Bank and Gaza. And it was like, I remember in the newspaper when you were growing up, almost daily, right?
Not
Suicide
daily,
bombs
but it was
weekly.
happening a lot, and it was terrifying. Yeah.
In cafes, shopping malls, and buses.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just like a
When
a
did she say, the
slaughter.
80s?
It was just a slaughter. And so they're like, oh, let's build a fucking
Go
wall there.
back.
And
Well, when did the wall get built?
Go back. Just what did she say?
I don't think she said a year.
And it was like, I remember in the newspaper when you were growing up, almost daily.
When I grew up, I couldn't really take a bus. I was afraid of blowing up.
Right.
And now it doesn't really happen. So the wall did help. There's still a lot of other ways. There's tunnels and, you know.
Yeah, rockets.
Yeah.
When Hila was a kid, there was no wall around Greater Israel that blocked out the West Bank and Gaza. And it was like, I remember in the newspaper when you were growing up, almost daily, right?
Not
Suicide
daily,
bombs
but it was
weekly.
happening a lot, and it was terrifying. Yeah.
In cafes, shopping malls, and buses.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just like a slaughter. It was just a slaughter. And so they're like, oh, let's build a fucking wall then. And lo and behold, no more suicide bombs. And my whole time there, my whole 5 years living there, there was like
There was
one
one
failed,
attempt,
shitty
yeah.
attempt.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the list goes on.
It
Tell
was
me what you went on, like,
early 2000s.
Yeah, there was a lot. If you just look on the wiki of Palestinian suicide attacks,
Mm.
Jerusalem bus bombing. Let's see here, like not a lot of deaths.
Mm.
Discotheque
ICJ
bombing in Tel Aviv that killed 21.
The ICJ issued an opinion
Restaurant
ruling that the
bombings,
wall is
16.
illegal because it's built on Palestinian land rather than the internationally recognized border. The construction of the wall being built by Israel, the occupying power in the occupied Palestinian territory, including all and around East Jerusalem and its associated regime, are contrary to
There's a Haifa
international
bus
law.
bombing here that killed 15 people. I think that's the video that we show in that documentary.
Mm-hmm. Damn. That's fucking crazy. Also, can we get a new fucking word? Because this is such a dumb word. Islamophobia is such a stupid fucking word. Why does the Jewish faith get some special fucking anti-Semitic term, but there's no special term for anti-Islam? Like, nobody's scared of it. Like, it's not a scared of it. It's a hatred, right? It's a bigotry, right? It needs its own word. It needs a different word, not a phobia. I'm so sick of people just slapping phobia on the end of a fucking word and having it be like, this means something. No, it doesn't. Stop it. Get some help. Where is it?
Doctor, I think I'm...
Not that one. Hi, do you want to know how to fix this? Stop.
So, like, Ireland, they also built a wall.
Mm.
And, you know, like, she's not wrong that the wall was effective.
Of course it was.
Yeah, you want, like, we should, like, we just want bombings to end. You know, Sadr City, the Battle of Sadr City is literally them just building a wall.
Yeah.
The mission with
the
them.
issue is the wall's still existing. You know, like I've said before, Ireland has begun ripping theirs down. Like anytime a wall is put up, there's a reason why it's put up, but they always get torn down eventually.
85% of the Israeli settler population is projected to end up on the Israeli side of the wall. So they're literally walling off Palestinian territory as well. So that's another aspect of this wall too. 34,000 acres of Palestinian farmland is located in the seam zone between the wall and Israel's internally recognized border. So they literally built it outside of Israel's borders to give themselves even more space. And additionally took 34,000 acres of farmland from Palestinians. 85% of the wall is on occupied Palestinian land inside the West Bank. 10% of the West Bank is on the Israeli side of the wall. So that's pretty cool. Fuck this wall. Bomb that wall.
To like a terrorist city.
But these clips are all quite old, and for a while there, Ethan was able to hide any of his own Islamophobia. Yet when October 7 took place, Ethan Klein's Islamophobic tendencies came to the forefront.
I find it incredible that people think that Hamas is going to take over all of Israel and happily coexist with Israelis. If there's a state of Palestine, it makes sense. But if you're in one state, all that's going to happen is like everybody is trying to bring as many people there as possible. And like by the time, there frankly are a lot of Palestinians, right? And
this is a debate over the 1 and 2 state solution.
Yeah.
Okay.
In the area.
Like I've talked to some Palestinians who are very vocal about going to one state. And I've asked them, I'm like, do you think it's like too far to call people who advocate for a 2-state solution because they're afraid of 1-state solution like anti-Palestinian? And like they're like, no, you know, it doesn't accomplish anything.
Yeah.
Movement towards the 2-state solution can also push us towards the 1-state solution.
True.
Like, the point is just to get a solution.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, that's all you can really hope for.
But the thing is that this is why I constantly always say, forget about Hamas. We're talking about West Bank, because Ethan can't get over how Hamas is, and he's thinking if Hamas is just integrated into the Jewish population, it wouldn't be good.
Yeah.
Which is correct. That's why we don't worry about Hamas right now.
Yeah.
Like, just because of Hamas existing doesn't mean
Like-
this shit go on in the West Bank.
They will
But a majority of
objectively
Palestinians
lose.
already work in Israeli businesses in West
I mean,
Bank.
look at Catalonia, right? Objectively, if it works out and things get better, Hamas will lose support. It's that simple. The reason Hamas is so powerful right now is because they have the support of not only the Palestinians, but the international community. Not the governments, but everybody else, right? Pretty much everybody who sees the Palestinian side is like, yeah, Hamas is like a necessary evil at the bare minimum, right? Us not so much, fuck Hamas, but like we understand why Hamas exists and the reasons that it's there. But they'll lose support if things get better. Like terrorism is a last resort, and you've pushed the Palestinians to their last resort, and look where they went. Look what they did, or look what Hamas did, I should say, not the Palestinians. Like look at what some Palestinians resorted to. Are we really that surprised? I'm not. I don't know why you are. Like you clearly don't see it the correct way, and that's your problem.
And once the Palestinians outnumber the Jews, basically, anything is fair game for the Jews. Anything. Oh, it's going to be a secular country? You mean Hamas, the Islamic fundamentalist group, is going to come out and do a secular country? What the are you talking about? I feel like people are so deluded. They'll look
part
at
of the one-state solution. Yes, they would have to make a secular government.
Yeah, they would literally have to compromise. That's the whole point.
something like from the river to the sea and be like, oh no, that doesn't mean that they want to, they just want to create a secular state and peacefully live with Israelis. By the way, segregation is not real. There's 20% of the population in Israel is Palestinian, full citizens, integrated in all levels of work.
And over time, he played victim, claiming that people calling him a Zionist are being anti-Semitic. Ironically, an anti-Semitic...
Do those Palestinians have to go through checkpoints every single day to get to work? Oh, they do?
It depends.
Cool. If they're
The ones
coming
that
from...
are citizens, it's different. West
okay.
Bank is different.
So what, they can like freely go in and out of Israel?
Depends on the neighborhood.
Interesting. I'm assuming there's some like pretty fashy neighborhoods around.
Yeah, mostly with the settlers in West Bank.
Yeah, okay.
But like Jerusalem can be complicated.
Kill them.
Also, you know about the you're not allowed to wear colors of a certain kind.
No? What are we, fucking Bloods and
Palestinian
Crips?
flag is illegal.
What are we, fucking Bloods and Crips? Motherfuckers.
No, it's literally that. You can't wear like the Palestinian colors.
That's fucking crazy. Psychos.
Well, you remember when there was a funeral for that journalist, they like attacked the coffin bearers
Yes.
just because there's a Palestinian flag.
Yeah, fucking nutcases. And Ethan's here crying about fucking Muslims being crazy and doing crazy shit. Okay.
statement in and of itself. But
you ever met Chaya Raichik?
I'll get to that.
Talk about
That's
crazy
my
Jews,
problem
huh?
is that people they're watching with the expectation they're looking for any little nugget of
You're a nugget.
Indignant over and to call me a Zionist.
You are.
If you call me a Zionist, you're anti-Semite. You know why?
No.
Because I'm not a
You're
fucking
an
Zionist, and I
anti-Semite.
made that exactly profoundly, deeply clear. So when you see someone on Twitter, when you see someone in the audience calling me a Zionist, what they're calling me is a fucking Jew.
And this whole Zionism thing is just so fucked up. It's basically a purity test on Jews. You got to be, are you a good Jew or a bad Jew? So in what world is that normal? To be like,
No Zionists.
sorry, no Zionists, death to Zionists.
What?
I said most Zionists are Christian.
That's true.
You got all these
I am
campuses,
Zionist.
no Zionists allowed. So are you?
What?
So the thing is that why is it a purity test on you when most of them are Christian?
Yeah.
They're
What
saying,
is-
are you a
this
good
is what
Jew?
happens
Are
when
you
you
a
encounter Jews. You have to ask them what they think of Israel. It is fucking weird. But guess what? People did that shit with the fucking Muslims.
Yeah, they did.
Ask,
What country you
oh,
from?
you like this country?
Where
like
you from?
Saddam? Yeah.
It would have been a tense time in the States.
bad Jew? That's the conversation. And again, I emphasize this because I don't think people appreciate it, but 90% of the world's Jews would be considered Zionist.
For the most part, Ethan didn't mention Hassan once, or vice versa, for the past year. And although Ethan decided to end leftovers, and thus end any discussion regarding Israel-Palestine, the topic did still make its way into an episode here and there. And it was still quite clear that Ethan and Hila had some difficulty with the topic. But it wasn't until the day of our Holy Lord, September 11th, 2024, when Ethan Klein decided to go on a full-on spite-driven and seemingly Islamophobic crusade against Hassan and anyone associated with Hassan, more often than not people who are pro-Palestine. Why did he all of a sudden decide to go on this deplatforming campaign against pro-Palestinian streamers, many of whom are Arab themselves? Simple. They were promoting terrorism and simping for Osama bin Laden.
My friends, it's so good to see you again.
We did this.
Happy
Remember,
Friday
Denim's
to all of my
was reading
to all
his
of my beloved
manifesto,
audience members,
and she was
my
even like,
crew.
"Yeah, he's right." When he was getting to the anti-Jewish shit, and she was still like, "Yeah, this guy's spitting, huh, guys?"
Whose manifesto?
Osama's, the letter
Ah.
to America.
Is that why she got banned?
No, you don't remember that, bro? It went around on TikTok. People were reading his letter to America,
Yeah, okay. Yes.
right? And like, so
Mhm.
she was reading it on chat, and she was like, and it got to like the Jew stuff. She was
Mm.
like, "Yeah, right. He spit in chat," and they're like, "Bro, what the fuck is this?" And she's like, I'm high. I didn't mean anything. I'm just really high."
Not an excuse.
To my beautiful wife, to my dogs. TGIF. I want to talk about my beef with Bin Laden.
Okay. Okay.
Now, I made the brave assertion on Instagram, and again, this stems from these TikTok people who are like,
What's with this
being like,
radio thing up here?
Just a meme.
simping for Bin Laden because he was anti-American, and failed to read the rest of his manifesto, in which he said specifically, the reason I did this attack is because you're all gay Jews who aren't Muslim, it's doing Sharia law, and also you give loans. I saw
Yes,
this
I was
tweet,
about to say, don't forget the high interest loans.
and it had, and this moment, it got even more, but it had 160,000 likes, 9 million views. So there's a lot of people on Twitter who are like, yeah, this guy's onto something. Do Americans actually know why Bin Laden did all that?
I don't
Or do
have
they
a
believe
mood
he
for
hated that they
clowning
could
right
vote
now.
or something? And what's interesting to me is that
It's times
when
like
I
these that are the
actually
most
read his-
frustrating to me because everyone's wrong. Nobody
writings
understands
and
Bin
learned
Laden.
about it, it occurred to me that, like, holy shit, that is kind of why he hates us. He did quite literally hate Americans because they could vote and had freedoms. He specifically states in his writings the reasons:
Yeah, he's a
homosexuality, lack of
pirate,
Sharia
Greg!
law, drug use, lending of money, and letting Jews run the country or the world. Frankly, please read his writings before regurgitating tanky talking points and running defense for a mass murdering, homophobic,
It's
anti-Semitic
weird how that
shit
one
about Bin Laden
specific
and one time
letter
to
to
rewrite history.
America
Yeah, I
is,
mean,
like,
if I
different than all the other stuff he's wrote about and stuff.
Yeah.
Stan
It's
says you're
weird
a
that he
cunt.
always brings up Jews whenever he's talking up to a Western audience and knows that he's being received by a Western audience. He always
Yeah.
somehow works an anti-Semitic shit in there for some reason. I wonder why that is.
Why would that be?
I want to extend a little bit of grace to some of these people that, I'm assuming have not actually taken the time to
to fully read his manifesto or his writings or whatever. You know, there are parts of it where he's critiquing, you know, U.S. imperialism and messing with countries in the Middle East, like you said.
You're a
and
fucking
it can
idiot.
come across as like, okay, he's making some points here,
You've
but like
been
you have to
a
read
fucking
on.
idiot.
Like, you can't just read like
Forever.
you can't read the back cover on this one. Like you should delve a little bit deeper, because the further you read, the more it's like, oh, he's fucking insane. Okay.
Coming to the conclusion that bin Laden hated us because we could vote and had some level of freedom of expression, that is the dumbest, most white supremacist argument you can make, and is an obvious example of Islamophobia.
So the first thing I saw.
Friend of the Saudi royal family, bin Laden, yet without analysis, the liberal explanation for his crimes is always Arabs are primitive and violent trope. What? What does he mean by this?
I mean, no. Like, yes, there is a little bit of that, but that's not what the liberals
Well,
say.
I mean, that's the thing is like
That's what the conservatives
for a
say.
while. For a while, people like for that 9/11 episode, like Adam still uses the term Arab fundamentalism.
Yes.
Which was more popular at the time, and there's a reason behind it. So the fundamentalism like narrative is specifically, you have Saudi Arabia opened madrasas in like Pakistan and stuff, and that's like what influenced Al Qaeda and the Taliban. And it's more about how Saudi Arabia, who's our ally, spent a lot of money spreading this fundamentalism. But one of the reasons why I don't like the term is because it ignores Sadat. Sadat is also like, while he was assassinated by the precursor to Al Qaeda because he made peace with Israel, he was also funding violent extremist groups all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
While he cracked down on them in his own country, he funded them elsewhere. Right?
Yeah.
And then Pakistan is like that too. Pakistan, like, what are you all doing? You know? Like, there's this. So, to use the word Arab fundamentalism was too limited. But would some people may view that as like being a racist term because you're specifically going to like the Arabs, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because it's just so specific. And that's another reason why it's been phased out. Like, we kind of censored all our words when we were talking about the war on terror. And like sometimes, like when I say stuff like Islamist jihadis or something like that, people like will get back up a little, and it's like it's literally what they call themselves.
Make and is an obvious example of Islamophobia.
So the first thing I saw was this dude named Comrade Casey. Comrade Casey says, Ethan Klein has never heard of historical analysis. And I'm thinking, like, we can analyze it all we want. That's his literal words. Like, he's just like, I hate Jewish people and I want to kill people who have freedoms, who aren't following Sharia law all the time. And they're like, well, what did he really mean by that? It's obnoxious, but this isn't actually the most obnoxious. Then comes everybody's favorite, Frogan. So here I am saying, actually, Osama bin Laden bad. And her response was, this motherfucker never shuts up. Oh my God.
I mean,
lol.
You could shut up yourself.
It was this collection of leftists on Twitter giving a correct analysis for what transpired 23 years earlier that officially marked the beginning of Ethan Klein's public
correct
hatred
analysis,
for
he
socialists.
said, bro.
Someone who a year earlier described himself as a socialist, or at least socialist adjacent, had now reached a...
None of you have any idea what there. No, there was no correct analysis from anyone. Nobody involved here.
Not one?
No.
Impressive.
They're doing the fucking Johnny Harris narrative.
Of?
Like, have you his thing about bin Laden, where like how bin Laden is like bombing us because of like oil companies that opened in Saudi Arabia and stuff like that.
Yeah. Okay.
When it's bigger than that, Al Qaeda is far more complicated than that.
Yeah, it's very short-sighted.
A point where he hates most socialists and thinks of them all as terrorism, simping anti-Semites.
So anyway, here's what I said.
Y'all were
Why I hate most socialists. Let's take a look at Deprogram, one of the most popular socialist subreddits, and a show frequented by Hassan. These are the guys who said all Israelis are valid military targets, including babies, just by the nature of existing and being born there.
Yeah,
So let's
that's
see what they're
fucking
up to on election
psychotic.
day.
Ethan Klein was quite public about his hatred for...
That's like claiming that all Palestinians are Hamas.
Oh,
but
here's
all
my
people do
thing.
that.
This is so much less annoying than the people who call us terrorist supporters because we supported the Syrian revolution.
Mhm.
This is such baby shit. Like,
Isn't it?
you know how annoying the fucking Assadists were
When?
calling us terrorist supporters and
Always?
shit.
Literally always? Awful.
woke socialists. But whenever mentioning this, made sure to include that he doesn't feel that way about Hassan.
I haven't watched the whole thing. It's long as fucking. I generally don't like watching videos like this because it's usually depressing. And it seems to have like a neutral title, but I think everybody noticed as they were watching through it, even Hassan, I think, commented on it, that this video is a little fucking weird.
Yeah.
You had mentioned you had watched it.
Yeah, I saw the whole thing. It is biased towards Hassan, right? It's all about how you kind of screwed everything up, and pretty much the core,
I had a feeling that I had a feeling that this might have been their show, and it is. This could possibly be the worst podcast.
Yeah, we brought it up before. They literally got deplatformed.
Yeah.
Because
This could possibly be the worst
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
podcast. Hey, they got Luna Oi. We could get Luna Oi. Hey, look, they got Ben Norton. I wonder what their interest in Ben Norton is. How interesting. Oh, Boy. Wow. I wonder what their interest in having Boy on the podcast was. What is the common thread here? I wonder. Balkan Odyssey. We've done him. Hey, this is actually a really good list of people to look up that we can...
Naughty men.
That we can
List of the naughty boys.
Yeah.
They got Parmesan Girl on there?
I'm not sure.
Would you do an interview with her?
I'd interview her, yeah. I'd make her quit. I'd make her leave. She would actually leave. I would and every time she goes to talk,
I don't have a mood for clowning right now. I bid you good day, sir. I would like you to remove everybody that's smiling right now.
He also has GDF here, which I showed people yesterday. GDF. He is actually pretty good. His videos are very researched. I'm sure that he personally has terrible opinions, but his videos are great, and it's such a shame that his videos fall into the same realm as these mouth-breathing fuckwits. It really is a shame. But what can you do? Where's the Blowback podcast?
Oh, that one's all about how it's literally this interpretation that 9/11 was blowback for our imperialism.
Amazing.
It's just an entire thing on how, that's the whole thing. Is like, and blowback has become a term. You'll hear it a lot in our politics. People will say blowback, referring to retaliation for imperialism. When they say it.
Oh my god. They literally had a Russian journalist on. Incredible. Who does he work for? Russia 1, foreign correspondent to VGTKR, Russian television radio broadcasting company, national state-owned broadcaster, correspondent in New York, Russia 24. Cool. Very cool.
Sounds cool.
Love having literal Russian agents on your podcast. That's very cool. I can't see a single fucking person that I would even consider clicking on a podcast from these guys, let alone them themselves. Jesus fucking Christ. Just
the videos.
Listening to an hour and a half of them talk about unscripted nonsense, I would rather shoot myself in the head.
That you became like a debate pervert who then
I cannot believe you committed suicide.
Even Hassan was getting like frustrated watching it, and he was confused, and he's like, this is fucking weird.
Yeah, Hassan didn't like the video at all, from what I recall.
All right, I'm done with this. Next.
Now to former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi facing surgery after a fall during a congressional trip in Europe. The 84-year-old Democrat just elected to her 20th term, injuring her hip.
20th term. Die.
And is now in a hospital. ABC's Mary Alice Parks joins us now with the latest on Pelosi's condition this morning. Mary Alice, good morning.
And Janae, good morning. There is a real concern this could be quite serious. And we know that Nancy Pelosi, who's 84 years old, was hospitalized there in Luxembourg overnight and will likely require surgery for that hip injury. She fell down the stairs while traveling on a bipartisan trip. The members of Congress were commemorating the 80th anniversary of the Battle of the Bulge. Now, pictures posted by the Duke of Luxembourg yesterday show the Speaker Emerita, who's still viewed as such a leader in
You are garbage, okay? You're garbage.
the Democratic Party with her colleagues there. Also, in what looked to be really tall high heels. Now, in this photo, Chairman Mike McCall looks like he could be helping her stand. You see there in the corner, her office saying in a statement that she's currently receiving excellent treatment from doctors and medical professionals. Now, experts say in many cases like these, it could be recommended she have surgery quickly in the first few days. So we're still waiting to hear where that might take place, how long she will stay there in Luxembourg, if she'll move to that major U.S. military facility nearby in Germany where there's a big medical facility, or if she'll head.
You hear that? Germany. Do your thing, 5th gen agent.
Back here to the States.
Make sure she doesn't.
All right, Mary Alice, we hope she recovers quickly. Thank you
no,
so much.
don't do that.
The
Don't put that
CEO of
into the
United
world.
Health Group breaking his silence. In a guest essay in the New York Times, CEO Andrew Whitty says the U.S. health system, quote, is not perfect and coverage decisions are not well understood. He says the insurance industry needs to improve how we explain what insurance covers and how decisions are made, adding that the system wasn't designed but a patchwork built over decades. Whitty defended United.
It's the Somalian flag.
Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson saying he fought to help the sickest people navigate the health system.
A live look over Manhattan tonight as the legal case surrounding the killing of United Healthcare CEO starts to take shape. We've just learned tonight that the suspect, Luigi Mangione, has retained New York attorney Karen Friedman Agnafilo. You see her there on the left-hand portion of your screen. She previously served as a top aide in Manhattan's district attorney.
Nice.
Tonight, the accused CEO killer may be getting ready to head here to New York, perhaps sooner than some expected. As I have exclusive.
Did people legitimately fall for that?
Dude, it's so funny.
People are
It
so
looks
dumb.
so good.
People are so incredibly stupid. It looks awful.
It's so funny.
It looks like clip art.
New reporting about who will be representing him when he gets here. Tonight, I can report that Luigi Mangione has retained a high-powered New York defense attorney, Karen Friedman Agnifilo, to represent him as he's facing a second-degree murder charge in the death of the United Healthcare CEO, Brian Thompson. Viewers of the source will.
So they know. He did hit his head, but the bandage was put on there, which makes it funnier because they're like, "Did you hit your head?" And he's like, "I'm fine." Staring blankly as hell. It looks so funny. I was trying to find the video, but I guess because it's fake information, it's been deprioritized.
Maybe.
I'd probably find it on Twitter quickly, though.
Will be very familiar with Friedman Agnifilo, who was recently a CNN legal analyst, but she's also a veteran of the New York criminal justice system. She served as the chief assistant district attorney in the Manhattan DA's office for 7 years before going into private practice. As one longtime New York prosecutor told me tonight, she knows, quote, every corridor, every judge, every clerk in the courthouse here. And she will be taking this case on at a time when investigators have amassed new evidence in recent days, with police telling CNN this week that the 3D printed gun he had on him when he was arrested matches the 3 shell casings that were found at the crime scene in Midtown Manhattan. His fingerprints also match those that investigators found on items near the scene. This is all evidence that Friedman Agnifilo said before she was retained, I should note, could potentially be a problem.
It looks to me like there might be a not guilty by reason of insanity defense that they're going to be thinking about, because the evidence is going to be so overwhelming that he did what he did.
At this hour, Luigi Mangione remains behind bars in Pennsylvania. But just today, we heard from the Manhattan District Attorney who said that he could waive extradition, meaning he could be headed here to New York as early as Tuesday. My sources tonight on the breaking news are CNN's chief law enforcement and intelligence analyst and also the former NYPD deputy
Why
commissioner,
does this
John
need
Miller,
to happen?
retired NYPD.
End it here. 2-minute video.
This morning, new details about an urgent tip identifying Luigi Mangione as the possible shooter of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson 4 days before he was arrested. 2 senior law enforcement officials tell NBC News that San Francisco police thought the man caught flashing a smile inside a Manhattan hostel looked similar to the 26-year-old in this missing person poster and notified the FBI. One of hundreds of tips the NYPD says it received in the days following the murder. Mangione's mother filed the missing persons report in November after having not spoken to her son since July, the report says. The new information comes as the fight to bring Mangione back to New York intensifies.
He should be, and I will continue to say, be prosecuted here in New York City.
Manhattan District.
Oh my God, did we ever get the rats soundbite? I hate the rats. Did we? I don't think we ever did. I hate rats.
District Attorney Alvin Bragg suggesting the 26-year-old may soon drop his fight against extradition from Pennsylvania to New York.
Well, folks, we have updates in the search for the murderer of the United Healthcare CEO, Brian Thompson. He was, of course, on Wednesday, and there's some pretty deep ramifications for American society and all this. We'll get to that in a moment. First, time is running out.
This is a man who really just wants to go in there and take charge of this country as the American people mandated. You know, secure our border.
Work that they're supposed to be doing. I think that is common sense. What you're going to see here, the overall.
He's definitely crying about Taylor. Oh, look, a favorite.
This is even more important because there are major demographic changes happening across the country.
Coomer.
Citizens of blue states flee from those high-tax sanctuary jurisdictions for red states to enjoy lower taxes, a safer environment, and to exercise more freedom.
More freedom.
He's right about all this, and it has really significant electoral ramifications. Here's
Texas added 4 million people. Of those 4 million people, we know that specifically Texas added 4 million people. Of those 4 million people, do you want to take a guess at how many were Anglos? Just a guess.
I'd say a majority.
180,000. That's it, of 4 million. 95% of the people that were added, and we know that when it comes to minority populations, they tend to be undercounted. So get this. We added 4 million people. They were people of color. Texas got 2 new seats. So they took those black and brown and Asian bodies, and guess what? Do you think that we got a new black, brown, or Asian seat? Somehow, the way that they do their Republican math in the state of Texas, that amounted to 2 new white seats. Guess what? White Republican seats. We got 2 new Republican seats out of 4 million people of color. So let me tell you, they love to use our bodies to apportion us in an inaccurate way.
Here we go.
That's not an inaccurate apportionment. It turns out that Hispanics voted overwhelmingly for Donald Trump in places like Texas. That is a very, very weird statement, but again, it always comes down to race.
That's literally not what she's talking about, Ben. Way to completely ignore what she's talking about. Set up your own argument and attack that, you fucking idiot. He's not... You would think that someone who's purportedly so smart would be better at analyzing things. Or maybe his 75 ads a video convinces him to be disingenuous, slimy scum.
Democrats. What it really is about is the census failing. This is also true for the Secret Service. The Secret Service dramatically failed throughout this election cycle. When the current president-elect of the United States missed assassination, literally through the grace of God took his hand, put it on Donald Trump's head, and turned it slightly.
At me on Twitter. Watch what happens.
And if not for that, Trump's brains would have been all over the stage in Butler, Pennsylvania, in front of
God, in high definition, it would have been
funny,
hilarious.
The entire nation. That is a thing that nearly happened. The Secret Service.
Can you imagine the noise we would have gotten that microphone? We already got a funny noise from what we got
like to
already
dislike bar, bro.
On our stream.
No, his video.
That's hilarious.
Dramatically failed. But again, accountability in so many of these government agencies is in abeyance. Yesterday, there was a big shouting match in Congress during a hearing with the acting Secret Service director. They got into it because the congressperson, Pat Fallon, he was questioning the acting Secret Service director about the fact that they had not gone, the Secret Service, to Butler, Pennsylvania to investigate in the immediate aftermath of the assassination attempt in Butler. Instead, Ronald Rowe had gone to the 9/11 memorial with Donald Trump, and the suggestion by Pat Fallon is he was there to sort of appeal to both Biden and Trump, and things got a bit fraught.
Okay.
Who's usually...
I'm trying to find this murder thing that he's talking about. All there is Fox, bald guy, Bezos. Unless he's calling Bezos the revolutionary left, which would be something. Let's do this.
You mean
Today we're going to talk about post-truth politics. Post-truth politics refers to a political culture where the distinction between what's true and what's false has become almost irrelevant. This again has created an environment where instead of stating facts, the debaters appeal to the audience's emotions. Of course, there's nothing new in politicians lying to people. I mean, that's just called politics.
I did not have sexual relations with that woman, Miss Lewinsky.
But at some point, the people stopped.
This is what I was trying to figure out, is where the fuck was the part about the assassination when nothing in the video is about it. It's literally just clickbait because he has different topics.
Caring about the factuality of these claims and focused more on how it...
And the trick is to put it at the end so they watch through. But what happens is that they just click off.
Made them feel.
Bad, good, any feelings.
Fake narratives that involve strong, primitive feelings like fear, anger, or disgust work surprisingly well, especially when you're talking shit about your opponent.
I know you're a tough guy, Jeb.
And we need to have a leader that is real tough. You're never going to be president of the United States by insulting your way to the presidency.
Let's see, I'm at 42 and you're at 3, so far I'm doing better.
Doesn't matter.
So far I'm doing...
Hold on. Did you see that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
maybe Obama
of all time.
Maybe Obama mocking him about never being president did actually make him do it. Look at his reaction, how angry he got.
United States by insulting your way to the presidency.
Let's see, I'm at 42 and you're at 3, so far I'm doing better.
That is insecure, small man getting angry when you insult his ego kind of reaction. Like that is
Jeff really. Jeff really was talking out his ass here too. Like you're never gonna get to the top doing it. It's like, but he had no place to say that. It's like scoreboard.
No, I know, and it's like it's stupid to even bring it up.
Jeff's advisors were like, "Hey, keep calling him Jeff. My name's Jeff." Because his advisors were like, "You got to get tough. You're too soft." They like Trump because he's tough. You got to show that you can be tough.
Yeah.
Can you imagine he's hyping himself up before he has to go be tough to Trump? That's what made Jeff so funny to run against Trump.
Yeah.
This was such a funny election cycle because of Jeb and Trump.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my holy crap, surveillance dose.
I hate that. So far I'm doing better.
Nowadays, when people talk about post-truth politics, it is usually in connection with the 2016 US presidential election and with the Brexit referendum of 2016.
London and the suburbs voting to stay, and Scotland and Northern Ireland overwhelmingly pro-EU.
Actually, 2016 was also the year when the word post-truth politics was added to the Oxford Dictionary. But even though the term is relatively new, the post-truth society had been reality in the Soviet Union for decades.
True.
That was literally just like...
By the mid-80s, there was no connection between...
What? That it's Soviet?
Soviet, yeah.
between the Soviet leadership's propaganda and the everyday life the common folk lived, and the country had become a place where no one believed in anything. But the system made everyone to play along and pretend that it was real because nobody could come up with any better alternatives. The Russians and the Soviets even have a word for these transparent lies, vranyo. It dates to the wrong old rule when violence and lying was a way to survive under their harsh rule. Journalist and author Elena Gorokhova defined vranyo as follows. Someone lies to us, we know that they're lying, they know that we know, and they keep on lying anyway while we pretend to believe them. Vranyo, a tactical lie, has been used constantly by the Kremlin during the Russia-Ukrainian war and will be used in the future too.
Yeah, Putin continues to justify attacking Ukraine as a denazification of the country, but as CNN's Brian Todd explains, that notion is simply absurd.
You know, the war which we are trying to stop and which was launched against us using Ukraine.
Russian casualties, Skripal and Navalny poisonings, Ukrainian Nazis, bioweapons labs in Ukraine, we all know that these are lies, but some pretend otherwise.
Done that.
In Russia, truth has shades of grey, whereas in the West we think more in black and white. Something is either true or false. Again, Russians use these shades of grey against us with their propaganda. Modern way of interacting via social media platforms has amplified the power of post-truth politics. News travel extremely quick online, and fact-checking has little to no effect because the process is simply too slow. Since lying has no real consequences, and it can actually help you in that.
I think that's why what we're doing here is quite good, because we're able to watch multiple different avenues of the information and literally in live point out, hey, this is where these are. I think this is a benefit of what we're doing as opposed to like the news fact checking. I don't know.
Elections.
Weren't you afraid? No, ma'am, but they tied me in a big sack.
Post-truth politics combined with populism has become one of the most common methods of making politics today. Just lie your way all the way to the top.
All the way to the top. That's it.
Fueled by conspiracy theories and disinformation, there's a growing skepticism towards traditional sources of authority, including government, media, and science. This distrust fuels the post-truth environment where alternative facts can easily and quickly gain traction. Unfortunately, modern social media sites have no functional tools for filtering out disinformation and bullshit, and these platforms are extremely vulnerable to state-organized propaganda campaigns and conspiracy theories. Social media sites also create echo chambers where individuals are exposed primarily to information that reinforces their existing beliefs, often without any fact-checking. In other words, most people never get the other perspective. When you combine all this with algorithms that prioritize engagement and even addiction over user safety, you have an extremely powerful tool for post-truth politics. Therefore, post-truth politics pose a challenge for democratic processes. When voters can't agree on basic facts, it complicates rational debate. Of course, the person who is most often identified with post-truth politics and populism is Donald Trump.
Mr. President, after 3.5 years, do you regret it all the lying you've done to the American people?
All the what?
All the lying, all the dishonesties.
I'm kind of interested to see whether after Trump, whether America returns to reality or continues down this path of psychotic unreality. That's the interesting question for me right now.
Who is that?
You have done.
In June of 2015, Trump and his campaign workers weaponized the post-truth politics on a whole new level in the United States.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am officially running for President of the United States.
But Donald's pathological lying had started long before, going back to his real estate days starting in the 70s.
There are a lot of things to do. You know, a fertile imagination and a good fertile mind, Mike, it's really amazing what can be thought of. There's so many things to do.
Politics?
So many. No, not politics.
Trump Organization's executive vice president Barbara Reyes said that after a while, no one believed a single word he would say. After becoming the president, Trump's lying became so common that the Washington Post started tracking the factuality of his statements with their fact-checking department. By January of 2021, Trump had lied over 30,000 times during his term as the president. This amounted to approximately 21 lies per day. This lying continued after the 2020 US presidential election, when Trump and his gang tried to overturn the election results in his favor.
We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election.
And of course, also during the 2024 elections, where Trump used lies to attack the Democrats, the immigrants, and basically anyone who didn't support his policies. To conclude, post-truth politics represents a significant shift in how information influences our political discourse. While it challenges traditional notions of democratic debate based on shared facts, it also underscores the need for better education, media literacy, and perhaps a re-evaluation.
Cope, lib.
of how we consume and verify information in the digital age. But for now, I say goodbye to you, my friends and soup lovers. We'll meet again soon.
Exactly. You can't lie if you never answer questions from reporters. The tip is, don't talk to the press. That's the obvious answer.
On the next episode of the Soup Central.
Donald Trump would benefit from shutting the fuck up every now and
I
then.
agree. I agree. If he shut the fuck up and actually did the job, I think he'd be much better. Drones.
I like drones.
Drones.
New reports of drone sightings in our area, this time over Manhattan's east side. It comes as lawmakers continue to call on the federal government to take action. Eyewitness News reporter Marcus Solis joins us live on the east side with more. Good morning, Marcus.
Good morning, Pedro. Yesterday, the FBI, Department of Homeland Security, did put out a statement saying that there is no threat to national security, but still so many questions unanswered regarding these reported drone sightings. And one here last night on the east side, actually earlier this morning, just after midnight. Take a look at the NYPD Aviation Unit helicopter over the East River in the area of the United Nations, responding to a report of a possible drone. The helicopter was up there for several minutes, went from the east side to the west side. Did not.
Why don't you use a drone? Get one of them Predator drones and Predator missile that drone.
There's so much drone reporting.
Use some of that.
This drone story is
money.
so big, it's what my mom kept asking me about.
Hilarious.
Anything. Now, there have been these sightings not only nationally, over 3,000 of them, but a lot of them up and down the East Coast, particularly in central New Jersey, but up to Staten Island, Rockland County. The question is, are people actually seeing drones at night or other aircraft? There's concern about copycat activity. But authorities, they are investigating it and taking it seriously, as you can hear from this NYPD chatter.
Also getting a drone sighted at E42nd Street and FDR.
Aviation 7 seatbelt. We were just flying episodic. Shorelines for east side and the west side of the river. We got negative results.
And so nothing found last night. Again, the FBI says that there is no known threat to national security, but they are accepting tips from the public and asking folks to upload photos and videos of suspicious activity. And we're live on the east side. Marcus Solis, Channel 7, Eyewitness News.
We're not.
Joining us now is Mayor Matthew Morello of Washington Township in New Jersey. Mr. Mayor, thank you so much for being here. You were just telling us that you've been seeing this yourself, and now you've signed a letter to Governor Murphy with 20 other mayors asking for help here and finding out what is going on. What do you think needs to happen here?
Well, thanks so much for having me. It's been almost 4 weeks now, and we still have no idea who's piloting these, what they're doing, what they're looking at. So the other mayors in Morris County and I got together and we sent a letter to the governor and said, look, we need some answers. Best case scenario, they're out there watching and videoing, but why? What are they doing?
What's your conspiracy?
Oh, I forgot. It took too long.
How do you forget?
Oh, so my conspiracy is that just like chemtrails and shit, this is caused by people not going outside anymore. And now that there's a trend of people going outside and looking up because they think drones are going to be up there, they see planes and go, hey, look, a drone. And then they zoom in all the way and distort the light on their camera so you can't tell what the fuck it is. And then it just becomes a rectangle of light.
It's a good theory.
That's what I think is happening. People are looking up for the first time in forever.
5
years. They don't go outside anymore.
Yeah,
they're always looking at their phones.
It's kind of sad. I never really think about it like that because anytime I go outside, I literally always just look at the sky. Shit's gorgeous. Why would I not? I don't live in China. It's not covered by fucking smog all the time.
And who's doing it? And we just need someone to tell us and reassure us as mayors so that we can tell our constituents that everything's okay.
And Mayor, I live in a nearby county. All of our neighbors and friends are talking about it. So
they're just pacing back and forth, going very slow.
You're joining me by squinting at your screen right now, and you're seeing what I'm seeing. Sort of a twinkling light in the sky. Well, these are just a few of the dozens of mysterious drones spotted circling above New Jersey. Now, the FBI is investigating. Governor Phil Murphy says the drones are hard to track because, quote, the minute you get your eyes on them, they go dark. CBS News national investigative correspondent Tom Hanson joins us now. Tom, what do we know about these drones and where they came from as we squint to see what they are and then they disappear and go dark?
Yeah, those are some really eye-opening videos that we're seeing come out on social media. You know, these drones vary in shape and size, and while we don't know much about where they come from or what, if any, risk they pose, what we do know is that they have a lot of people talking in this community, Mendham, New Jersey.
Wow,
they actually want to bring in.
There are flashing lights on the bottom of a thing in the sky to signify that it's there? Wow. What is this?
Yeah, also the camera, a barista at Simple Coffee. A lot of people are coming in here.
Mm-hmm. Yes, so it dulls out the color. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. His name is John, and they're telling him what they're seeing. And John, in fact, has seen these drones himself as well. So, John, what are people saying here?
Yeah, no, it's definitely interesting. I know in my own personal experience, I was driving home from a friend's house, passing by Flanders Valley Golf Course, and I saw a drone that looked like the size of a small car, just hovering right above the golf course. And I tried to get a picture of it, but you know how it is, the lights, it's kind of hard to get a true image out of it. But it's honestly kind of been a little comical too as well, because people come in here with all their conspiracies and all their own ideas of what could be happening, and it is nice in a coffee shop environment to talk about it. And
so you were telling me that some of these drones are as large as a car, some are as small as the more conventional drones. What do they sound like, and what are they moving like when you do see them?
See, sometimes it's hard to really get a true idea of what they sound like, because some of them are very high up, looks like 10,000 feet, and then others could be around 500 feet. So the larger ones, I have seen stories, I have heard that it could sound like a helicopter, while the small ones, when they're high up, you can't really hear anything at all.
Yeah, and then what are people saying? Are people concerned? Are they fascinated? What's the general sense?
I can't believe it. I can't believe it. The news is actually interviewing somebody and getting relevant for once.
Crazy, right? Also, for people who don't understand, drones can get gigantic.
Yeah, but they're also identifying fucking planes, bro.
Yeah, right. A drone is very distinct. You know what a drone is. Those are not drones.
You're getting from people who are coming into your coffee shop?
I would say probably a mixture of fascination and concern. I feel as if definitely the older generation is more concerned with their privacy and all that, but I'm more fascinated by it. I like listening to the conspiracies. I've heard everything from Russian spies to an alien invasion, so it's been fun to listen.
Yeah, and one thing we know for certain is that people are certainly talking about this. Speaking of those concerns, we do know that a number of mayors across the state of New Jersey are in a closed-door meeting right now, trying to address and get to the bottom of
absolute morons, man.
What exactly they should be doing in response to these drones. We have heard over the past few days that these drones are not posing a security threat to local communities, although that has not done much to ease concerns amongst the residents all throughout New Jersey, Staten Island, and New York, Reed.
And Tom, are these seen in any proximity to any sort of high priority sites for the United States?
No clear video. That's
yeah, well, I mean, Mendham, New Jersey is a perfect
video, and if they would have a clear video, you'd see that it was a plane.
Yeah.
Like, cell phones are not meant to fucking capture that.
Nope.
Even when I've seen people with actual cameras, they don't know how to fucking use the camera, and they just bokeh the shit out of the shot.
Oh my god. This thing is gigantic. Holy shit, this thing is massive.
I've yet to see any of the videos circulating and being posted actually be of a drone. Yeah,
Holy
that's what's
shit.
up there. That's what's going around, Jack.
Woo! That's fucking sick.
That's what it is.
Dude, that is probably one of the coolest fucking things I've ever seen.
Reminds me of the guy who put a bunch of balloons on his chair.
That's fucking cool.
David,
perfect example of that. We are just 15 minutes from Donald Trump's national golf course. We are also very close to a military base where these drones have been seen time and time again. We're told that these drones are often popping up right around dusk in the dark. And then by the time people pick up their phones to document them, they're gone. And so it's largely a mystery still. Hopefully we'll get some answers in the coming days. Reed.
All right, they last about as long as that bagel behind you, Tom Hansen, would last in my hand. What a fascinating conversation. Please thank the barista for us.
Shut up.
Guys, it's been nearly a month since large unidentified drones started being spotted all across New Jersey. But even after all this time, we have zero answers about where they're coming from and who's flying them. The United States spends billions of your money on military and intelligence programs every year. So tell me, why do the FBI and the White House have zero clue where these drones are coming from?
Tell me, Fox News.
Is public safety at risk? Are we concerned that there are nefarious intentions that could cause either national security or a public safety incident that would put Americans at risk?
There's nothing that is known that would lead me to say that, but we just don't know, and that's the concerning part.
You're telling me we don't know what the hell these drones are in New Jersey are? Is that correct?
That's right.
It's crazy. I mean, that's crazy. That's madness that we don't know what these drones are.
Has the federal government ruled out that these are controlled by foreign entities? Yeah. And do you know if they're conducting surveillance?
What do you mean soon? We have them now.
Of up to 30 to 50 kilometers from a single charge and takes 2 hours to recharge. It can cruise at speeds of up to 62 miles per hour and has a
thing. Flying cars, baby.
So I cannot make any
order
kind
it
of
straight from
predictions
Temu.
or comments about that specifically from here.
I mean, and the New Jersey governor, Phil Murphy, says he doesn't know either.
What can you tell us? What is going on, and why is it taking so long to come up with an explanation?
Yeah, it's a good. I don't blame people for being frustrated. It's really frustrating that we don't have more answers as to
F-22.
where they're coming from and why they're doing what they're doing.
Break everything down for us, and who needs to be the watchdog for this right now?
Well, this is incredibly frustrating because we have known that this country's very vulnerable to spy balloons, to drones, to missile strikes for a long, long time. So we've been beating this drum. Congress has been beating this drum for a long time. Fundamentally, I think that the problem here is that nobody at the very top of government is saying you are in charge. It's your job to fix this, because you have Northern Command, that's the military component, and then you have Department of Homeland Security, and then you have the FAA, which does all of the regulations that has to make decisions about who needs to do what. And of course, the Northern Command
Oh my holy crap, surveillance dose. I hate that.
believes that they have the authority to protect military bases, but what about critical infrastructure? What about the rest of the American people who are looking up at these massive UASs? You know, I can't speak directly with knowledge about this particular incident, but I would speculate from an informed perspective that actually the government probably does have an idea about who is doing this. But if they say who is doing it, that will require them to have a response. And they are not prepared with a response, which is why we continue to get the answer that we don't know. But they seem too big to be hobbyists.
I cannot believe you committed suicide.
Right. Okay. So you mentioned Congress, and Harris, last hour you had Congressman Jeff Van Drew on, which revealed this.
Why are these women talking about military drones?
Iran launched a mothership probably about a month ago that contains these drones. That mothership is off. I'm going to tell you the deal.
Oh my God.
It's off the east coast of the United States of America. They've launched drones. Is everything that we can see or hear. And again, these are from high sources. I don't say this lightly.
Where?
From high sources, Emily. I mean, I was silent listening to him. He's followed up with the time to act on this information is now before threat escalates.
How could you have done
These
this?
drones
How could you have committed suicide?
I don't have a mood for clowning. We should have already taken action by imposing flight restrictions to regain our control. We're behind other countries on our drone technology, so on and so forth. This is what I learned from Van Drew and what I'm learning from military experts that I'm reaching out to just since, you know, this story broke a little while ago. I am curious at this point why they have not shut down. Where is Pete Buttigieg?
Exactly. There's no way Iran is that cool.
Where is Pete Buttigieg?
Where is the transportation secretary? By the way, Van Drew sits on the Committee of Transportation in the House.
That is a fucking plane.
Yeah,
they're all.
I've yet to see a drone.
Texas, Mr. Gonzalez.
Yeah, I've crazy.
Thank you, Chairman. And
you know what's funny? You don't see drones; you hear them.
Like,
sometimes I feel like I'm in the twilight zone up here. Like month after month, people come before us, they testify, and you don't get a lot of answers. And it's concerning, it's frustrating.
One hobbyist drone or something that somebody has filmed. But nope. Everything that I've seen circulated so far, I've seen as a plane.
Nuts.
You're telling me we don't know what the hell these drones are in New Jersey are? Is that correct?
That's right.
It's crazy. I mean, that's crazy. That's madness that we don't know what these drones are.
Sir, the FBI and our Newark field office, along with the state and local partners there, the Bureau is actively investigating the situation you mentioned, just the unexplained sighting of drone activity over that part of New Jersey, including proximity to sensitive sites and areas of concern. So we do not attribute that to an individual or a group yet. We're investigating, but I don't have an answer of who's responsible for that, of one or more people that are responsible for those drone flights. But we're actively investigating. It is concerning.
Is the public at risk? Is public safety at risk? Are we concerned that there are nefarious intentions that could cause either national security or a public safety incident that would put Americans at risk?
There's nothing that is known that would lead me to say that, but we just don't know, and that's the concerning part.
I think the fact that we have...
All right, good afternoon, everybody.
A couple questions about drones.
Boring.
What if your homeland's been invaded, perhaps by Iranians using a mothership? How do you feel?
I'm really curious as to what's going on. So what Kyle's talking about are drone sightings over New Jersey. Apparently, they're focused on military installations, Bedminster, Trump's area, and something else. Maybe it was power infrastructure. I don't know what's true. A lot of people are like, oh, they're Iranian drones. They're planning an invasion, etc. But I'm like, with their lights on? These drones have anti-collision lights on. They have 6-hour loiter times. I think they're civilian aircraft being called drones. I think that they're just like misbranding stuff in this sort of hysteria, summer of the shark nonsense. That's my personal take on it. But I don't know for sure. These are very expensive drones. They would be hundreds of thousands of dollars with a 6-hour loiter time. I've done my research in this. I've been an expert for hours. And but apparently, like, you know how much a drone costs, like $1,000 or something for a little one that stays up for 15 minutes. A 6-hour loiter time and an extra large big drone with some sort of payload would be deep into the 6 digits, threatening 7. And I don't know what it is, but I just don't know why they'd have like Zach showing a picture right now with all the lights on. You're telling me these are spy planes with their lights on? Nuh-uh.
Yeah, I had the same thought as well. There was a Republican lawmaker who was on the news, and he was like, I'm gonna tell you right now, Diane, and it's just, I wouldn't say this if I didn't have evidences that I will not be able to provide next week. But there is an Iranian mothership that we have lost contact with. It could be off the coast of the east coast of America, and these drones are being launched from that mothership. They are returning to sea, and when we chase them, they turn their lights out. And it's like, bro, do you hear what you just said? When you chase them, they turn their lights out.
I guess radar and shit is just irrelevant and doesn't exist, and America is incapable of tracking things in the dark. Whoops.
Yeah. I obviously I don't know what the fuck they are, but I bet there's at least some degree of copycatting going on where, like, oh, did you hear, dude? Everybody's freaking out about the New Jersey drones. Hey, don't you have a drone? Let's send it up tonight and freak the neighbors out. Like, look, there's one over there too. And like, I could just see like every neighborhood has a block captain fucking with people with his drone.
Yeah, now,
but
that's what I'm waiting for, is those types of videos of drones from people who are hobbyists. But I haven't seen them. It's overwhelmingly been planes. In fact, I've only seen planes.
Interesting, right? It's very strange. Why would this be?
I saw those things too, and they look big. And they keep describing them not as a DJI drone or some hobbyist drone, but as a big aircraft of some kind. It's weird to turn their lights off. It's clearly not aliens.
I've seen that on Reddit a lot.
I don't think very much of the Iranians and their abilities to do fuck all or anything at all technologically, and certainly not over here. Like I don't think it's the Iranians. I think that's silly to say.
Am I crazy, or do they have a lot of drones that they gave Russia for the Ukrainian war?
They do. Yeah.
Yeah. So,
and then they also attacked Israel with a big drone swarm at one point that was largely ineffective in combination with ballistic missiles and the cruise missiles.
But I can't believe there's a mothership off New Jersey, which is to say off New York. It's basically the same coast. That we're just like letting. Do you know how much like cargo traffic there is in that area? Like the longshoremen bringing, when they were going to go on strike in New York, it was going to shut down the whole auto industry. Yet there's a Iranian battleship out there, like a little drone aircraft carrier going unnoticed. I don't think so.
No, there's no way. I just don't believe the idea that the Iranians could do that is absurd.
You know, we've only had one episode blocked on YouTube. So like in the last few months.
Yeah.
And do you know what did it?
What?
Little Britain. It's impossible to find full episodes. You cannot stream it. You can't buy it. There are no physical copies. You can only buy secondhand. Huh? I did. It was when you weren't here. I think you might have dropped out. And it was at the end anyway, and I went on a tangent. It's pretty funny.
Like I just can't imagine there's some like crack there's some cracked vessel of Iranian James Bonds out there off the coast of New York in a stealth submarine. And
today, lawmakers got a private security briefing on this ongoing mystery of the unexplained drones that we have seen flying in the skies over New Jersey. U.S. intelligence and security officials are telling lawmakers that these flying objects that keep getting reported, like this one seen flying over a football field in Oakland, New Jersey, have no suspected ties to foreign adversaries. Lawmakers were also told that many of the recently reported sightings are believed to have been civilian aircraft that were mistaken for drones. But New Jersey leaders and the political leaders there say that they're still not getting answers on where exactly these objects are coming from, or who is controlling them, or where they're going.
People got enough on their minds, right? They shouldn't have to worry about things flying around that they don't know who they belong to.
Until you know the origin and what these drones' intent is, how can you tell me that there's no imminent threat?
What are these drones doing in New Jersey? I can tell you what they're not doing.
What are these drones doing in New Jersey?
I guarantee they're not staying because the taxes are way too high.
Oh my God.
My source today is the famed astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson, who has a new book, Merlin's Tour of the Universe, that is in stores now. It's great to have you. I've been hearing those lawmakers there. I thought one of them raised a good point. If you don't know what it is, how can you tell us what it's not? I mean, what is your take on what we've been seeing pop up over New Jersey?
First, I agree with the sentiment that if people cannot identify what they are, you're in no position to say whether they are or are not a threat. So I don't get what it means when they say, oh, don't worry about it. We don't know what it is, but don't worry about it.
PKA, I think, is their podcast.
But I can tell you this. Yeah, if I can't claim
That's
to know
not
the
a
motives
drone.
of aliens.
That's literally a plane. That is literally a fucking plane.
Just being an earthling. But of all the places to show up on Earth, they pick New Jersey?
It's a sky boat, you fucking moron.
It'd be odd for me to wonder what the aliens are looking for. No offense to New Jersey. I'm just saying, there's the whole Earth they could have visited. So, yeah, it's a mystery. And, by the way, drones are more available to people than ever before. So maybe this is just the new normal. And Jersey's getting the first taste of it. But I'm a little disappointed that, given that we have a nearly $1 trillion budget for the Pentagon, that nobody knows what these things are. Now I'm worried about national security.
One, I gotta say for the people from New Jersey who are watching that, I'm gonna get some complaints from Phil Murphy and others about that comment, saying New Jersey is a great place for Martians to visit.
Great place except for the taxes. Okay, apparently. Yeah.
I would send him to Alabama, but our football team's not doing so well this year. But honestly, on this, and your point there about the Pentagon is a good one, because We heard from John Kirby today. He used to be at the Pentagon, and he said it appears that many of the reported sightings are actually manned aircraft that are being operated lawfully.
No
but
shit.
There is such a heightened sense of public concern that what we are hearing, and this has been going on for days now.
Like, how do these people not send these videos to other people, and then the person that they send the video to replies to them, "Hey Karen, you idiot, that's a plane."
Hey, Karen.
I don't get it. I don't understand. How do you not check this shit? Instead, you send it to.
Good, man. It's so
instead,
funny. I love this country.
Instead, you send it to the basket case, fucking mental asylum of the internet, who are also like, "Yeah, you're right. That's a UFO."
And now everyone's looking
and
up.
now they're Iranian
everything
drones.
In the sky, everything in the sky is now a fucking drone, you know? It's literally
Awesome.
people are now just going outside. So the sightings have exploded. Yeah, no shit. People are looking up and pointing at everything.
What's that?
It's not making anyone feel any better about it.
Yeah, well, maybe there's a sensitivity or an awareness factor for lights in the sky, especially after a year and a half of congressional testimony of people declaring that we're being visited.
Look, that's actually a good point. There has been a lot of UFO talk recently. That's a fair point.
So if this gets people to look up, I'll take it. Right? As an astrophysicist, my sign off to my podcast is keep looking up. And if looking up means you're more aware of what's in the sky, and if that can be helpful to lawmakers, to the Pentagon, then let's keep doing it. In fact,
oh my God, you fucking moron.
That's definitely a plane.
There's a committee set up by NASA
that is a
to help the Pentagon and lawmakers be a clearinghouse for people's observations of.
Do we notice a trend with these videos, guys? Do we notice the flashing lights? We notice something like that. If something in the sky is doing this, right? Maybe, just maybe, it's a plane. I don't know. And maybe if it's the right, it's the red light, I think. Let me check this. I'm gonna check what. See, this is how easy finding out this information is, right?
This is pretty easily
What
Googleable.
color light is on the right side of a plane? Googled. Okay, navigation lights consist of a red light on the left or port wingtip and a green light on the right or starboard wingtip. A white light on the aircraft's tail. That is 3 lights, 2 that are likely blinking. Right? Now let's go back and watch this.
Be a clearinghouse for people's observations of things they don't understand by using their smartphone, which has all manner of metadata related to how you use it. And so this would be an ideal case for everyone to whip out their smartphones, get data, and
look, he's literally telling you
this
to
is
Google
pretty
it.
easily Googleable.
He's literally telling you to stop being a fucking idiot and Google it.
Like Cracker app.
Jesus.
And see what we can make of it. Friend or foe.
That's interesting because you say, you keep looking up.
You see him smirking. He's getting away with calling Americans idiots. He just called all the Americans thinking this is UFOs stupid and to Google it.
It's good when people are involved and interested. And we have seen such a new kind of rise in engagement with science and people wanting to look.
If you've come here for fun, this is not the place.
I cannot believe you can.
I don't have a mood for clowning right now.
Things up, whether it's vaccines or what's happening in the skies. But my producer Michael made a good point that a lot of that when we're seeing that, it's not just always renewed engagement. It's also being paired with a growing distrust of people like you who do what you do for a living, who back things up with data and facts and science. People don't always trust it if it doesn't confirm, their suspicions of something.
Yeah, this is a problem going forward.
Ooh, hot rock. Oh, put in mouth.
It's the loss of people's trust in experts. I mean, let's put it just out there in that way. And that's odd because if something happens to the plumbing in your house, are you going to say, I'll fix it? Or do you call an expert, right? Just ask yourself all the ways that you've engaged experts in your life.
It's a bunch of liberal bullshit.
And then all of a sudden, you have access to the internet and you say, well, I'm not going to trust experts. I'm going to trust my own research. Thanks,
Obama.
Ultimately lethal consequences if you're making decisions that affect your health and well-being.
Yeah, that's a great point, and I always trust the plumbers on that. I'm never trying to do anything myself. Neil deGrasse Tyson, it has been a joy to have you on. Congrats on the new book out. Merlin's Tour of the Universe is out now, and I encourage everyone to read it. Thank you so much.
You got it. Thank you.
Tonight, an aerial mystery that's been described as unnerving is growing. The FBI now investigating multiple reports of unidentified drones flying over New Jersey, some as large as...
That one was so fucking good.
Tonight, an aerial mystery that's been described as unnerving.
Wow, what side are we seeing? The left side. Let's go back and check our notes. Red light on the left side of a plane. Left side of a plane.
Growing. The FBI now investigating multiple reports of unidentified drones.
Oh, look, what's
the
this?
First one. Isn't
red
that
light,
fucking great?
Green
Isn't that
light.
fucking amazing?
Boom.
Of unidentified drones flying over New Jersey.
Red light.
Some as large as...
And obviously the plane's coming at us. Right? The plane's coming at you, which means the left is on this side and the red is on this side. So, fucking idiots. Literally
better.
Learn... Just stop being dumb, please.
Isn't it great?
It really isn't hard.
Isn't it awesome?
Is a small car. Awesome. And today, a large drone seen here, also described as the size of a small vehicle, flying over a California event where Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin was in attendance.
More drones in the sky over Rockaway, New Jersey.
The New Jersey drones, initially spotted in the northern part of the state, now being reported further south. Sightings also now being reported in New York City. Staten Island Borough President Vito Fossella calling on the FAA and FBI to expand their investigation.
Just leave us out of your weird hobbies.
People have seen a number of 15-foot or so wingspan drones hovering around. In this day and age, I just don't think that that's something you take lightly. If it is, nothing to be concerned about. Someone should come forward.
Yeah.
How much?
15-foot wingspan drones.
Yeah, also known as a plane.
Forward and say that.
A Cessna, maybe.
Residents alarmed by the number of sightings.
One would go over, and then the next one would come, and then the next one.
Wow, I imagine you would be able to track. I imagine.
Wait.
He's gonna live near an airport.
This is so funny what this guy is.
He's gonna live near an airport, isn't he? He's gonna live near an airport. I can already tell.
Yeah, and I'm just plane came, and then another one came, and then I went down to the road, and I looked, and a car went by, and then another car went by.
And the next one, so it wasn't like there would be 20 coming at one time.
Jonathan Lace, a pilot himself, shot this shocking video overnight of multiple car-sized drones near the Essex County, New Jersey airport. So concerned by what he saw, he contacted the FAA.
What's been probably the most alarming thing to you? As a pilot, I can...
He's a pilot.
Yeah, he's a pilot. Great.
Tell you that, when you're about to land, the last thing you want to see is something hovering in front of you.
What is that? With many questions and few answers, residents and officials alike on high alert as the mystery in the sky deepens. George Solis, NBC News, New York.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on...
It sure is breaking. It's breaking me. This is one of the dumbest things I've ever fucking seen. Oh my god, this is so stupid.
Following the pardon of his son Hunter earlier this month, President Joe Biden has commuted roughly 1,500 sentences and pardoned 39 people in the largest single-day act of clemency in modern history.
Broad as possible, and also that could.
Democrats in the House sensibly give people an American.
Mexico, which was had a strong relationship.
They're hearing from their constituents about these repeated drone sightings, but nobody has been able to get behind exactly who's flying these drones and what exactly their purpose is. They have been reported in some 10 counties across New Jersey, Morris, Passaic, Bergen, and Hunterdon, as well as across the tri-state area. These sightings have been reported since mid-November. Some witnesses claim that these drones are massive, the sizes of cars in some cases. A U.S. Army base in northern Morris County had at least 11 sightings.
Scootercaster got away with, you know how many people have like basically paid for this video? This video that Scootercaster did for the drone story, I'm impressed that she was able to fucking post this and then people made it go viral.
Interesting. Are you sending it to me or are you sharing it?
I'm finding it real quick.
Okay. Can you just share it? I'm posting on the
I will
Blue
when I
Sky.
pull it up.
Great.
Found it. Okay. They even fucking community noted her, saying these are clearly planes. So multiple reports of at least 10 large drones hovering over the airport, right? Looks like airplanes 3, you decide.
Over an airport as well.
He's literally filming them landing at an airport.
That's incredible.
Literally an airplane on the ground. She's look, there's an
Oh my
airplane
god,
there.
look, another one just flew past. We got a clear picture of it.
It's just fucking
Go
amazing.
back. No, you got a clear picture of it. You need to go back.
She's got
I'm
you
not
know how many
joking.
fucking views she got from this shit.
Amazing. That's great.
Literally just filmed. Oh my god, there one was on the ground.
Up close, incredible. Incredible footage.
Watch out, cars. There it is. That 15-foot wingspan drone we've been hearing about.
Absolutely incredible. Incredible stuff. This is what you come to 5th Gen for. Breaking news.
I could not stop laughing. She fucking pulled that off.
That's awesome.
Including, according to the Army, after the Federal Aviation Administration restricted their airspace and said no drones can fly here. They've also been restricted from flying over the golf course owned by President-elect Donald Trump in Somerset County. There was a hearing on Capitol Hill earlier this week. A Coast Guard testifying from a congressman that a Coast Guard vote was reportly followed by between 12 to 30
notes again? It was going to the left of screen, which means it's left to our eyes, which means red light on the left-hand side. Interesting. Let's
of these
go
in a
back.
very that a Coast Guard vote
flashing red
was
on the left
reportedly followed
side.
by
Wow.
between 12 to 30.
Wow. What a I'm glad we were able to really bust this mystery.
Well, today the mystery continues in New Jersey about dozens of
It
drones hovering
continues!
over homes and businesses, even military
he's
bases.
a pilot,
It's been
Greg!
going on for almost a month now, and authorities still don't know who's responsible. NBC's Sam Brock
I'm
shows how the
gonna
confusion is
blame American Airlines. Actually, let's blame Spirit. They went out of business. It was them.
Yeah, that would be
leading to more
spooky.
demands
That
from local,
would be
state,
paranormal.
and federal lawmakers.
There's another one.
For almost a month, swarms of drones the size of small cars have been spotted over parts of New Jersey, alarming local residents.
Look at the top corner one.
Two big drones. They were propeller
That
driven.
was the most plane I have ever
residents.
planed.
I looked to my left.
Like they're very slow.
Small cars have been.
I don't know if I'd call them drones. They're definitely weird. They're a different kind of something, but they're not.
It's just distortion. It's
yeah, maybe.
Spotted over parts of New Jersey, alarming local residents.
I look to my left and I see two big drones. They were propeller driven, going very slowly.
And unnerving lawmakers who say they popped up in at least 10 counties. The issue prompting a meeting Wednesday attended by roughly 100 mayors and state representatives.
Are you telling me that in America, somebody can start flying drones and we have no clue what's going on?
Garden state leaders say they're confounded by the federal government's response and that of their own governor.
It's only a matter of time before bullets go through an airplane.
It already
We're
happened.
gonna Lebanon it.
It was a Spirit Airlines, and it was in Haiti.
Calm.
The most important point to say is we don't see any concern for public safety.
According to New Jersey Assemblywoman Dawn Fantasia, the drones are large, up to 6 feet in diameter. There have been sightings every night since November 18th from dusk to 11 p.m. The lights are usually turned off, making detection difficult, and most sightings are in unrestricted airspace. Perhaps even more concerning, military officials say they've documented at least 11 unauthorized drone incursions over nearby Picatinny Arsenal, a weapons development center.
You are the
President-elect Trump's
military.
Bedminster Golf Club is also in the area. All of it leading to hard questioning for the FBI on Capitol Hill.
What is going on in New Jersey?
We do not attribute that to an individual or a group yet. We're investigating, but
Hey, idiots with the $1 trillion fucking budget, send a Black Hawk to just like patrol the area if it's that much of an issue.
People report it as a drone.
Oh my god, look at this Durka helicopter drone. Oh my god.
So like in like SimCity 3000, you could like continually click the spawn helicopters for like the firefighters. And so you just like massively click and there'd be like just all these helicopters coming out.
Amazing.
That's what I'm thinking. You know, you just keep sending helicopters until they start crashing into each other.
I mean, that's how it should be. You have to keep the people safe.
I don't have an answer of who's responsible for that.
After one New Jersey congressman speculated this on Fox News.
Iran launched a mothership probably about a month ago that contains these drones.
The Pentagon immediately knocking that theory down and saying there's no evidence of foreign influence.
Sounds like he's a fucking idiot,
so-called
actually.
mothership launching drones towards the United States.
Local police have been launching their own drones into the sky to give chase.
Oh my god.
So far, the mysterious drones continue to elude them.
Amazing.
American
ACAB
Travis
drones.
Timmerman is this morning out of Syria, handed over by the new rebel authority to the U.S. military at a remote U.S. base in southeastern Syria Friday, and then flown to Jordan. The 29-year-old Missouri native was only discovered when this video surfaced earlier this week, saying he was rescued from a Syrian prison by rebel fighters after 7 months in captivity.
I was imprisoned in a cell by myself. They took a hammer and they broke my door down.
Okay. It's interesting. I want to.
What's up, guys? Welcome back. We're looking at Syria today. It's all over the news, and I'm not here to go and tell you what you already know, that the Assad regime has fallen and the rebels have taken... I'm here to tell you what these groups stand for and what's going on. So, the Assad regime, largely out of the picture. They were backed by Russia, Hezbollah, Iran, and they were donezo, finito, for better and worse. The Assad regime, I was never a fan of, just because it's authoritarian. The other group is the YPG SDF. So when you hear about the Kurds of Syria, they're talking about the SDF and YPG, even though it's multi-ethnic. There's many Arab and many different communities in the SDF, different militias that are under that umbrella of the SDF. And then we have the rebels, and the rebels are the... Oh, it's a mixed bag, right? So a lot of them had to revoke their Al-Qaeda allegiance. Many of them would just take off their ISIS patch when ISIS was defeated in 2019, and then put on a FSA patch or an HTS patch or SNA patch. You know, there's many different militias in the rebels. Not all of them are good, but some of them are true to what they believed in. Since 2012, they are freedom fighters. They're looking for a change in government, and they have a good reason for it. So it's a mixed bag. It's a mixed bag. And when I spoke about ISIS, yeah, so in 2019, when, you know, a lot of politicians like to say, 2019, we destroyed the caliphate of ISIS. They still exist. They still hold ground in Syria. They always have. Maybe just little villages. Maybe they're underground for a bit, but a lot of them...
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's also been in the PKK in Iraq.
Okay.
Those fighters actually went to Idlib.
That's quite a patch collection.
Maybe just little villages.
That is one hell of a patch collection.
Behind him is the YBS flag.
Yeah.
Crazy. That's, I believe, the Yazidi.
Ah, interesting.
International Yazidi.
Or YPJ one.
Maybe they're underground for a bit, but a lot of those fighters actually went to Idlib, which is where the rebels were held up for the last 5 years in a stagnant war against the regime. A lot of them went over there, changed out their patch, put on a different patch so they could fight the regime and commit jihad. So those are the factions. We're going to delve deeper into that, but you remember the Fertile Crescent, back in middle school? This is where civilization was created. There's many different ethnicities, dialects, thousands, religions. This is where the cradle of civilization is. Video idea. And this video idea that I'm going to be talking about, why did I join the SDF YPG rather than some of these other groups that I could have
joined? Young as fuck.
Yeah, he's been doing this for a while, and he's been vlogging the whole time.
No shit.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Thousands of different militias. Well, let's talk about the rebels, all right? The rebels are the ones where they have tons of different ideas and tons of different factions. And my main argument against the rebels are a couple points. The first one is that they are pretty much all backed by the Turkish government, which we all know isn't the force of good in the Middle East. They're in a very strategic location for NATO because they're in between the Middle East and Europe, but it can be argued that they prolong the Syrian civil war so that they can get refugees into Turkey and then threaten their neighboring countries in Europe with these refugees. They would consistently line them up on the borders of these countries to say, hey, give us money. They would do it for influence. They would do it to further their goals and further their political ambitions or whatever it is. For monetary gain. They would do this and they would use the Syrian people as a weapon. It'd be very nasty stuff. So the Turkish government funds SNA, they fund the FSA, they fund all these groups, HTS, they work alongside them. Even years ago, they're doing incursions in the Idlib area, and they were side by side with people with ISIS patches, like not even trying to hide it. So they fund them, they give them training, they make a mercenary force out of them. It's poverty-stricken Syrian people that have a jihadist leaning. And if you still don't believe me that the Turkish government is funding ISIS, actively funding and training ISIS fighters, why was Baghdadi found 5 kilometers away from the Turkish border? In Idlib, the area that the Turkish military is actively in for the last 5 years. Why? Why did he have to be killed by the coalition?
He died like a dog.
Why was it not the Turkish government? They have MIT. It's a prestige intelligence agency of Turkey, and they didn't know that he was 5 kilometers away from their border for years.
Makes a good
How about
point.
The second guy, Al-Qurashi, the guy who took al-Baghdadi's place? Also killed by the coalition. Where was he found? 500 meters away from the Turkish border. Right next to these MIT agents, right next to the Turkish military, hiding in plain sight. 500 meters from the border. You'd think that any other country would not know that. Think about it. It's not possible. They knew, and they knew that having that leader there, the fighters would come in there, and it'd be more meat for their assaults onto the SDF enclaves as well as the regime territories. It was just more mercenaries that they could have to further their goals to control Syria. So that's my biased take, but I think it has some standing. And my second point against the rebels is the SNA FSA. The SNA is the Syrian National Army, and they were a break-off sort of splinter faction that came off of the FSA, the Free Syrian Army. Now, again, I want to reiterate, there's a lot of good people in the FSA. There's a lot of people who are freedom fighters just trying to fight Assad because they were wronged by him in the past or whatever it is. But there's also some people that are very, very jihadist. And there's videos out there I can't share, but you guys have certainly seen where they're forcing Christians to yell Allahu Akbar. They're taking the YPJ fighters, the YPJ, to come with them. They're beating them. They're kidnapping them. They're making them chant things. They're just brutal. They're brutes. They are largely mercenaries. They get paid and trained by the Turkish government. There's no way around it. They continually invade areas that I was in when I was in Syria. Gadaspi, Sarakania, now Manbij. Manbij is being taken. Apparently it's already taken. It was going to be a rough area to defend in the first place. It's on the western part of the Euphrates, but their goal is intertwined with what Turkey wants.
Sorry?
It's also an Arab city.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah, so that was the issue, is that the Kurds really don't have a right to it. They were holding it as a buffer zone. But, look at how much territory they were able to take from ISIS, and Iraq came and took a lot of that back from them.
True.
It happened on the other side too. So
pretend that
I guess that kind of hardlines the borders though, and that gives a good sort of standing to be like, okay, well we have this territory, don't fucking
but like a lot of Kurds inside the administration, inside Rojava and stuff, were not happy. They're like, why are we dying in this Arab city?
I mean, that's fair. It's a fair argument as well. I see it from both sides. Like,
the Kurds withdrew from that city.
Your mic is all junk again.
I know it. It always goes in and out. But the Kurds withdrew from.
Try again. No mic. Right, but I see it from both sides. I see the point of like, why are Kurds dying for this city? But I understand the military's want for like a buffer. Bye. I understand the military's want for a buffer as well. So I see it from both ends. I feel like the Kurds, if anybody is going to be able to, it would be the Kurds that could hold a city like that and be relatively fine.
My mic
I feel like. Yeah,
it works now.
Good now.
Now I hear.
I feel like yeah, it's good now. I feel like if anybody's able to hold a city, it would be the Kurds, because they would probably treat the people of that city like people.
Well, so in Zor, like the Arab like militia that like basically like we hadn't heard from in a very long time. They sprang up and they said, okay, we're going to run this city and it's going to be under the administration of the SDF.
Okay.
So there's like stuff like that. The issue with Manbij is that it was like the SMA. It was these Turkish mercenaries. They're not good people.
Yeah. So that's the biggest.
Yeah. But like, that's the argument. Like everyone's sick of war. That's the thing. So like there's this attitude that they should have just left it and not fight for that Arab city for a buffer zone for themselves. And with coalition forces deploying into Kobani now, it should be held off at least for a month. There can be some institution building inside Syria for a little bit. And then we'll see what happens when Trump takes office. You know, and the people on the ground need to understand that they need to get this shit built fast.
Now that the Syrian regime is gone, that these rebels are gonna make everything right and there aren't gonna be human rights violations. We're already seeing it. We're already seeing it. It's not gonna be the case. And I mean, to live in a war-torn country, it's not a life. You're constantly looking behind your back wondering, am I going to get killed? You're constantly looking at the skies now, trying to find are there drones, are there jets, is something happening around me? It's a constant fear of death. And it's something that I've experienced in Ukraine, but especially Syria and Iraq. It is nonstop and is not a way to raise your family. And the Syrian people deserve a break. And, you know, it looks like the rebels are going to be holding on to that ground. And I pray that that land that they take isn't just going to be for the Turkish government. It's not just going to be for resources and making this Salafist, jihadist government that's cracking down on all these ethnic people in Syria. They deserve a lot better than that. At this point in Syria, it's like the worst dystopian sci-fi movie you can ever think of. I don't even know which one I'm thinking of, but I have one in mind, and that's what it is. As for Eastern Syria, controlled by the SDF and YPG forces that I was a part of, they have a different solution. They have...
You can go to his channel. He shows how he digs the tunnels and everything.
Fuck fighting the Kurds in the mountains. Fuck that. You just be walking around, you just get popped, you don't know where from. Fucking get fucked. That's not happening. I'm surprised Turkey even fucks with them.
Kick ass, bro.
Democratic Confederalism, part of their ideology for all the ethnicities that are there. And I'm going to speak about my personal experiences under Democratic Confederalism, living in Syria as a fighter. It's beautiful. It is true democracy. And it's the only way that Syria can go forward, in my opinion. So people like to knock on the YPG for taking off their patch and putting on SDF.
And with about a day's notice, they declared that they were the Syrian Democratic Forces. I thought it was a stroke of brilliance to put democracy in there somewhere.
Look, the YPG still exists. We still wore YPG patches, even though the SDF was our umbrella organization. It's an umbrella organization. They're bringing in all these different militias, and YPG and YPJ, they're not the only ones. There's Manbij Security Council, there's all sorts of groups, Christians, Jews, Muslims, everybody has militias in there that fight under the SDF for a common goal of democracy. Ground is being lost, the situation is still developing, but they're largely holding on to the ground that they wanted to keep their community safe and democratic and free. So for myself, when I look at Eastern Syria and I see, I've been to every village, I've been to Raqqa, I've been to Tabqa, I've been everywhere. It's incredible to see the different identities living in peace. It's like America. You know, I haven't been back to the States in the last 2 years, now I am. I've been here for about 10 days now, and it's a big wake-up call for me after traveling internationally.
That's real unfortunate, man.
What?
He's back in America.
I mean, he might as well be back before Trump starts shit.
Yeah, true.
To see how diverse we are. All of Syria has been through war, they've been through peace, they've been through hardship, poverty. Somehow, they found a way in Eastern Syria to stay together. I think it's cool. It's admirable. It really is. It kind of makes you think at our political situation here in the States and be like, oh, why can't we be like them, you know? And that is why they stand for democratic confederalism. And it's the idea that every village has a different identity, different language sometimes, different religion. They all can do what they want in their village. You're free. Do what you want in your village. You guys have a strong community, you have a strong family bond there. Awesome. Do your thing, but you must contribute to the general society. And that's how it works. You have your own laws, awesome. Do your own thing. And that's how it was in Shengal. I was there for 13 months. It was the Yazidis. You think about the Christians of Iraq. You know, these people they're in a very tough situation. They're able to hold on to themselves because they made their own militia called the YBS to protect their village. And that's what that's all about. That's what democratic confederalism is. It's not fake. These people are incredibly devoted to this. There's, I think, like half the fighters in the YPG are cadros. You know what cadros are? No sex, no drinking, no phones, no nothing until Kurdistan is free. True freedom fighters. Not just like, oh, there's money here, this or that. So that is why Eastern Syria has largely been the most
stable. That's pretty hardcore. Dropping everything until it's done.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty hardcore.
Region of Syria for the last 5 years. Idlib and Assad, they were always fighting. We had a couple invasions in 2019 in eastern Syria by the Turkish government and the SNA forces, but other than that, it's been largely peaceful. We have Yat and Hot, American trained special forces, Kurdish special forces, and Arab. Many Arab fighters and militias also. I think like half of the SDF is made up of Arabs who are fighting for democratic confederalism in their communities. We have special forces trained by the coalition to fight against ISIS sleeper cells and to keep it peaceful, as well as control the borders and protect it from the SNA and the Turks. And yes, it's true, the coalition are the ones that are backing the SDF. I don't love everything the coalition is doing around the world, but no matter if they're in Syria for resources, no matter if they're there for democracy or whatever it is, I truly believe they're backing the right side. I wouldn't have returned to YBS for a second time had it not been that case. So let's talk about my experience. Manbij, it's in the news right now. Beautiful area. I think the city sits on top of a hill. It's a mountainous region as well.
I mean, that area is right near, I'm pretty sure, all the old fucking archaeological sites as well. So this area would be fucking gorgeous. From like pictures and shit that I've seen of that area.
Beautiful trees. It's like pine trees. It's a very strange area. Just west of the Euphrates River, and it was taken by the SNA. I hate those dudes. And then we have Gerespi, which back in 2019 was taken by the Turkish government and the SNA forces. And yeah, they surrounded the city. It was about a month or two long. They took Gerespi as well as Sarakania, just east of that, which we'll talk about. But yeah, Gerespi was super cool. Large Arab community, but they all support us. They're all like, yeah, it's peaceful here. Thank you. But the Turkish government, even back before they invaded, I was there sleeping on a rooftop at nighttime and I was hearing some explosions. I was like, what is that? I was looking out in the distance. And the Arab fighter, I was speaking to him, and he said, yeah, the Turks, every night, they like to bomb the farm fields, start a fire, try and destroy our economy. And they did. You know, here's some of the videos of what Turkey was doing. They would burn up all the farm fields, make it so our economy was terrible there, and poverty, and the currency, everything it just went so bad.
I mean, wasn't it, what were they taking? Olive trees. They fucking picked all the olive trees on their way through Kurdish territory. The fucking dirty cunts. I think, was that Kurd? Or was that Kurd?
Israel and Turkey both do it.
Yeah. I can't remember whether the olives with Kurds or Palestine, but something I saw something like that where
both of them do it.
Turkey went through. Disgusting.
19.
They're literally robbing them while you're taking their land from them.
Trying to destroy the morale of the people, trying to create democracy here. They're trying to say, hey, why don't you just come underneath our umbrella, be our subjects? And they don't want that. And then there's Sarikania, beautiful city, huge. But it was also taken. Ned Cheer, who was killed in Ukraine about 2 years ago, he fought there. He was hit by a tank, and he was surrounded, got evacuated. Free Burma Rangers, yeah, they had a group out there doing medical evacs and all that. One of their medical personnel was killed by a Turkish mortar, or S&A mortar, we don't know, but they're all terrorists nonetheless. And yeah, he was killed by that near Sarikania. And also one of the fighters in YBS who went from Iraq, smuggled into Syria when the invasion happened in Sarikania. He was killed there in a medical facility. So yeah, lots of stuff with Sarikania. It's a beautiful city. They had a beautiful cemetery for all the fighters of YPG and SDF, and it's definitely ransacked now, but it was.
Wait, why? Because nobody else does. Australia is one of the most politically apathetic countries, and it's awful. People can do better, and nobody is.
It was beautiful. And then we have Derek. Derek is where I spent the majority of my time. It's like the safest part of Syria. It's way out in the east, in this corner pocket. And I experienced everything that I had mentioned to you guys, how we live in peace. Derek is kind of split between...
Well, that's like true Rojava.
The Muslims and the Christians. It's a city, and it's split. They intermingle. They go to each other's shops and everything. There's no suicide bombers. There's nothing dangerous there. It's super peaceful. You can go anywhere you want in the city. I actually preferred the Muslim part of it because they had the best shawarma. Sunni, Shia, Christian, Jews, it doesn't matter. And that's what I experienced for the 7 months I was in Syria. ISIS tried to burn down our base a couple times, you know, these sleeper cells, but other than that, it was pretty safe. You know, like the academy there was bombed by the Turks. We had a lot of close calls with that, a lot of jets and a lot of drones, but it was all because of the Turkish military. We were living in peace, in democracy, doing our own thing. The only people giving us problems was Turkey and ISIS. It's like, okay, who's the good guys in this? Turkey or ISIS? Or the SDF? Living in peace, living in Derek, living among each other. And then I think about Shengal. You know, Shengal, it's in Iraq, but it's a similar thing. Democratic and federalism. You should be able to notice on the patch wall, YBS patch right here, YPG patch. It looks the same. It's because it's pretty much the same organization, just a different militia in a different area. Every community has their own militia. It was beautiful. I lived among them. I lived in the tunnels. I was in a Kurdish tabor. I learned Kurdish fluently. I loved every single little bit of it. And we lived among Arabs. We lived among Muslims and people, Yazidis, who are Christians or Abrahamic. And the whole reason YBS was created, you think about the militias, why don't they just depend on a big military? Why is it just militias? Well, the YBS had a military that was in Shengal. It was called the Iraqi Army. But you know what happened? They didn't secure the area. Thousands of people died from suicide bombers in the 80s and 90s in Shengal until the YBS became a thing, a local security militia. And then when ISIS came, took thousands of Yazidi people, and they're still being found today. Thousands of slaves and everything. Really, really brutal stuff. These were the only ones defending the land. The Iraqi army fled. Peshmerga fled. The people of the community have the right mindset. They will be the ones to stand and fight. The other armies, the regime, the mercenaries backed by Turkey, they're not gonna do that job. They're not gonna work for that. It's the communities. They really care about their families and the people around them and their identity. And that's why it's so powerful. Eastern Syria is controlled by these communities under democratic confederalism, under the SDF. Does it make sense? Hopefully. So
he did a little earlier mentioned Assad.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's all I want to say. Yeah, it's a sad situation.
That's what he said.
We're gonna get through it. Syrian people, all my friends in Aleppo, all my friends in Manbij, was in Manbij.
The guy's sick.
Yeah.
Should I get him on?
Go to his channel. Like, look at all the shit he's got on his channel.
It's mostly just combat footage. Marine Infantry, YPG, YBS. What's SSO? Ukrainian SSO?
Some special services.
Okay. So yeah, there's just a bunch of Ukrainian combat.
But he vlogs it, you know.
kind of
he
cool.
does do narration through a lot of these
Yeah,
videos.
yeah. Combat footage FPV strike. Eliminating Russian invaders. How to dodge missiles.
On the battlefield, you have to use all of your senses in order to stay alive, including listening. So today, we're going to take a look at what you need to listen to, starting with small arms. Small arms have a lot of distinct sounds, incoming, outgoing, the distance they are from you,
Go team, let's go!
and a lot of other things, including what weapon systems are shooting at you. But luckily, if you're on the front line, you're probably an infantryman. You've probably been exposed to all these things. So you can distinguish an AK from an M16 from a PKM.
I think it was SSO. Like O for Oscar. I'm assuming Special Forces, but yeah.
So one of the first sounds you'll hear is a faint buzzing sound if it goes over you, if it's below the speed of sound.
Gotcha.
And if you hear a loud crack when it goes over you, you know that it's a reasonable range they can accurately target you from with that rifle. So again, every rifle is going to have its own distinct sound, including machine guns, which you can also tell the rate of fire, which can help you figure out what kind of machine gun is firing at you. Moving on to mortars, they're going to make a deathly whizzing sound when it's right over you, kind of like a kazoo.
Jesus.
The whiz is going to get a lot louder as it approaches your position.
That is a fucking terrifying sound. Honestly, I'd prefer to get shot at over that. Fuck that.
Which will leave you just about a second to get prone. But the big giveaway for the mortar is not the explosion, it's not the whiz, it is the launching from the tube. And I've made a video about this before on my channel, but you're gonna hear them maybe even 10 seconds before it actually lands on you, the launching of the projectile from the mortar tube. And it depends on what caliber it is, it depends on how far away it is, but this is what you want to listen to in order to keep yourself alive. And just like the machine guns, you can also figure out the rate of fire. How many rounds are coming at your position within that 10-second period? You're gonna hear a couple of them if it's a barrage and you know, okay, this is serious, I'm gonna get down to a shelter. And you're gonna hear just one if they're still bracketing you. This is the majority of the incoming that are in combat videos, including mine. Mortars are a lot more frequent than artillery or tanks. And speaking of tanks, you don't have a lot of time to react. It is a direct fire weapon, so you're gonna hear the launching of the shell, but less than a second later, you're gonna hear that boom on your position. Now, the shell is still gonna have that whistling sound that mortars make, but it's gonna be a little bit different of a sound.
Hey, what was that? What is that? That looks like a sexy gun.
Sound that mortars make, but it's gonna be a little
F2000, baby. I knew it from somewhere. I fucking love those guns. I would not expect an F2000 to be used in combat. What in the actual fuck?
That's Sam Fisher's gun from Splinter Cell.
That's fucking crazy.
How do you do the shout out?
Why?
Do you remember how to do it?
I can't remember, no. Let me Google it. Hold on.
Just go to the
type shout out into the chat. So / shout out into the chat, and it should give you an option to give that person.
A little bit different of a sound.
Where's Revy? Revy, opinion on F2000? I think it's an F2000. It could be. It might not be. What is that? What the fuck is that? AK Bullpup AK. The fuck?
Did Libby AK?
No way.
Is that here? I'm gonna try to do it. Let's see if it works. It's just gonna be like that doesn't work. The channel you're shouting out doesn't exist. I tried.
You nailed it. That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. Good get. Didn't get a good enough picture. That's fucking cool.
It didn't work, Jack.
Very cool. Okay. Is it a Ukrainian rifle?
Hey, get to cover, right? Let's fucking go.
Wait a
Cover,
minute.
right?
You don't care. You're not even
Fucking
listening
go.
to me.
What'd you say?
It's more direct.
I tried to do the shout out. It didn't work.
I don't know. I don't know how to do it. You're the one running that. Is it /right shout out? That's
You
what.
try.
I'm not logged in. It will take me fucking forever. Like, you're gonna have to do it.
It's so
direct,
funny.
so you have less time to react, but if you generally know the location of the enemy line and how far away an expected tank is, you can then listen for the launching of the shell, and from there take cover. If they're being used as indirect, which is honestly a lot of times, you can be a little less cautious, knowing that they're throwing Hail Marys.
Got a blanket of plates on you.
It's still a very large explosion, but you don't have to take it as serious if you know it's just one round every minute. Moving on to BMPs and AGS. You're going to hear the cannon blast beforehand, depending on the distance, but you're not going to have much time to take cover. An AGS is going to do that whistling sound, a very high-pitched one, whereas a BMP isn't going to have that whistling sound so much. Overall, both these systems are one of the scariest ones you're going to encounter.
Push again.
Holy shit.
The cannon and exploding sounds intermingle close after they started their burst.
Push again.
And as soon as you take cover, you have to lay where you are and treat it as if it's explosive fire, because it is, which makes it especially
This is
effective
fucking
for fire
crazy.
superiority, because they know
I don't really
as soon as
watch
you fire a
combat
burst,
footage,
infantry
that's
have
the
to lay
thing.
down. It depends on how long the burst is going to be. Maybe
There, I
it's
did
10
it.
seconds long. Maybe it's 1
Fucking
minute long. They have
Jesus
long.
Christ.
Because it was giving me brackets like it's supposed to be. Like the brackets, so that's where I fucked up.
Hilarious.
Belt in that thing. The next one to listen to is artillery. It's going to have that same whizzing sound that mortars make, but it's going to be more of a big whoosh as it approaches. And you can automatically tell that it's something more serious incoming. A lot of times I just stand there and try and chase that whooshing sound as it's going over me.
Well done. Next one.
Then you see this huge explosion in the distance and you know, okay, this is...
It's fucking crazy. I can't believe there's been people living this for 3 years. What the fuck?
It kind of just puts you in awe of how big this explosion is. So if it goes above you, it's going to sound like a kazoo, just like the mortar, a lower frequency though. And you can hear the cannon blast sometimes, but usually not. Again, artillery systems are 30 kilometers away, so it's going to be kind of difficult. Sometimes you will be able to hear it though.
Hey, stay down.
Now we're going to move on to aerial threats such as jets. You're going to hear when a jet is above you dropping a bomb. They're normally going to dive in for an attack or change altitude or change their engine noise or just something is different with the jet. And my experience with jets mostly comes from Iraq where I encountered this. And it just sounds different. I'm not a pilot. I don't know exactly what they're doing and why,
he's a
but
pilot,
something
good!
is different when they're approaching you for an actual bombing run. Normally in Ukraine, you're going to be hearing the glide bombs rather than a jet directly over your position. And these bombs are incredibly powerful. As soon as it approaches you, you're going to know this is not artillery. It's something more serious. So if you're in a building and this bomb explodes 500 meters away, the drapes next to your window are going to fly up to the ceiling just from the shockwave. These are serious. Just like artillery, it's something to behold. It puts you in awe.
Yeah, man, those are warplanes. They're bombing.
But to be honest, there's not much you could do, even if you hear the bomb, other than just hope that it's not coming towards you.
Yeah.
Sound indicators aren't
I feel
very
like
effective.
that's most of this is like, hope it's not me this time. I feel like that's most of what this is.
So I'm sure that you would hear a bomb before it reached you, but I think in most cases you're toast. When it comes to drones, there's a lot of different types. We're going to talk about FPVs first. FPVs are easy to hear. It's a distinct electric buzzing sound from these motors that they're powering the aircraft with. And when they're coming at you, you barely have enough time to dodge them, maybe a second or two.
Damn. All things considered, they're pretty quiet. I can see how they fuck people up. Like there was was it Force Canada? The guy we interviewed. He dropped a couple drone videos. There was one where he got 5 people. Got 5 fucking Russians.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Yeah, he went and became a drone pilot.
Jesus Christ. Like, no wonder you can get shit like that. That's so quick.
And if they go past you, it's still difficult to get eyes on it. But overall, if you hear that buzzing sound get louder, you need to seek shelter. As soon as you hear it not getting louder and it starts to get like a little bit more faint, you know it's not coming at you. That's the big giveaway. They're extremely fast, which makes it a lot harder to dodge rather than a map.
What?
Kafa said that their job was getting increasingly harder every day.
Oh, really?
Like they have to see.
Mm.
Because they don't do the recon anymore.
It's all FPV stuff.
Yeah,
It's taken a toll.
Apparently.
Mm.
That's what they said.
Yeah. It's a shame.
Mavic, but a good thing about that is you will know when a Mavic is approaching you rather than FPV because they have a very
and can't really just be like, oh, I'm gonna take a break. It's not. That's the unfortunate thing, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
You can't just like go home. And this is what I don't. This is why I don't understand how the Americans that like are on the Trump side are like, oh, we shouldn't help them. It's like, wouldn't you want help? Why should they have to go through this alone?
Help. I got my AR-15.
Right, but it's like, why should they be left to fend for themselves? Would you would want help? You would want weapons. You would want assistance. I would imagine. It's pretty easy looking down from the top of the hill.
Distinguished noise, usually because they aren't moving as fast, and their sound is a lot more solid. It's not going to be as high frequency. And each of these drones you're going to hear at different heights. So in a perfect environment, when I was back home, no battlefield noises, I set up my Mavic 2 and I tried to hear at what altitude I couldn't hear it anymore. And the very limit for it was almost 400 meters, which is a big deal. It's something just to keep in mind. It's not going to be perfect condition.
400 meters is pretty high. I don't know if you could accurately drop something from that high. I feel like you would have to be closer.
But at 400 meters up, you're not going to be dropping explosives on people. If it's down at the level where it's trying to drop a
I should volunteer for you. I already know.
You're usually going to be able to hear it. The next aerial threat is helicopters. And the good thing about helicopters is they are extremely loud. You're going to hear them from 5 kilometers away, which is just about the distance that they can even engage with any other weapon systems, including a gun, rockets, or a wire-guided missile. The sound of their gun, which isn't very frequent, sounds a lot like a BMP, but a higher...
insane. Like, how dumb. It's like, what, do you think that these drones are just, like, equipped with really, really, really long-range command signals? Like, what the fuck are we talking about here? They're making them in the field.
Rate of fire. The rockets sound like Grad, which we're going to get into, and their wire-guided missiles sound like any sort of rocket or missile, including RPGs. So the big thing is, if you hear a helicopter, seek shelter, tell a Stinger gunner, and just go from there.
Here, Johnny. Well, hear a little bit of a helicopter just on the other side of the
They're very loud. You can hear them way before that they would actually engage you.
Hell yeah.
Moving on to Grad rockets, my favorites. All right, so Grad is terrifying, and you're going to be able to hear the launching of the Grad missiles, a lot like mortars, well before they actually reach your position, maybe even 10 seconds before. You're going to hear in a rate of fire, it's going to be a rhythmic boom, 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 10 or 20 of them, and then you'll know that you need to seek shelter. The first thing after those booms that you're going to hear is this whoosh. It's going to be a couple whooshes that get extremely loud, and then they intermingle into a couple then that you can hear.
Is that Grad?
and then they start exploding around you. It's a very large explosion, it's very loud, it's gonna shake the buildings you're in very violently, and pretty much as soon as they start firing at you, it is total fire superiority over you. But as the bombs are exploding, you're usually just gonna focus on the whooshing sound because it's that loud. You're gonna hear the whooshes over the explosion sometimes. So in general, it's scary, it's a long barrage, maybe even 20 seconds long, but you're gonna know when the barrage is done because the whooshes stop.
I thought that's what the grad
The
rockets
next one
were.
is fire superiority. What does fire superiority sound like? Well, it pretty much sounds like a barrage. It sounds like a bunch of grad missiles coming at you, a lot of artillery rounds, whatever it is. And there's points under a barrage that you have no choice but to lay down. And that is what fire superiority is. It constantly occurs on the front line where there's moments of total fire superiority over you, where you have to lay down for a couple seconds or a minute or two and stop what you're doing. Your work stops until these explosions stop around you. Being able to recognize what's targeting you, their capabilities, and when to take cover again can allow
I imagine that this kind of stuff is what
the controversial ideology squad. Yeah, it was the 3rd Assault Brigade footage.
Oh yeah, I imagine that kind of scenario, the fire superiority times, and identifying when you can't fight anymore and when you literally have to stop is what gets a lot of new, fresh people to war killed. I imagine that they're just like, fuck it, I'm gonna go fight too, and just go into fire superiority without realizing, and then get caught out. And then there's obviously the ones which are like random rockets and shit that get people. But I imagine that would be a large amount of new war deaths.
you to get up
Not
and
sure,
get back to work
but
despite the
I would
fear
hesitate
of that
to
incoming again. Most importantly, you're going to not panic as much. As soon as those rounds go off, you know when the next ones are coming. You know what is targeting you. You have better understanding of the battlefield, and you can continue your work and the mission, which is the sole reason you are out there in the first place. So, thanks for listening. I hope you learned something. Before I let you guys go, I want to say a big thank you to the members. Everybody's donated.
Young guys,
We've been
too,
able.
you know.
Yeah. Very young. Very cool. All right. Stream's done. We'll fuck out of here. We got people. Send raid. 20 people. Let's raid somebody.
we just got raided.
I know. 16 people. Let's pick somebody. Hey, we're almost at the top.
What about Mooncake?
Is she live?
Yeah.
Sure. She's playing League. Yeah, give it to her. Fuck it.
We're gonna double
Everyone
the
needs to
viewers.
go. Yeah, double her viewers.